But like most of the people who are buying assets at some point want to sell the assets at a profit.
People that use fiat currency as a store of value, we call them poor. We call them poor. People that use fiat currency, we call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. There's a name for them. We call them poor. We call them poor. Okay?
But like most of the people who are buying assets at some point want to sell the assets at a profit.
People that use fiat currency as a store of value, we call them poor. We call them poor. People that use fiat currency, we call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. We call them poor. There's a name for them. We call them poor. We call them poor. Okay?
You'll pay hundreds of dollars to go and see these conferences where people speak in person. However, I have a free opportunity for you. Come by my stream this Friday, 2 till 10 p.m. Shill the Shiller. Find out about different collections, hear NFT history from some of the best follows in the space. Here's what tomorrow's lineup is going to look like. This will also educate you if you think your X profile will make the cut for people reading it out loud to really classify who you are. First up is Phil Fibaka, 31, husband, father, teacher, coach, musician at Bored Ape Yacht Club, 1362 and 9835, and a part of Bored Media Group. So who the hell is Phil? He is the guy that originally tagged me in a post about Bored Ape Yacht Club. If the stream that we have that is history is anything, it's an appreciation for capturing the moment, and that moment would not have happened without Fibaka. We'll hear about his journey and reminisce of the times that were. Next up is Das Capitalist, building Captain & Company on Blastal 2, subsisting on Pirates, Taco Bell, and indie games. Once roasted by Matt Levine in Bloomberg. You've heard all the hype about Blast. What do they have that's more than just DeFi protocols? How about a game we're going to learn a little bit about Captain & Company that is launching on Blast? At 4 p.m., we have Tad from Forgotten Runes. Now, he's not a team member, but he is a very passionate community member. So let's see if he can shill the shiller and make us want to get into Forgotten Runes Wizard's Cult. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow of Jollybean games. We got Boomer coming up at the 5 p.m. slot talking about what his Web3 journey has entailed, but also what in the heck is Jollybean Games. But don't forget the bio founder, 793 Capital, serial entrepreneur with 3 successful exits, and Punk 793. Arguably the greatest thread writer, historian that Web3 has ever saw. It's VINCI. Founder of six-figure blockchain consultancy, creating the first Twitter NFT library, digital art, and culture. VINCI is the man. We've had him on the show once before. Great insights, great discussion. Seems to be super caught up with everything and just a great individual. So I'm very excited to talk with him again. And if you are wanting to see him, pop by the stream at 6:30. Around the 7 o'clock mark, maybe a little bit later, 7:15, we are going to have Derek, co-founder of GG Uncharted, a gaming playground for degens at Gangster Arena, launching soon. Ex-Guild Guardians at Immutable. This was the last time we actually had Derek on. He was really heavily involved in Guild Guardians, so excited to see or catch up with him about what he's been doing. A member of Ready Player DAO and Wolves DAO. But Gangster Arena is a recently launched game that's getting a lot of attention, so let's see what all the hype's about. YoJurmy! AI solopreneur, parallel TCG and Web3 streamer, link below for instant access to the game. YoJurmy is the man wearing many hats, super informed in the space, incredible parallel player, incredible friend, talking about the journey from day one, and he was in the stream with me while we minted apes as they were happening. Great insights with YoJurmy at 8 p.m. And last but not least, at Bildo Verde. They call him Bill Doe. Futureverse topic. We've been covering Futureverse a ton. I want you guys to be able to see us nerd out a little bit about it, find out how Bildo got into Futureverse, and kind of highlighting the recent events, including the AAA first of its genre metaverse game announced. It's going to be a banger with Bildo. So there you go, guys. That's going to be the lineup for this Friday's X Feed special stream. Maybe we'll get to it a little bit more. And I mean, maybe we'll do this as a weekly session, but this is the first go about it. If you're excited for it, be sure to set notifications on, and I will see you across my various social channels tomorrow.
The Shiller, what's going down, man? It's the big baller, baby. Hey, man, I got to show you much love, man. I hear that streamer on Twitch and your nickname. I like it. The Shiller. That's what I'm talking about, man. 2 syllables away from the killer. Keep doing your thing. Triple B's Big Baller brand is in the building. I hear you bought 28 mellow moments in the NBA Top Shot, worth over 100,000. Boy, you betting on my boy like that? I love your style. Triple B status apparatus, man. I love the fact that you betting on my boy like that and you winning and grinning. Keep doing what we doing. But anyways, Triple B's family is everything. Family behind you, and guess what? The big ballers behind you. Keep doing your thing, man. Big ballers out, baby. And holla.
I know a couple of you guys that were here back when that occurred, and oh my goodness, oh my gracious, how things have changed since back then. Welcome to the show, guys. What's up? My name's The Shiller. If this is your first time tuning in, well, there was a little bit of an intro. Today, we are going to have conversations with some of my favorite people in the space, and I hope that you will enjoy what we are cooking today. We're going to try to talk about kind of how things were, how things are, talk about specific collections. We're going to have some people try to shill their things as well. I'm just calling up Fibaka right now, and he is loading up his webcam. Good morning, sir. How are you with?
What is up? Here, ready to rock, dude. This is kind of surreal, to be honest with you. I think back to early days Top Shot, and it's all kind of a trip, just because, man, this watching you on Top Shot for so long and being like just a fan, and then becoming like a friend through DMs and conversations we had, and then of course minting apes, like it's all kind of come full circle. Like I was talking to my wife about this. I'm like, dude, Schiller has always been someone I've really respected, just because, man, you were grinding it out. You were helping all of us that were deep in the streets of Top Shot. And so like for me, this is really cool just to kind of like reminisce and also just talk about, what's in store and things that, things that I'm cooking up and things I'm working on as well. but of course, always giving love to you because again, you're one of the OGs. You're somebody that I always looked at as like a famous person because you were that to me. And even my boomer self, I just turned 36, and I remember mowing the lawn, listening to Top Shot. I remember doing dishes, listening to Top Shot streams, all from you. And obviously, Top Shot was such a surreal experience, and a lot of my memories are from your stream. So this is dope to just talk, man.
Well, I appreciate that. And it's cool seeing that you're kind of jumping out there and being a contributing member, I guess, to the content space, because that's something that everybody's kind of, I feel like, getting more in tune with, feeling more confident about a topic. And, not everyone's able to go and teach a classroom per se, but everybody's able to give their experiences, stories, and try to help everybody out that's coming out to something that is exciting and new. So I do have a couple things listed here regarding things that happened with apes, but let's go back and start things off here with the Bored Ape Yacht Club mint. So you tagged me in a post for free giveaways, and it happened kind of often back then. So I was like, okay, Phil's tagging me, and I looked at it. I was like, you know what? These kind of look all right. Like, it's early days. There wasn't really a whole lot out there. We were, again, only in Top Shot. Zedrun was really the only other big collection at the time that I remember. So what do you remember back from those kind of like early days of that transition from Top Shot into Bored Apes?
Yeah, it was completely wild and weird because I was in the same boat where like you would see all these, different collections. It wasn't like it was in later 2021 where you had a million collections a day, but even still, you would get tagged or people would share like a collection and honestly most of the time I was just not interested. But this one specifically, like Bored Ape, and I'll be honest, I did not mint Bored Ape right when I saw it. I think I saw it maybe 2 or 3 days prior to minting out the night that it actually all minted out. And so I wanted to just get like perspective, kind of, to be honest, from people that I respected. So you were one of those, of course, and I had to tag you in it. And for me, um, what interested me, I liked the art right away. I thought it was cool. It was clean. And then I know this sounds so hilarious now looking back, but like the roadmap, it's just like simple concept, but the idea of like we're gonna pay back our moms and we're gonna do this merch and like merch back then, like, and I'm wearing one of the OG Bored Ape hoodies today because I just had to, and merch back then, like that was such a big deal. I know that sounds crazy because now we're like, well, please no more black hoodies, but it's like back then, like that was one of those things that you were excited about. And so, I remember tagging you, and then you quickly flipped the script on. Then you're like, you know what, I minted these, and I actually think you minted before me because I was like, this is such noob talk here, but I was like, I could not figure out how to like transfer my ETH, and now I look back now and I'm like, man, I've done so much more over the last 3 years with DeFi and changing, tokens and staking and all these million things that it's kind of crazy to think about where I started, where I was literally in the DMs with the Bored Ape Yacht Club official Twitter handle asking for help on like getting my ETH over there. So like it's just wild. And they were responding, and it was like surely it was one of the four founders because it wasn't like they had a team of 130 or whatever they do now. It was just the four of them. So it's completely crazy. The transition to me, Top Shot always made sense because I've always been a collector of sports cards and memorabilia. I've loved autographs forever and massive sports fan here. And so that clicked pretty quickly for me. And then NFTs, besides, Top Shot, I got into some smaller art collections, and not shockingly, the two that I got into, and these were like, I liked the art. Both of them ended up getting burnt out because it was just like this one man show of little art collections. This was prior to Bored Ape Yacht Club. And then obviously minting, my PFP, I've never listed it. And as soon as I got it, I mean, I was looking back at our DMs and it was just so cool and electric to like just share what we had minted and revealed, because that was the big thing. Again, we take it for granted now. It's like you mint things all the time, or I don't anymore, but there for a while you're minting things daily, and it was like the reveal became less exciting, I guess. Reveals just ended up being, can I flip this for 10x right now because I got a top 100 rarity. Back then, like we freaking revealed it, and it was just like, let me dive into this, and I started looking at the traits, and I saw I had a halo, and then the rest is history. So it's like, it's wild to think almost 3 years ago, but less than 3 years ago, we were minting these silly apes with no expectation of anything more than them paying back their moms, this mutant arcade, and some merch. And now look at us. It's like, yeah, there's been bumps along the road, but like to me, I'm still so bullish on Bored Ape because honestly, like people like you in the community, where I've been able to like form these relationships and start creating content. But even before that, it's just like I was having conversations with such amazing people and like really successful people in a wide field. And so to me, that's what the Bored Ape Yacht Club was and still is. And I think I think, dips in the market is actually not necessarily a bad thing because I think it ends up allowing people that weren't here at the beginning that are awesome creatives and builders and community members that maybe want to dip their toe in now. Well, now it's a little bit more feasible. There for a while, am I really going to go to one of my friends, my normies, and be like, hey, dude, just go buy this mutant ape. It's only 150K. Like,
Only.
it look at me like I was insane, right? And so it's still expensive. Like, for someone like myself, I'm a teacher and coach. Like, it's still expensive. But at least now you have people that are starting to say, you know what, I'll roll some of these shitcoin profits or whatever. Maybe they sell a couple NFTs, maybe they sell 1,000 Top Shot moments because they're all like $1 now, and they end up getting a Mutant Ape Yacht Club. But it's exciting for me. Like there's energy. Yeah, there's been, maybe some stumbles along the way, but I don't think I could be more bullish, to be honest with you.
So one of the things that I've come to realize is everybody's talking about, what are we doing with our, portfolio allocation, even though, NFTs were supposed to be this collectible, but obviously it grew to a height where people kind of opened it up more. But my thought's always been with it, like if I sell this, the likelihood of me being comfortable spending $60,000 on an asset, if I sell, I'm probably just out, period. And
Yeah.
it's also so nascent and early that we talk about these things and everybody's got huge hyperbolic opinions regarding everything, but it is also like year kind of 3. And assuming that blockchain really takes over and becomes this another massive sector that the world really, really cares about, we have no idea where any of this goes. And so
Yeah, I think. Yeah, go ahead, dude. I was just gonna say that's so early. It's like 3 years. Like people are acting like we've been here for 30. It's 3 years, not even.
Well, so curious your thoughts then regarding like leverage and whatnot, because we had pudgies that were, oh my God, everything's mooning. They had the airdrop that was associated with it. And then we saw a massive NFT flush completely across the board. We saw Azuki before when they did the elementals drop, and then they brought in, they kind of crushed what Bean's value was supposed to be as it was the second collection. But for some of these other things, it does feel like there's massive amounts of leverage, or do you think that it's just everybody pivoting here to go into crypto as it's going up?
I think it's a little of both. I mean, what I found, and this is not a slam to anyone really, but like where my value in NFTs is always been as a community member and more as a collector. That doesn't mean I haven't sold. Like I've had some really like substantial wins that have like completely changed my family's life financially, and that's been great. But like for me, it's always been really about if I like a collection, if I really really love a collection, or even the Top Shot moments, like I got them because I really liked them. I'm gonna be more of a hoarder, if you will. Like I'll have boxes of NFTs in my digital, closet, where most of the space is more in the trading mindset, which is not a bad thing. And so like holding a Bored Ape at whatever it is right now, I literally don't know, 60, 50,000, $60,000. I mean, that's a lot of like potential liquid that you could go, put into a crypto, even if it was just Ethereum and you just want to buy Ethereum and hold it for a while. That's probably a good play. If you want to go play in the meme coin streets, like I kind of wish I was good at it because I see all these people just killing it. But there is definitely I don't want to say there's risk both ways, risk in holding the asset and just being a collector and a community member. And because like the true reality is Bored Ape, yes, we've gotten a lot of airdrops, the Kennel Club, the Mutant Serums, ApeCoin, Other Side. There's all these things that we've gotten, which has been great. Like, let's just keep it a buck though. Like, there's not going to be a ton of like just straight airdrops for like new collections. I don't believe. Now, there'll be occasionally some assets that are valuable for sure, but I think long term, and I know like talking long term in NFTs is almost comical. Just because things move so fast. But when I try to think beyond 6 months, even beyond 12 months, I think to myself, what's the true value of Bored Ape? To me, it boils down to a few things. Number one, it will become a historical NFT, not because it was first, but because it really was one of these NFTs that took things more mainstream. Like that's just the truth of the matter. No matter how it happened, and I know there's talk, of course, MoonPay getting some athletes and musicians, et cetera, into the game, but there were others that just came in and bought too, and so it became this like popular NFT. So I think that historical value, which I kind of laugh at, to be honest, will be part of it. But I think the bigger thing is this massive network effect where you can connect with people literally around the globe that have amazing skills, businesses, connections. And I look at it, it's a Bored Ape Yacht Club. It's a club. It's a membership. And so like, again, I know it's cliche. I know sometimes looking at it now, it's kind of like almost laughable at times. But I truly believe those membership benefits will be because of this network of people that you can connect with, you can build things with, you can ask for, help, et cetera. And you see businesses that are popping up, I mean, weekly, monthly, daily, based around, a Bored Ape or a Mutant Ape. And so to me, am I surprised that, people are bouncing and NFTs are bleeding right now? Absolutely not, because it's still risky as hell. The better chance of a comeback or more value right now is playing in the crypto streets, whether that be meme coins, whether that be just buying Sol, ETH, Bitcoin. Like that's the better play right now. So I'm not shocked at all. Some of it's leveraging too. We could get into that a little bit. I hope there's a day where the lending becomes more than just 2 or 3 people controlling that. If we had an actual, some businesses that were doing that more than individual players that are able to market manipulate, that would be better. Because I don't mind the lending. I don't mind being able to, borrow some ETH off of a Bored Ape and go do some other things with it. But the way that it's controlled by basically 2 to 3 wallets right now is not super healthy. So one day I think it will become something much bigger and more beneficial. But for now, yeah, people are chasing meme coins, and that's cool. Like I want everybody that does that. I hope all of them win. The reality is not everyone will. And for me, I don't have the time or energy to do it.
For sure. Hoddle Hill and Tolly, T Doge, JJ Hops. Yo, guys, what's up? Thanks for tuning in. If you guys are here, feel free to let us know. And if you got any questions here for Phil, I can ask them, barring that they are relevant. So I want to, for this entire session, I'm bringing on a whole bunch of different guests, and I called it Chill the Chiller, and you were kind of my Yuga representative for this. And so I want to go in a little bit more of a deep conversation, because I think a lot of people see what's going on with Yuga, and I would argue comparatively to the other collections here, people are generally familiar. So I don't want to go from, just kind of square one. But when we saw the Dookie Dash original game came out, and we saw people going out to pay esports pros and people that were much better at them to get a better whatever it was at the end. And then we saw that happen again when Heavy Metal came out and everybody was vying for these amps, and obviously moved down a little bit far ahead. Obviously crypto market's taken back, NFTs are down a little, but we saw a ton of people just throwing money on the chance to potentially get something that they think would have value. How did Yuga create that?
Yeah, the thing about NFTs in general, I think some of it is, I think it's a tough job, if I'm being honest with you. And this goes for any NFT collection. I think the idea of giving information but not completely revealing your game plan is this like thin line. And I think I haven't had these like exact conversations with Yuga employees, but I'll be honest, like I have really good relationships with some of the people that work at Yuga. And lots of times I'm just passing on what I see. And some of that's feelings that I have, but also like I try to take a temperature check of just the space in general. And I think one of the biggest things is there wasn't a whole lot of clarity. And so what happens when there's not clarity is naturally there's going to be way more speculation. Now, speculation is definitely part of NFTs, 100%. It's definitely part of meme coins, crypto in general is speculation. But I think there's a fine line, because you don't want people to get so far out in front of their skis that then they're, again, selling their house, not really, hopefully, selling their house for something that they're not even sure what's to come next. And I think also, like, on that note, I think, again, this is just Phil, the silly pink fur Halo Ape talking. I think that there was just so much going on with Yuga Labs that they got out a little bit in front of their skis. And that's not a slam. I think that's just like a lesson for them, as they had all these things happening. You still had the club, you still had Ape Fest, you still had merch drops. You then had Dookie Dash. That was a massive success. By the way, side note, if you haven't signed up or if you haven't heard about Dookie Dash, you should try it when it comes out. It'll be free to play. And I was able to play it as a tester, if you will. And I'm not a gamer. I'm not great, but it's fun. Like, it's definitely fun. It's addictive. It's one of those games that, if you need to pass 5 minutes, 10 minutes of time, you can play, and there's actually going to be substantial rewards along the way. But yeah, they had Dookie Dash, and then they transitioned into Heavy Metal, and they would admit, they've said sort of as much without it being completely clear, is the Heavy Metal and Forge experience was not at all what they wanted it to be. It was a mistake. It was a misstep, if you will. And those things happen. Like, again, we just talked about it, a few moments ago. This is a company, a business that's was valued at $1.4 billion. That's less than 3 years old. So if you talk to, I mean, really anybody, you're going to have some mistakes or missteps. And so I think, if they could redo that, would they? Sure. But at the end of the day, it's this fine line of they are definitely experimenting with what works and what fits. And that's not a negative, by the way. They said that as much, is that they wanted these short version, well, short, a couple months maybe, versions of games, experiences, gamified mints, whatever it may be, to test out the waters and then finding what works and then doubling down on that. And so look at Dookie Dash. That freaking worked, right? It was viral. Like people were playing. I remember streaming it, right? And again, I'm not a gamer, but was I spending ApeCoin just because it was like fun to play? Yeah, I was. Did I think I was going to win the key? No, I'm not a fool. Like I knew I had no shot and I wasn't going to pay anyone to do it. But like to me, it was a gamified mint. It was an experiment. And that's really what these things are. And I think as, now in 2024, you look at Legends of the Mara, season 3 is happening right now. If you don't know what that is about, basically you're using other deeds and you're using these creatures called Mara that you got one for free per deed. And you're either farming sediment or you're fighting Shattered. And when you fight Shattered, you collect ship parts. Well, this like pretty static, pretty slow moving game right now, Legends of the Mara, and it is season 3. After season 3, they're actually going to a completely different version, which will be, it looks like, a little bit more gamified, where you, if you want to, you can be a little bit more involved in the process. And so, and that's in collaboration with Faraway or Faraway, however you say it. I think I say it wrong every time. Who did Serum City. They're working on, they did the rebrand of Dookie Dash. And now when Legends of the Mara season 4 comes out, and right after season 3, they're going to have some play test of what that will look like. I think this is Yuga learning, and I think this is them making deeper connections and partnerships with really quality people. I like what Faraway is doing. I think the mechanics that they use are great. Again, Dookie Dash is way better than the original. Like it's so much cleaner. All of it is better. I'm excited about that. And so long story short is they've experimented. They've had some bad experiments. Like that's literally what experimenting is for. And they've had at least one good experience, which was Dookie Dash. Now, does that mean that all things they do from now and forever will be amazing and just, blow our hair back? No, not necessarily. But I truly believe that, and they had a bunch of reorganization, right? They realized that some of the people, some of the things were not fitting. That's just a reality, and that's tough too. And Daniel, kind of drove them through this like rocky time where you had to make tough calls of who stays and who goes. And I truly believe in 2024, it doesn't mean that apes are going back to 150th tomorrow. That's not going to happen. But I think the experiments are going to continue to be better. And I think you'll see the bigger vision, which is much more than what you've experienced so far.
It's interesting when we talk about experiments and the entirety of Web3 and seeing what works and doesn't work, and also the people that get involved and end up getting a lot of flack if something doesn't go well. And with that topic in mind, I wanted to kind of transition here to the recent Moonbirds acquisition, which caused a lot of stir. And then after that, I want to go into ApeFest and then other side trip. But this Moonbirds thing took everyone by storm to the point where the team had to come out, do a town hall address, I guess we call it, and they kind of just laid it out on the line. I was watching your guys stream for it. I was a little bit critical of some of the answers. I know that you were having some pushback saying, oh, no, okay, but here's a different angle to look at it. And from what we know, it sounds like there was a huge treasury that came with acquiring Proof and Moonbirds. And then kind of at the same time, we started remembering that Kevin Rose had all these public attacks almost towards Yuga Labs, and it kind of felt odd, and it turned a lot of the community off. And I know there was a huge change up per se of people, from their PFPs to literally selling their apes because of that. And that was maybe one of the first times I've seen a moral compass, in quotes, affect people within an NFT collection more than I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. I'll give you my completely transparent my emotional roller coaster when I saw that. Okay. And I'll put it all in perspective because you love sports. I know you love sports. You love Top Shot. And I'm a coach. I'm a high school boys basketball coach. And so to back it up a little bit, Kevin Rose has always been somebody I do not enjoy. I'll just say that, like, not that that's some shocker, but even when Moonbirds at the very beginning, I was always a little bit hesitant because of him, actually. Had nothing to do with anything else, but just him in general. And so the day that was announced, I was coaching our regional tournament. So we had to be in the top 3 basically to move on to state. And we did not end up making it to state. And so obviously, if you're a competitive person, I come off the floor, I'm already like sad and pissed off, you know, like just disheartened. You know, I'm not mad at the kids. It's just like the season. When you coach sports, I love it, but at the end, you know, when no matter if you win the whole thing or you don't, it just ends. There's not like it doesn't slow down. It doesn't like give you this nice off ramp. It just ends. And so I'm emotionally charged. We talk to our kids, you know, love you guys, appreciate the seniors, you know, everybody else, make sure you're ready to come back and work. I get on the bus, I open my phone, and of course, the first thing I see is this acquisition. And I was like, excuse my language, what the fuck? Like, that was my first thought instantly. Like, this be just being transparent. As a Yuga Labs maxi, I am that 100%. If you've seen me on the timeline, if you've heard me talk, if you see my stream, I'm very, like, extremely pro Yuga and Bored Ape Yacht Club. And so right away I was like, what the hell is this? I also didn't understand, obviously, some of the details, and I still don't know all of them. Like, they haven't told us everything that happened. And, you know, yeah, the board meeting I thought was all right. I thought, you know, Daniel was very canned answered, like very canned. Like, he had these questions, wrote down the answers, and that is what it is. And then you saw, by the way, side note, you saw a very quick transition to Garga stepping back. So maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe they realized that this is becoming too corporate and too robotic, if you will. And so instantly was pissed. Didn't think about selling my ape, but was instantly pissed. What the hell? You know, we, you know, as Bored Ape members, we're so focused on naturally, like, what about the yacht club? Like, not even the in real life clubhouse. I'm just talking about the membership, like I just talked about, right? Like, what about being a Bored Ape? That's where my focus has always been. So I went from being mad, pissed, disappointed, disheartened, sad maybe. And then as I started to kind of dig into some of it, what I began to, I think, realize, at least for me, and everybody's opinion can be different. That's what's dope about opinions. We can all have them. Is I looked at the people they were acquiring rather than them like buying this project that, you know, I've always thought was just kind of okay. What Proof Collective has done with their art stuff has always been really, really top notch. When you talk about the visuals, when you talk about the video editing, etc., like, that has always been something I've really enjoyed, and I've never ever owned any of those assets. And so I started thinking about, well, if you can take these talented people and add them to the mix, if you will, theoretically, that makes things better. And I'll give you an example. Yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I'm lost in the NFT world, but yesterday, 12-fold pushed out a video, and I thought it was really well done. It was clean, right? And it showed, like, these are the physicals that you can now claim. There's 300 of them, and the video was cool. It was well done. Well, guess who did the video? It was one of those people that came over from Proof. And so, like, I guess what I would say is, I think you look at it as they got a bunch of money at the treasury, which is a positive, and they also brought over, hopefully, the best parts of Proof, and I do believe that is true, and got rid of Kevin, which was the worst part. So, like, at the end of the day, am I completely, like, ecstatic? No, but I'm not mad either. Like, I think what it also brings naturally is, I would say, for the most part, Moonbird's holders are very loyal. And what that does is it brings more loyal community members, I know it's cliche, to Yuga Labs. And I think that's a long-term fat dub.
Well, it sounds like they're going to finish off whatever they were working on with Proof and then transition. And from the conversations, it sounded like the intention is to build Moonbirds into the other side. And so let's talk about the other side trips. Been interesting because everybody kind of said from day one with how the mint went that this is going to be the surefire, most successful metaverse experience that is going to come faster than anything else. And for anyone that doesn't know, I mean, maybe let's just talk about the mint for the other side first. Going back, my quick like TLDR was they had free claims for if you had a mutant or an ape, and then you were able to mint. The mint ended up basically breaking Ethereum, where you had to spend over $1,000 in gas just to mint. The sales went crazy. The floors came out initially at about 7 ETH. Is there anything else you want to add regarding that initial mint time?
Talk about hysteria and excitement. That mint might be at the top. The only other detail I'd say is one thing that was not known right away was, as Bored Ape and Mutant Ape holders, we kind of thought, well, shit, if I want a lower numbered land, I need to mint faster.
Oh,
And so that actually, because we didn't know right away. Well, maybe we should have, but we didn't know that it was going to be associated with our number of our ape. You know, probably should we have known? Oh, actually, it was more location because we weren't sure. It's like, well, what if you mint right away and you get one closer, even if your number's 9,837? And so it was a little unclear. And so I remember like, you know, claiming those pretty quickly because I wasn't really sure where they'd end up. Again, yeah, thinking back to that absurdity for sure. Chain was needed a long time ago, and now we're finally starting to get that information out here over the next, I don't know, 6 months or so. But yeah, I would say euphoric. That's the number one word that I'd come up with during that mint because it was insane.
And then we've had a couple of experiences. I think we've had 3 trips. I remember for the first one, it was relatively short, but they had a kind of like a monster fight, and they had the character that was voicing, and it felt really, really clean. And then the second one, it was kind of like a game where they tried to make where it was a puzzle jumper, and then people got a free NFT that's, you know, a lot of people are saying, oh my god, if other side is successful, this is the first NFT one from that. And again, to your point earlier about I don't really care about history, like that's something I've been paying attention to. We've saw recently with the original founder crypto kitties, people buying those up, and just the, you know, the narratives around everything. But for the other side, the most recent one was more of an open landscape where somebody described it as Pokemon Snap, and I feel like that was a good representation of it, but it did feel very different compared to the first ones. I don't know if that was because they ended up switching from Improbable, but there's kind of a whole lot to unpack there. So dissect it however Fibaka would dissect the other side experiences so far.
Yeah, for sure. First 2 experiences, crazy and amazing at the same time. The first one, I was on my laptop with a hotspot, and I was in the passenger side as my wife was driving across Dallas because my brother-in-law had just proposed. It was like the worst timing ever for me, and so but it worked well. Like I was still able to play it, which was like that was kind of shocking. First off, the second one, yeah, having the little groups and teammates and people that were kind of leading us around, that was fun. The third one, and the thing I would say is, I would really, if you haven't yet, follow Eric Reed. He's really heading up other side, and he's just like, I think he's a really high quality person just because of the way I've heard him talk. I've heard him speak a few times now. And so this third one, to me, and if you dig through the details a little bit and fine tooth comb, they had to redo a lot of this. Like they had to remake and think about what other side was. Like that's pretty obvious. And cleaning up some aspects and taking away, stripping back some of it was also important to push forward. And I think the reason is, again, this is just me. This is no alpha. This is just Phil talking. I think potentially they were hyped up, blown smoke up their backside a little bit on the speed at which this would come out and the things that you'd be able to do faster than maybe was actually going to be possible at maybe the price point or timeline or whatever it may be. That's secondary. But I think at the end of the day, what happened was with Daniel, Eric, Mike Sievers coming in, they probably, to be honest with you, sat down and said, hey, let's look at this more from a realistic point of view. This is just my takeaway. And they thought to them, and they told, the entire founding team that, like, here's what we need to do to make this really, really, really impactful when we actually get there. And so what does that mean? Well, if you went into the third one, the land itself was dope, though. Like, all of, like, the visuals, the coloring, those type of things, those finer details, if you will, really well done. There wasn't a game to be played, but that's because they didn't want it to actually feel like a trip. They said that multiple times. They said, this is not the third trip. This is more of a let's test out the tech and see what you like and get feedback and then iterate. So one thing I would say that I'm very hopeful for is that you're going to see these type of experiences and testing out different features much faster than we ever had before. Because when I listened to Gargo, when I listened to Eric, when they were doing the first and second trip, it was like a show, right? Like it was really like a show, a piece of entertainment, if you will. And everything had to make sure that it was right. And the amount of time to go in for that one show, well, let's take that time and actually really flesh out. Let's get the Schiller into his other side plot so he can start building if he wants to faster. Let's get these 3D avatars to people so they can start creating, dope content on the timeline. I think that's where the change happened. And I'm hopeful Meebits, I believe, at the end of this month is having an experience. I'm not going to call it a trip. I'm going to just call it an experience. And then after that, like, I wouldn't be shocked if we're back in, other side for apes and other deed holders, maybe in, maybe in April or May for sure. And the other note I would say is we've talked about communication. One thing that's been lacking from most people's perspective is the fact that the communication has sucked a lot of the time. Now, let's just keep it a buck. Most people actually liked that when things were great because less communication meant for more speculation naturally. And so sometimes that would make things run maybe faster or hotter than they probably should have. Well, I know that Yuga is seeing this and making a change. We at Board Media Group were able to host, right after Apes Come Home, we were able to host them on a X space and talk to Eric, Mike Sievers. They were all in there. I can't think of one of the people that builds a lot of the mapping. I cannot think of his name. He didn't have a lot of followers, but this guy used to work at EA Sports. Like, he did massive things. Being able to hear that and just hear their vision a little bit was great. And then Dim, who is the metaverse steward for the ApeCoin DAO, and amazing. He also has Sange, which is the amazing clothing brand that he has. He also hosted Eric on Monday for his Metaverse Monday talk. So, man, the amount of information and communication that they've had over the last month is better than they did over the last 2 years. And so this board meeting that's going to be happening on the like a week or so, or this weekend, Monday, it's Monday. Those things are going to happen for other side as well. They've said that as much as that they want to do these town hall type things in the other side Discord as well, to have conversations, to have open forum, and then to get feedback and iterate on what we like and what we don't. I think building in public is actually going to mean something now, where before they kind of said that and it never meant anything. And so, did I think that were my expectations maybe too high at the beginning? Looking back, yeah. I mean, I had these like crazy thoughts that I'd be building an 18-hole, metaverse golf course like 6 months after the fact, and like hosting people on Pimp My Ride or what's the damn where you go into their house, My Crib, MTV Cribs type style, content. And the reality is that was never going to happen that fast. Now, are they maybe a year behind where they would have been? Yeah, maybe. I don't know that for a fact, but maybe. But I guess what I would say is let your thoughts known, connect with these people, Eric, Mike, etc., and DM them. And don't be an asshole when you do that. Like, just have a conversation. Like, I truly believe that if you just have conversations with these people, it doesn't mean that they're going to fix everything instantly and do exactly what you want. But I promise you that is the better way to go about it than just being an asshole on the DMs.
I think one of the interesting components of this is giving everybody perspective. And Hunar, thank you so much for the 37 months. Hell yeah, bro. The timeline we've set for the entire blockchain space, I think, as you go on X every single day, people are saying, is this collection going to be like Yuga? Well, hold on, we're going this angle. Didn't Yuga do that? And almost everything is always just placed on Yuga. And now we have a chance to see, okay, Yuga has taken this long to create this experience, and it feels like just new NFT mints that are saying, hey, we're doing a bigger game have almost died. And I know that's not accurate, right? There's Persona. There's several other gaming NFTs that have launched recently that are out there. But it just feels the way that it was. If a team isn't coming in with some massive backers that's able to say, hey, I've already raised all this, and that kind of ground roots mint, it feels like those don't really exist as much. And do you think that's in any way seeing how long Yuga took, or just the space maturing a little bit more?
I think it's just the space maturing more in general. Like, if you think about it, man, and it's, again, I talk about this like it was 20 years ago. It wasn't, it was a couple years ago. Feels like 20, maybe 76 years or so. Man, every roadmap was like, we're gonna build a metaverse. Every freaking roadmap. And now, like, looking back, that was probably really foolish. And so, us as a space, are we maturing? Yeah, I think 100%. We're not instantly aping into everything. It's more now about, hey, show us. Don't just talk about it, show us. And I think that's good long term. And again, like, Yuga's taking it on the chin, and rightfully so. And they're making adjustments like any new company should be doing. So I think it's the space maturing. I hope so, at least.
Well, I mean, with the
hope
space maturing, I mean, we're seeing the meme coin mania absolutely soar in here. So, I mean, I don't know, but obviously it's cool to see that the attention is back. And so, I mean, I guess in like a broader scope, how do you go about trying to explain this to people? Because I guess like my perspective's changing. And so I'm trying to word it more lately about how NFTs should be looked at more like game assets, unless it is something that is specifically for the art. And, just like whatever game where there's certain game assets that are worth more than others, and seeing how that kind of flushes out. Obviously, we have people complaining about paywalls and mobile gaming that are doing this kind of stuff. And I mean, I guess there's too many ways to go look at it, right? Like my brain's fried right now trying to think of how many different directions you can take with it. But like, what do you think the best form of explaining what NFTs are in their current form is?
that's like the $1 million question, actually, because, and I know this for a fact. And I know you answer this question all the time with your streams and on the timeline, etc. I also work with young adults, and so I can promise you, they've asked me this probably 1 million times, and a lot of the times, even though I feel very much present, very present, over present in the space. Like I spend probably too much time here because I love it, right? But explaining what an NFT is, that's tricky because yeah, it's almost like the definition changes with whatever meta we're in, and that's not great either. Because NFTs can be so much theoretically, or they can be not even theoretically. We've seen it. We've seen it as a collectible and Top Shot, sports memories, etc. experiences. We've seen it as just straight art. Like NFTs can just be art too because you like the art. Gaming assets, that's become, I would say, the most impactful meta now. Like I look at all of the gaming parallel, Nifty Island, all these people that are doing these like really cool iterations on what gaming is. I think it's interesting. So what do I say what an NFT is? I would say that it's a non-fungible token. No, that it's a token that can prove that you own an asset, and that asset could be classified in many different ways. And that's really hard because like even me saying that right now, that's pretty like simple but not, right? Like that's they'll look at you like, "Okay, and what are those things?" And so I think it's more about being able to show them how you can interact on the blockchain, how these things work, how you can be verified, et cetera, with gaming assets, showing them how you can actually take this character that you own and put it into the other side. Like being able to run around as my pink fur ape, that was really cool. Like that was dope. And you could see that and like, please let me take this to any other game. Like those are the things that make more sense rather than talking about it. Because at the end of the day, I think a lot of our perception changes with the meta. But at the end of the day, it's a token, shows ownership, and maybe gives you benefits.
Well, I like the way that you say showing ownership, and that's like a default answer for some people that have been in the
Yeah.
space. But it immediately goes to then the gaming side of things and saying, "Hey, like this is for a gaming experience." But at some point, I think we're going to see where it's beyond that, right? And I don't just mean art, and I don't just mean like a game experience, but we've been told as this space has been growing that blockchain is going to be implemented in everyday life, from reward systems to the art, the gaming assets, and people are saying the healthcare records are going to start being on the blockchain, and it's a whole new realm, and we'll see how long that actually takes. But what's intrigued you lately? Obviously, you're really heavy into Yuga, but is it something for you where you're just kind of waiting to see what comes up? Are you getting heavy into DeFi? What's Phil been up to?
Yeah, interesting. I would say majority of my focus and energy right now, for the most part, has still been on Bored Ape, and even maybe more so than ever, which sounds crazy because even through the bear, I was more focused on that than anything else. And a lot of that was with Board Media Group, like having great conversations every Wednesday night on Twitch, YouTube, X, etc. That's been a lot of fun. Being able to talk to builders and creatives, like doing articles, doing spotlights on board building is kind of what we call it, or board spotlight, whatever the hell you want to call it. That's been my focus, but I would say learning about DeFi has been interesting. I've done some things, nothing major. Shout out to Squirtle, probably, one of my, definitely not probably, one of my best friends in the space. He's so smart with that, and he's willing to answer questions that I may have, which has been great. I would say a collection that I'm interested in that I don't own, because of what they have upcoming, is actually Azuki, because I'm interested to see what the anime does. I really am. I'm not an anime fan actually, but what I would say is that I'm interested to see what these builders are doing. And so what does that mean? I'm not really sure. I watched their video on the creation of the Elementals Mint, which we talked about. That was like, let's be honest, keep it a buck again. That was a shit show in itself. Them talk about the art, listening to the team. I think that's always bullish for me. I wish more teams would do that actually, is peel back the curtain a little bit. Doesn't mean you're telling us everything you're doing, but let us know who you are. I think when we actually get to tie in that these people are actually still human, I think that's a major thing because then we can get to know a little bit more about them, their personality, et cetera, and where that fits in to this project that you're holding. And so I would say for the most part, I'm still very interested in NFTs primarily, Bored Apes specifically. I've talked a little bit to Cyan as well, which does some. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm able to stake an ape that I don't have, a mutant ape that I don't have the 2,000 ape coin to do, and I can get that return for free. I think I get like 40% of that or something. So that's been interesting to me. I knew the team. I talked to the team a bit. So I'd say my ears and eyes are open, but I've been kind of chill when it comes to diving in. I haven't been meme coining. I haven't been doing a lot of those things, but I've been listening to the timeline. I've been trying to be a sounding board, and I would say my focus has been on feeling how Bored Ape and Yuga, holders are, and trying to do my best to give that to, members of the team that I know, and then also just like I'm running for the BAYC council, and that'll, co-lead position. That's something that I'm really passionate about because I mean I've just been doing this forever. I've been showing up and trying to make connections and help people and entertain and inform in a positive manner, and that's taken a lot of my like focus right now. Does that mean that's, forever and forever and forever? No. Will Bored Ape always be at the top of my list? Yeah, I think it will be. But I'm really interested also in decentralized education, and I've got some things cooking here over the next month or so that I'll be excited to share about too.
Awesome, awesome. So for your, I mean, it's interesting that you guys doing so many different things that gives the community an opportunity to participate a little bit more beyond, and I think that
Yeah.
that's cool that they're one of the people leading that aspect. But as we're moving forward here, I know we only got you for about another 10-15 minutes. I am wanting to go back to the Top Shot days if you are down with that, because that
Yeah,
was
for sure.
that was something that was a viral moment. I mean, we had broadcasters saying Top Shot that. We had the TNT panel, Pat McAfee, everybody on their different shows talking about it. You spoke briefly about Bored Apes and people saying, oh, celebrities bought. They started highlighting that, and that was the exact same thing that happened with Top Shot. What do you remember about the early days, and how did you kind of realize, like, hey, this is the next big thing? Did you show up a little bit late to that peak, or were you a little bit early?
Yeah, man. Top Shot is one of my favorite memories, even though, I did not make as much money as I could have. Because if it wasn't for Top Shot, I probably wouldn't be talking to you right now. At the end of the day, it brought me into NFTs. It brought me into
Same,
this
same.
space and crypto more in general. And so I remember opening my first pack would have been the first week of January 2021. I was coaching basketball, and I had seen it maybe an Instagram ad or something. I know they took them down, but at some point I swear I saw it on Instagram, maybe in November, and I was like, what the hell? Like these are videos. I don't know. But then I saw it again, probably on the timeline, more than likely, and got done with the game, went into my truck and bought like 4 packs, right, and opened them, and the rest is history. Because to me, of course, it was the collecting. Like again, like I said, I'm a collector. I have so many like sports cards, memorabilia in this house. It's not even funny. And so that part was always fun, but it was also just like the digital opening and the music and seeing the play over, and like I'm a basketball junkie. And so seeing great plays was like it made sense to me. And then again, like I said this at the beginning, but it's completely true. Watching streams like yours made it 100 times more electric, because the thing is you were super informed, you were obviously attuned, you were in every chat, you knew the pulse of the community, you knew what was coming up, and I was there too. It was like the amount of time, man, when I look back, of just like talking on different discords, not even the official Top Shot discord, but I was in a discord called the Deposit Kingdom with Pete Overzet and Peter Jennings, all these people that were like big into Top Shot early. And man, the amount of conversations that went on there about, I think about the metallic golds. Man, I made a really aggressive play on, that was probably shit, I don't know, April or May of 2021. I'd have to go back and look. And I was like, these things are gonna be, oh man, you gotta get this because then you can get this. I think it was Joel Embiid or somebody, and there won't be that many of them. And so the amount of money just throwing it around, yeah, were we chasing the dragon a little bit? Yeah, but at the end of the day, I have very fond memories, and I give a shout out to Top Shot because let's just again keep it real. They made the process of being able to get into NFTs and crypto actually seamless. You didn't have to think about it. You didn't have to know about it unless you wanted to. And I think that was they cracked the code really early where some of the teams now are still trying to work on that is like how do we get people into this ecosystem without thinking, "Oh, this is an NFT." And so like again, your stream, the Deposit Kingdom Discord, I mean, it was what was it Top Shot. There was a Top Shot. Pete Overs that hosted one. I don't remember what it's called. Club Top Shot. Oh, such a crazy name. Club Top Shot. I remember watching those like religiously as well, just because it was just so insane. Like the pricing was crazy. You know, you'd wake up in those early days. I remember because randomly they'd like do a stress test where they'd drop a pack, and you'd be like, I'd be sitting in my bed and I'm just refreshing because somebody said, oh, there's one coming in 30 minutes, and then you just like going balls to the wall just to hope that you could get 2 or 3 packs. And I remember hitting some of those and just euphoric because again it was about collecting. I wasn't selling tons and tons. I had some good sales, but I was just trying to collect because again for me, um, man, it sounds corny as hell, but I like met so many people through that too. Like that's what got me started with what is community. Well, my first community was really through Top Shot, so very fond memories. I still hold a bunch of Top Shot. Have I bought any recent? No, I have not, but still good memories for me.
I feel like we haven't really had like a major onboarder the same way that Top Shot has been. And I mean, whether for like the entirety of the Web3 community to get behind, and then just from like an adoption standpoint for anybody, trying out the blockchain for the first time. But going back to those original days, I want to try to pick my own brain and yours with this because I remember some of the reasons why the market went nuts was obviously that there wasn't many moments. I remember scrolling through the timeline or the marketplace and nothing was selling. It was like a sale every couple hours, even if that. And then the withdrawals were also non-existent. They didn't have that. You had to wait through like a process. And then people started getting banned too, because if you bought a pack, you essentially made money. And that was what Top Shot was known for. But then obviously they changed it where, they went from limiting the editions of some of the collections from open to limited, and then they ended up printing a whole lot more, and it kind of fell down this spiral. But for those stress tests too, that was another thing that if you were not just sitting at your computer waiting, you were missing out big bucks sometimes.
Yeah, dude, completely insane. I just thought of another one that's equally or maybe more insane. I don't know if I've ever told you this. Man, this is like maybe March, February 2021. Dingaling did a giveaway for like a legendary moment, and I fucking won that thing.
Oh my
and so
God.
Dingaling still follows me to this day. Like I DM'd with him during whenever I guess I could look back and see when I won that. Which was crazy because you didn't even know if this person was real, right? It was just this like mysterious person that was spending so much on Top Shot, and obviously since then so many other things. Here, okay, it was in May actually, May 2021, early May. So right after I friggin' banked a Bored Ape, I won this friggin' and at the time, it was probably worth like I don't know, $6,000, $8,000, $10,000, and now I have no clue what it's worth now. I kept it because I was like, I can't sell this. I got it from Dingling. It's so dope, but yeah, man, it's like. They fumbled the bag for sure. A lot of this is exactly what you said. You couldn't get enough cards. You could not get enough packs for your desire. And so what ended up happening is then you're going to the secondary market. And we were speculating a lot too, right? It was like, dude, this Killian Hayes fucking debut moment is going to be worth like at least $5,000. It's probably worth like $5 now. But at the time, man, those things were running. And I remember doing that. And, oh my God, Brandon Ingram. And I love Brandon Ingram as a player. I think I bought one of his first moments for probably like $500. And if I looked at that now, it's probably worth like $6. So a lot of it was scarcity, extreme scarcity. A lot of it was again like the queue system. That would tilt you off your head too, because like shit, I missed out again on this damn pack. And the queue system just seemed to screw me once they started to incorporate that. So then I'd end up trying to find things on the secondary. And again, like the metallic gold, like I played that game. And now you look at it and it's probably more right now than it ever was. Like if we're just being honest, but so many people got absolutely crushed and burned from buying shit. Like I remember selling a Zion. It was like a baseline dunk, well, not even in his first moment. Cool dunk. And I sold that thing for like maybe like $900. That's stupid. Like, let's just be real. That's stupid. That's like should be an under $10. But at the time, everything was going for that. And so I think a lot of people got burned. And so naturally, are they going to ever go back to something like that? No. Do I think Top Shot maybe fumbled so hard that they never, capture that moment again? Yeah, maybe. Maybe they were too early. Maybe they got too hot too fast and they fizzled out. But again, to me, very good memories. I mean, I just went back and looked. I purchased a pack the last time 2 years ago.
Did you get other ones? Because I realized when I checked out my account that they gave us like a bunch of free packs. I don't know when.
I have no clue. Like, I haven't been in here. I haven't been in here in forever, honestly. So it's like, I look and it's like, I think I maybe sold a bunch of moments off for cheap there for a minute, but I mean, I don't know, man. It's wild to look at this and just kind of, you think about, shoot, where did Top Shot start and where it is? Here we go. It's a Malik Beasley hollow is what I won from Dingaling, which again at the time was probably like substantially expensive, and now it's okay. Yes, Dingaling bought the was it this one? Which one is this? No, 37. He bought a bunch of these ones, but he spent $7,000 on the one that was serial number 7. Anywho, they're selling now for $135. So it's again like it's all absurdity, and I loved the experience of Top Shot. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I haven't bought anything in 2 years. Am I going to go back there ever? I don't know. Like, So Rare, I think, has been maybe doing better. I haven't really dipped my toe in there either. Just because, like, let's just be honest, in this crypto and Web3 space, there's so many things going on and there's only so much time. And it's like, I transitioned from Top Shot to more of these stupid monkey JPEGs. Like that's what I've been focused on.
I still think that it's cool though, because I mean, how many people were here for the beginning? And
Oh,
it's
yeah.
weird because we say that
100%.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I would classify myself as like an OG, but the actual OG people are the ones that were in, for CryptoPunks and all those really early things. But one of the notions that I had and tried to present for a while was, PFPs for a point on X Twitter was what we came into the space for, right? Like if you were rocking a CryptoPunk at the time when all that stuff was going crazy, that generally meant you were here before other people, or you had money to be able to go buy that. When Bored Apes, or if you saw somebody with a Bored Ape, you're like, okay, that person probably minted it or bought it early. And then we kind of went down the list. Same with Top Shot, people that were super fans of that, Getter Cat Gang, when that came out, Doodles, when that came out as well. That's, obviously some people switched up from the one before, but it felt like collections were the representation of when you joined the blockchain space.
100%. That's exactly what's cool about the blockchain space, because it really does, like, it puts a stamp on when you got here, and that's pretty freaking dope. I wanted to see really quick how much I paid for this Brandon Ingram. Fuck, I don't even tell you. Frick. Man, I paid way too much. I hadn't looked at this. I paid, oh my God, $780 for this Brandon Ingram moment that now sells for like $6.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a kick right in the scrotum. But nonetheless, it is crazy. It is a stamp. It is like a feather in your cap as well, and it doesn't mean that you're better than anyone, but it lets everyone know, like, this was my Genesis moment. And for me, it was Top Shot 100%. It's my Genesis moment, which I even after looking at that, I should have never looked this up, but even after looking at this, I'm still like ecstatic that I even got into Top Shot. Because again, if not for Top Shot, when would I got into NFTs? I don't really know. Like, I really don't know. And so everything happens for a reason. I love Top Shot. I still have love for Top Shot for sure. And a lot of that was, again, from your show and everything that you did.
Well, thanks, Phil. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you taking the time here. So I got your Twitter up on here. If you guys are wanting to follow, it's at Fibaka31. But you do Bored Media Group. You're running for one of the BAYC council members. Give us kind of a quick little shill, if you will, all about you.
Yeah, very quick shill. So yeah, I started Bored Media Group about 2 years ago with Raving Ape and Bright, who are both actual brothers in real life. I met them actually standing in line at the first Ape Fest, and then also running into them at the second Ape Fest in line, which felt like some sort of like destiny, if you will. And so we started Bored Media Group right after second Ape Fest. We have a stream every single Wednesday night at 9 p.m. EST. We talk all things Yuga Labs, have a lot of interviews with people. We've had Danny Green on, who used to work for MeBits. We've had Jeff Nicholas on. We've had a bunch of people from the team. Also, I am running, and the voting ends actually in like like 7 hours or so. And so if you hold a Bored Ape or a Mutant Ape, you don't have to have any ape coin. There's some confusion there. If you have a Bored Ape or a Mutant Ape, I would love your support. I'm one of 5 nominees for co-lead of the BAYC Council, which basically means I would be working with a group of 5 total, including that position, to help the community. And I'd be working in tandem with Josh Ung, who I've known Josh for freaking ever. That's somebody that I would say is a homie for sure. And what do I bring? I bring communication, culture, and community. Like, that's my focus. I've always done that. I've been a sounding board. My DMs are always open. I've tried to work really hard at being positive in the space, and honestly, just like show my love for the Bored Apes forever. And I feel like I've kind of been doing this job without the title for a long time, and I would just love any support that anybody has.
Amazing. Let's do this more often. I'm gonna try to be doing these social streams on Fridays, but we'd love to have you as a recurring guest. And again, big shout out to you for that original tag back in the day. Absolute gem.
Big love to you, my friend.
Yeah, appreciate it. Enjoy your day. We'll chat soon.
We'll see you.
All right, there's the one and only Phil. What do we got? What do we think? Not bad, not bad. Yeah, apparently. Well, I mean, sorry, him and one of his friends are. Yeah. Apparently, I did not know that. But Machi Villain, yo, how the hell is everybody doing? Off to an amazing start. I think the last time we did one of these was about 2 years ago. So being able to be here now and hitting everybody up and reminiscing of the times that were is phenomenal. All right, let me get our next guest on here. But I want to play one of the videos that I had that was kind of highlighting what Captain and Co is beforehand, because I was in one of their like streamer Clash Cups. So let's jump over and see what that gameplay looked like.
If you click F next to it, you grab balls, and then you can go up to a cannon, and then you can reload it.
Here's a quick video of me and my friends trying Captain and Company.
So you fire the cannon, and then you grab those to reload.
Yeah, don't be noobs, guys. Come on, wake up here.
Oh, I think we got it.
Full?
We got it.
It says join.
It's never been join failed.
That's not right. You can't throw your friends overboard. Don't treat your friends like that.
Bro, you can't mutiny against your crew. It goes the other way.
This is the state of crypto gaming in 2023.
It's connecting. I'm in, but I don't see it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Told you
Okay,
guys, don't load the ship.
in.
Don't load.
Hold on.
We're in.
We're in? Are we? I only see 2 of you.
Are you gonna go left or right?
It's all ships are full.
Oh, no.
I'm in.
Okay, well, yeah. All right, we're flying at people here. Go left side.
You
Get
can't
left.
go straight. You have to pull on the side.
What do you mean? No, bro, we're going straight at him. Okay. Yo, actually, hold on. To our right. You see that to the right? You see that to the right? The full ship there? Oh, I'm pulling to the left here. I don't know how to slow down. I can't slow down. Yo, this sink is the one in front of us just sunk. Yo, we're getting hit. I don't know what we're doing. We're right next to these guys. Look to the left. Fire the cannons, Danny. Oh my God, they're almost dead. We're going after them. I'm going back. I'm going back. One shot. No, we're going after them. We're going after them, brother.
You hanged me off, bro.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There. You're at the side. Oh no, they're turning around. Yo, we're gonna end up colliding in them. I'm trying to get right in front of their path. Yeah, left side.
I'm hitting them good.
Yo, I'm angling to the left. Boys.
Taking big hits. We're taking big hits.
We're taking big hits.
We're about to die, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what one to go off of here.
There's one boat that's straight ahead of us.
You want me to go in now? Oh shit, you're right. Hold on. Oh no, we're dead. It's been over. Okay, we're in. Is everybody here this time? I'm gonna try to slow down. I'm slowing down. Yo, we're pulling up beside these guys. Get ready. 1, 7, 8, 9.
Ouch! We be needing help.
Yo, we move. Yo, we're sailing, boys. We're pressing forward. Oh shit. Yo, just keep fighting. Yo, we sunk them. Yo, right in front of us to the right. That one in front of us. The one right in front of us. To the right. I'm slowing down to the right. Okay, so that was a little bit of a preview of how the game looked before. Let's get Dash Capitalist in here, who's down in the chat as well. And yo, Harry, good morning. And totally true. JVP was cooking. Yo, Dash, how's it going, boss?
Hey, Shelly, great to hear from you, man. My sound coming through okay?
Yeah,
Everything
yeah,
all
you're
right?
good. You sound golden. So, okay, we just played a quick little video. I saw you in the Twitch chat, so I think you saw the replay of that. But so
Yep.
this game is a pirate game where you're taking the seven seas, if you will. You're doing it with your friends. Give us a little bit of a lowdown of what Captain and Company is.
Yeah, of course, man. Look, hey, when we built Captain and Company, we wanted to take the best parts of all the existing pirate games out there. You know, your Assassin's Creed Black Flag, your Sea of Thieves, you know, stuff like that. We wanted to condense it into a super casual friendly, quick play format that really just gets to the heart of being a pirate ASAP. So when you play Captain and Company, you are a pirate, you are owning the ship, you go out there and you try to blow up, you know, everybody else's ships in real-time combat. You try to steal their nuggies and you try to get out. And we built it in a way where it's, you know, completely first person. It's a real, you know, pirate simulator. You really can control the sails, control the ship, aim the cannons, you know, repair, etc. And all of that is really tied together with a really robust Web3 ownership framework where those ships that you guys are sailing on, those are real pirate ships. So Captain and Company is, you know, it's a passion project from a bunch of old mobile devs who originally had some massive hits back in 2014, 2015, you know, to the tune of 100 million plus downloads across a couple titles. So it's a very storied studio with a really, really comprehensive game plan here for how to get the most accessible gameplay out to the Web3 crowd in the most unique way possible. And I think that to date, we've had crazy good adoption. I know we've had you up played a couple times. I'm super glad that you enjoyed it so much. It was a blast to have you out there. And even just yesterday, we had a massive creator clash, you know, with folks like Spike, Orangey, Cairo, et cetera, a whole bunch of other gang. And yeah, the consensus is really strong. So we've been super proud to have our pirates out there and everybody having a blast.
So I'm kind of thinking we're probably going to shoot for about 45 minutes to an hour. So if you're down, I want to kind of dissect different components of this entirely. And one of the main things is, why did you choose to go the Web3 route? Because we're seeing a lot of people saying, you know, hey, yeah, Web3 is the future. But at the same time, a lot of people saying, just create a good game. Why the hell do you need Web3 integration?
That's a great question. Look, pirates at their core honestly embrace the Web3 ethos. I can't think of a better theme to fit Web3 than pirates. And the reason that is because pirates are all about owning your own assets, putting up your own risk, going out there, levering up, trying to find, you know, an edge over someone else. And so when we designed Captain and Company, we built it around an original thesis piece that I wrote probably 2 or 3 years ago titled Gladiators and Lumberjacks. And that separates all Web3 players into a simple dichotomy. You have people who are risk on, those are your gladiators. Those are people who want to take incremental risk by owning assets, and they want to hit those big rewards even if they lose sometimes. And then on the other hand, you have your lumberjacks, and those are people who never want to take any risk. Those are your airdrop farmers. Those are your grinders, the people who just want to earn. And so inside of Web3, you have that dichotomy of people, and it's a very difficult question from a game design perspective to try to come up with a comprehensive gameplay design that gets both those people not just in the same room, but actively cooperating and strategizing together where there is real synergy between like a whale and a minnow, and why do those two need each other? So from our perspective, Captain and Company is one of the very few games that needs blockchain because it does lean in so hard into this notion of very real user ownership. When you have a ship inside of Captain and Company, and when we turn repairs back on, when you are sunk, that is real risk. That is real cost to you. And similarly, on the other side, if you are not a captain and you're just on somebody else's ship and you're going around and you're having fun, you have absolutely no risk, but you have very limited, you know, upside inside of the game. And so to us, when we were both designing a game that would fit, you know, this thesis around a dichotomy of Web3 players where you have gladiators and you have lumberjacks, to us, pirates were so patently obvious that like this was the theme that we needed to build and capture, just because on all pirate ships, right, throughout history, like the way it works is you have the one guy in charge, you have the literal whale who is the captain, and then you have everyone else who's there to support him, right? And so to us, we built this game from the ground up with every feature tuned in to that reality that you're going to have people who own things inside of, you know, inside of Web3 and the broader digital asset ecosystem. You're going to have those big owners, and then you're going to have a plethora of folks who don't own anything. And we don't want to, exclude either party. We want to build a game that actively celebrates both ends of the spectrum and really brings them together to, leverage the synergy on both sides. So the net question of like, why blockchain? I think there's always a lot of ways that, games can go about explaining this, but to us, honestly, there's no way that this would work without blockchain, because that nature of real ownership, real risk, real piracy, it's so intrinsic to the theme that actually owning your digital assets is just the way that this game feels best.
So when you're talking about the high risk, high reward, is that kind of the only way to play, of like every time you go in, you have to risk something?
No, actually. So season 2 is coming up here in about 30 days, and we haven't actually unveiled the future roadmap, but I'll tease a little bit of it here. Right now, the game is in what I would describe as only up mode. So we recently won Blast's mainnet launch, their Big Bang contest. I can dig in more about what Blast is, because that is a whole other can of worms that we can get into, but it's awesome. We won their whole mainnet launch contest, and so we have an ongoing airdrop of a ton of stuff. And what that means is we've disabled repairs, we've disabled any penalties, any loss inside of the whole game. Basically, at this point, anyone who owns a ship, you can hop in, you can be a captain, go blow up a bunch of other people, collect a bunch of M blast, and then, escape. And you can bring all your friends along with you. And if you don't own a ship, you can also just as easily join one of the, active 20, 30, 40 captains who are constantly playing the game, trying to farm up this M blast. So, the net answer to your question is, there is this hardcore mode to the game where you can opt into this very real risk and very real upside. But then there's also like a much softer, more casual side to the game where you can just, go in, farm these blast rewards while the campaign is ongoing through May, and get a really good feel for the game. And I kind of teased a little bit of season 2 here, and I don't want to spoil it too much for our engineers, but a lot of what we're doing in the season 2 design is asking ourselves, how can we tie together a more careful, casual mid-core experience and then have people opt into a more hardcore experience down the line? So you're going to have more features coming out, things that are a little bit more PvE friendly, perhaps, things where you take the resources that you might get inside of those PvE experiences and then, lever those into much larger PvP type battles. So we're building Captain and Company to address a very, very large mid-core casual audience. We don't want folks to come in and think like this is going to be Rust or something, right? We're like, oh my God, it's like super hardcore. Instead, we really want people to come in, be able to immediately have fun, immediately like relax, get into the pirate spirit, and then push that as hard as they want to in the spectrum of risk, and then take that upside when they're victorious on that risk spectrum.
So I want to go a little bit more into the blast, and I guess if we can talk like more broadly too, not just specifically for Captain and Company, because for what I do every single day, and for anybody that's tuned in, if this is your first time hanging out, love having you here. We go live every single day, Monday through Friday, and we normally just go over tweets on the timeline, give some of my own perspectives with it. And one of the frequent occurrences as of late is people commenting about Blast, saying, "Oh, it's not the experience that I wanted. Why are we doing this? There's these other L2s. There's you get the bridge to Blast, and then you have 605 other things you have to put yield into." And I feel like there's almost like a disconnect between too many options with like what to do, even though it's simple, right? Because there's these gold points, there's just earning yield in general for having tokens on Blast. But I guess what's your kind of general thoughts about Blast and its initial launch here? If you thought it was really well, what could be improved? And then if you can go into why you guys submitted and kind of chose Blast to launch on.
Yeah, so let's break it down real simple. So Blast is an optimistic rollup on ETH, right? And in non-technical terms, that means it's functionally identical to your Arbitrum and your Optimism, right? Very, very similar. Blast brings two new things to the table that no other chain is currently doing. The first one is that they're refunding at least the L2 fee component of gas transactions. So that's great. So that means that part of the gas that you spend will come back to the smart contract owners themselves. And a lot of people are doing clever things there. They're either monetizing their games via gas transactions, or they're refunding gas back to users, or they're staking the gas and then returning the yield to the users. We are exploring with sponsoring all user transactions and just keeping the gas refund so that everything becomes, at least partially free. And then the second thing that Blast is doing that's really unique is they're enabling native yield on all stablecoins and ETH on the chain. And so that means that instead of, on normal ETH or Arbitrum, etc., you would take your USDC and you would go and you would put it, inside of Compound or Aave or something, right, and get yield on it there. On Blast, you don't do that. On Blast, you can just leave it inside of your wallet and it will automatically compound and rebase over time at exactly the same rate that MakerDAO is passing through, as well as Lido. Now, there's some complexity to this because, as you noted, Schiller, like a lot of people over there, all the farming is, going into DeFi protocols. And so the natural next question is, well, look, if these things are just naturally compounding in the wallet, why am I putting them into DeFi? Now, the answer is that those DeFi protocols can do certain things on the back end and either re-lever up those tokens into other protocols or use them to farm their own governance token, or, and the most important part, use them to farm what Blast is calling Blast points. And so as you participate in dApps on the Blast ecosystem, you have the chance to become a part-time owner of that ecosystem by way of generating Blast points, which will then ultimately be converted to Blast sometime in May, which is what the Blast team has communicated. So at a high level, right, like you have a chain infrastructure which is fundamentally similar to, Arbitrum, Optimism, etc. But then you have these kind of unique features around the partial gas rebates, as well as the native yields into all contracts and wallets. And what those do is jointly really open up a lot of weird design space. And so, for example, from a game design perspective, we at Captain and Company are not a DeFi protocol, and we don't intend to have to be a DeFi protocol at any time. However, because Blast's contracts natively accrue yield, it's very simple for us to simply set up a staking program that passes that yield on. All people have to do is deposit into a valid contract, which has been connected to Blast, and then we can pass through the yield that's hitting our contract natively over to those users. And so that's opened up like all this crazy space where now we didn't even plan to have this, but now we have a full staking portal where people can deposit their stablecoins, ETH, or CAP tokens. And with that, not only are they getting the Blast points that they would normally get across Blast, they're not also getting their APR that they would get for staking ETH or stablecoins in general. And then on top of that, we can also issue them our own additional Blast, which we got from winning Blast contest, and we can also give them in-game rewards for staking with us. And so it gets to this really weird spot where it's like, well, what is DeFi? What isn't DeFi all of a sudden? Because everything on Blast is just natively DeFi. And so even us, who are a game and completely separate normally from DeFi, even us, we have a full staking portal. And within minutes of opening it, like hundreds of thousands was deposited and people are actively farming. And it's actually a fantastic opportunity to get, a good shot at our Blast allocation. So the net is that just Blast is a weird chain where they've thought really far outside the box about like how can we push the boundaries on what should be considered normal. And I honestly do think that going forward, you're going to see a ton of chains really try to adopt this native yield strategy because I think that Blast did a phenomenal job with that one out of the gate. And the gas rebates, honestly, they've been about middling, I would say. I think that they're less than we expected, but they're not zero, I suppose. So that's a good synopsis of the whole Blast situation.
Listen, I don't know if you're a teacher, but I'd listen to your university courses if you had any. That was amazing. So the next few things here is, for you with Captain and Company, you ended up winning the competition for Blast, and now you're a part of this ecosystem. Is it something where, we see with Arbitrum, they're trying to highlight like all of their games collectively? And to be honest, I don't know if a lot of them work together, but have you kind of seen, hey, yeah, now that we're on Blast, we're getting reached out to from other protocols and whatnot launching on there? Or is it kind of, hey, we're a part of this and getting, some extra funding and stuff from them, but we're still kind of like within our own lane?
Yeah, I think right now the Blast ecosystem is still very young, right? So, I mean, we're running weekly Twitter spaces for gaming in particular every Friday at 12:30 p.m. EST. So anyone who's interested in those, you can tune into all things Blast gaming each Friday. And on top of that, what we're really trying to do is, invite other games to consider Blast as a locale. I think that right now there are I think maybe 3 or 4 games tops that I can list that are actually on Blast and live at this point. And I think of those, there are very few that have like a complete game loop where you can actually dive in and play. And so we have a very, very important first mover advantage here where Captain and Company, frankly, even on its own, right, like would be a phenomenal Web 2 game across the App Store. But inside of Web 3, we have a really, really unique opportunity to kind of push the edge here of being one of the first on this chain. So I think, to kind of more succinctly answer your question, there is not a lot of gaming activity on Blast yet. We are by far, I'd say probably the leader in that capacity. But I think that over time, especially those two elements that I alluded to, around partial gas rebates and the native yield accruing to the contracts, I think that there's a very strong chance that some of the more forward-looking on-chain type games start to take Blast really seriously. You can imagine, for example, a DeFi Kingdoms type game, right, which was natively always kind of about staking and yield in the background. They did a good job of weaving in the Web3 narrative into there. You could imagine something like a DeFi Kingdoms would work really, really well on Blast, for example.
DeFi Kings was on Arbitrum or something with Treasure. The name sounds familiar, but I'm I don't remember exactly what it was about. So, you guys, one of the big takeaways that I had with Blast was when going through that big bang competition, I was like, there's nobody that's covering games except for you guys. So, how come there wasn't more people that submitted that were games for Blast, or do you think just the DeFi protocols ended up winning out?
Nah, to be honest, I think that first of all, game development's hard. So I'm going to start the answer. And, launching on a completely untested chain, I mean, that takes some guts. And so I think that a lot of this is just that most game developers, frankly, are not Web3 native. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? But they're very much in their lane. They're like, all right, we're going to get to launch. Here's our roadmap. We're going to, check the boxes, et cetera. On our side, we are an extremely experimental studio. Our guys, like we have a ninja team of 4 or 5 hardcore studio devs, and then plus our back end guys. And amongst those, we pivot and respond to things extremely quickly. So when we saw the Blast opportunity, we were already ideating about like how can we tie this into a much larger world narrative. And really, really take advantage of these pretty unique features. So I think that it's really just that in general, game devs tend to be a little bit more risk off, and that inside of Web3, particularly Web3 gaming, there is so much risk already, like execution risk related to development, that it's a very tough decision to make to jump chains. So I think that part of the reason that we were so early and that we won is that honestly we were just extremely bold and quick. I mean, we are finger on the pulse on this side and always watching for something like this.
That's interesting that you guys were ready to pounce at the time that it came out, and seeing the people that are prepared versus not prepared. And I mean, going back to the game itself, let's kind of get into the details for anybody that might be hearing about this for the first time. So you have a couple friends. I got 5 of us. We all have to go out and then get a ship, and then we're able to participate. What's kind of from square one, how you initially kind of get involved?
Exactly. So what you want to do is if you are a free-to-play player, you can just hop in. You go capandco.gg and click the play button. You can play this thing on browser, PC, or Mac, as well as Android. And so this thing is super cross-platform. It's probably the most cross-platform game at this point inside of Web3 at this level of quality. You can just hop in and go on anyone's ship. So, live on stream right now, you can literally just walk in, walk up to the shack on the right side, and then you'll have, there's probably 20 or 30 different captains over there, each one of those who are completely open to people coming and playing with them. So you as a random user here, you can walk into the shack, you can find a ship, join the ship, and you'll be off to the races. If you want to bring your friends, Captain and Company is expressly designed for streamers. So the intention with streamers is that the streamer will own the ship and that all of your friends will just be able to hop on your ship, again, from any device. We make this super easy. When you go in and you actually play as a captain, there's a QR code on the top where you can pretty easily just send it over to your friends. It doesn't matter if it's like your aunt or your uncle who's never played a game before. They can literally just scan the code and they'll be teleported onto your ship inside of the game. And it's all those types of, small little quality of life features that we really, really index hard on because we know that games like Among Us, for example, and, all these really quick play, super multiplayer friendly games, they won so hard because they were so accessible. And so Captain and Company, it's a really simple game loop. Get in there, get on a pirate ship, blow up some other pirates, and ultimately it's all about, accessibility and getting people immersed into this world ASAP. So from a new user perspective, first thing you do, if you're free to play, just hop into the game, join someone's ship, get a feel for the cannons, figure out, what types of ships you like, etc. If you are, more of a high roller and you want to take a Web3 stake in the game, go buy a ship, and then you're a captain. You get to keep the majority of the rewards that you earn. You split 10% of those out as payment to your crew members who are on your ship with you, and you get to be, one of the high rollers of the ecosystem here.
That is amazing that you guys are designing this for streamers in mind. I think that aspect's cool. And it was fun. Like when I did that creator clash before, having the friends and trying to figure out the game loop and exactly what to do. So the aspect of kind of growing the game out, how does that look like? Is this something where you guys are like, hey, we're just going to kind of keep plugging along here, doing updates and changes, or is there any kind of big pushes to get Captain and Company recognized on a grander scale?
Oh, we've got honestly enormous plans. So we do not have this listed on Google Play, Epic, or Steam yet, and that's actually very intentional. So our intention here is to get the Web3 community super excited about this. We're going to run the whole normal Web3 playbook, right? That's full of the quests, the streamers, the PFPs, the loot box drops on a quarterly basis, etc. We will have the whole Web3 strategy completely, pared down. Then what we're going to do likely later this year around season 3 is we're going to do a full global rollout. So after our entire Web 2.5 experience is ironed out, we will do a full global rollout where we'll be on Google Play, Epic, and Steam. And so that's going to be, you should imagine that kind of like a Mavia launch, right? Something in that capacity. And all of this is honestly underpinned by some really crazy tech architecture that we've built that basically allows people to play the entire fully on-chain experience without ever making a wallet. So what you don't see when you join Captain and Company is that a wallet is made on the back end for you, and that each one of those transactions in the game, we sponsor it and or subsidize it. And so when you perform a crafting transaction, what you don't know is that it is actually logged on chain. And then at the end of the day, you can go and you can extract your assets out to your wallet. And so big picture is that right now we are nailing down the first time user experience in the Web3 playbook. As soon as that's done and that we've finished out more of, honestly, some pretty expansive gameplay features and updates that we have planned for both Season 2 and Season 3 here, that's when we're going to be dropping this on the mainstream stores and really pushing a much, much broader global narrative.
So can you give us a lowdown of what exactly Cap Games is? Obviously, that's the company kind of behind what's building Captain & Co., but this is, I'm not super familiar with it, but I have seen some mentions here and there.
Yeah, so Cap Games, this is both our studio, publisher, and distributor. And it's kind of a mouthful, but what we do out of Cap is we distribute games on our site, cap.gg. We are the largest browser distributor inside of Web3. So we have over 120 plus partnered games on there. And we've also partnered with some pretty flashy folks to bring the heavier, like Unreal type games into the browser as well. So cap.gg itself is a big distro suite specifically specializing in mobile and browser. And then behind the scenes, we also have the studio, which sits inside of Cap Games and is behind Captain and Company.
Damn. So you guys are cooking here. That's crazy. But, within here, it says that you're backed by Samsung, GSR, Polygon, Solana. Are those just extra investment things, or did you guys think about launching on those chains before you chose to do Blast?
Actually, those are all investments, and it's because we are a fully cross-chain distributor. So we take games from all of those ecosystems and we distribute and publish them. We are probably one of the only groups that has such a cross-chain backing. So what you don't see there is that in addition to Polygon and Solana, we also have Near, Algorand, and HBAR, all of whom who have also contributed. Yeah, it's actually insane. So basically, every single major chain who does active investment has invested in us before.
All right, so we're talking to the big shot here who's got it all done. So give me the lowdown about you and how you kind of first got into the space, and maybe a little bit about maybe your RuneScape days too, because this guy's rocking an old school RuneScape PFP, and I started playing again. So I'm curious, give us a lowdown of your NFT journey, and then maybe a little bit of your RuneScape one.
Oh man, I love to meet a fellow connoisseur. No, that's awesome. Look, I'm an old school nerd. All right, I grew up playing everything from RuneScape to Eve to WoW. You know, big MMO, large scale econ fan. I've probably got I think 1,000+ games almost on Steam. So like, if there's been a game, I've probably played it. But more importantly, I came into the Web3 space after I did my PhD in chemistry, which I suppose is as you alluded to earlier, where I got the teaching chops in. And Goldman Sachs pulled me onto their clean tech equity desk from there for a little bit. So I did a bunch of work for them and ultimately decided, frankly, that Web3 was a little bit more exciting. So I bailed out of Goldman, ultimately joined Hivemind, which is a large investment firm where I actually do still lead venture, in particular in the gaming segment. And we raised a little bit over $1 billion on that side. And at the same time as I joined Hivemind, I started CAP. And so CAP is effectively, you know, our big bite out of both game development, distribution, and publishing. And the objective, you know, really has just been to lever my entire subset of experiences across both, you know, personally participating in venture, you know, personally building companies and helping folks build companies in gaming, as well as obviously my expansive hobbyist interest in seeing all this stuff work. So my path here is a little bit strange. I don't know how many you know, chemistry nerds actually end up here. Funnily enough, I think IMX's head of venture is also a biochem PhD. So maybe there's a couple of us. But yeah, suffice to say, look, the reason that I'm here is we've done a ton of, you know, personal research as well as venture research and venture deployment in specifically this segment. And honestly, we think that gaming is just the one that's probably going to take it home the most over this next 2-year period.
So I want to ask a question that might be a little strange, but I've been arguing with people in my comments because I post like shorts on TikTok, YouTube, whatever, and normally those get pushed out to just whoever. It's not necessarily a specific audience. And a lot of people still say that NFTs are a scam, crypto is a scam, and I'm kind of sitting here being like, no, I think this is going to be a new sector. It's just the evolution of things. It might seem a little weird, but what would be your answer to somebody saying that NFTs are gambling?
Yeah, you know, I think it's obviously very difficult to convince someone who's already got their mindset, but I think the most important thing to continue to remind people is that NFTs, that's really just a very fancy way of describing a back-end technology. I mean, realistically, all that we're trying to say with NFTs is that this is a public database. That's it. It's a shared public ledger. And what we're doing with NFTs is we're saying, like, look, if I can publicly prove that I own this thing, and you can publicly prove that you sent me cash, then we can trade. And we can trade without any third-party intermediary. And I mean, that's obviously like a really complicated philosophical thing to go through, but at its base, if you can get someone to the point where they understand that what we're trying to do here is operate without anyone else in the middle. We're not operating, you know, over a Steam marketplace or a Facebook marketplace or really any other intermediary. It's very much like I own and I hold anything digital. So it's before we, you know, started down this whole blockchain road, there was no essence of what ownership meant in the digital space. You couldn't decisively prove that you owned any element that was electronically stored, because the only way that you could do that is if you had a way of simultaneously proving to everyone else in the entire world that you absolutely own this random set of bytes. Blockchain changes that, which is crazy. Like it's easily one of the biggest fundamental shifts that we've seen in human history. The ability to take something that is fully distributed and electronic and prove that you decisively own it is an absolute paradigm shift. So, you know, to like the normies, if you will, who we're trying to very delicately convert over here, the message is very simple. It's before blockchain, it was impossible to prove that you actually owned anything on the internet. After blockchain, we can now expand what is possible, and we can ask ourselves, like, what does it mean to own something that is electronic? Now that we can do that, does it open up any more interesting ideas? And so it's not so much like, oh, I want to trade, you know, my monkey JPEGs one for another, right? It's more like what I want to think about is, you know, inside of a game environment or inside of a financial environment. If I don't need any intermediaries and I can prove that I own what I'm physically holding, what does that mean? What does that open up?
As we're changing to the revolution or technological advancement here, I'm seeing different conversations from different people. And so recently Brad Garlinghouse was like, who's like the founder of Ripple, was like, this is great that the markets are back and now we have to show that, you know, there's actually a revolution here and that things are progressing. I'm curious, is there anything over the past 2-ish years that you've either done or seen within the blockchain space that you feel is like actually an advancement? Because, you know, a lot of the time we're, you know, in the front facing, as we just discussed, trying to say, hey, this is like a fun spot. It's not gambling. This is just exciting. And then you have to be like, oh, I can back it up and be like, Whiff Hat is at a 3 billion market cap, and if you bought this before, you would have been rich. But there's a lot more. There's a lot more here to it.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna cite 3 here. All right, and I'm gonna try to work through each one of these a little bit slowly because these get a little bit complicated. All right, so the first one is let's take the example of DeFi today, literally right now in this moment. If I were to go over to Aave or Compound and stake my USDT and lend it out to someone programmatically without any over collateralization risk, I will get anywhere between 10 and 20%. If you describe this to a Web 2 person, they will say immediately, this must be a Ponzi. That doesn't make any sense. The stock market itself only appreciates between 8 and 15% on average per year. Where is this coming from? And the answer is very simple. That the reason you can get 10 to 20% inside of DeFi is because there is organic demand from people who are attempting to borrow and lever that up. And the question is, why is this relevant to, you know, like why we need blockchain in the first place? Like, can't we do this in Web 2? And the answer is, we do this in Web 2. They're called banks. So banks take this side of the bet against financial players all day long. They take the 10 to 20% margin loans constantly. It is why they are making a ton of cash. In this new digital world, we can become the banks, and we can do it trustlessly in a way where it's not necessarily dangerous for me to loan a counterparty I've never seen $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 and take the 10 to 20% yield on that. That's all because it's secured by these public ledgers and these public smart contracts, which we can easily verify. So that's a crazy paradigm shift. And of course, the banks are terrified of that. That is a terrible prospect for them. If I can have my community set up in a way, literally my neighborhood community set up in a way where we can just loan each other cash instead of having to go get a mortgage at the bank, and for some reason the house is also electronically secured, that is infinitely better than all of us sitting here and paying out dozens and dozens of millions to the banks, right? As we're all trying to pay down our mortgages or our shorts or whatever it is we're trying to loan against. So number one, it's that DeFi works, and DeFi is crazy cool, all right? So that's the first weird example. Might be hard to describe to people, but it's really powerful once they understand it. The second example is the nature of actually holding an electronic bearer type asset is what it's called. So normally in the electronic space, you have credit type assets. These are credit entries in your bank. It says your bank owes you $10,000 because that's how much you have in your savings account. The cash is not physically there. You do not physically hold it. The bank also probably doesn't physically hold it. As soon as we have real digital assets, if I hold it from me, there is no scenario where those funds can get frozen, they can get lost, the bank can go under because the bank was terribly leveraged to, you know, ridiculous commercial building debt or something like a lot of these small regional banks are that are collapsing over the past 12 months. You own that physical bearer type asset and no one can ever claim digital assets in blockchain. You can conceivably create a space where a fully digital world is reasonable, and there is not necessarily some middleman who's like, you know, you have the sword of truth and I'm going to confiscate your sword of truth now because you broke some arbitrary rule. It's much, much more similar to reality, which is like, I've been working my whole life to buy and hoard whatever physical things I have around me. These are my physical things. Barring any apocalypse, no one's going to take these away from me. So again, it's really just this philosophical shift where people have to get comfortable with the notion that prior to the age of blockchain, there were absolutely zero opportunities for anyone to own anything provably electronically. Everything was a credit type asset. Everything was owned by the banks and or owned by some intermediary. And this is the first time that any individual can participate in a much larger economic experiment where we all directly own our own bearer type assets.
You are an encyclopedia of knowledge. Holy moly, this is fantastic. I wish I met you earlier in this space. So, Okay, you've broken down different aspects of that, and really the ownership is something that when we had Phil on just before you here, he was talking about that too in his way to describe NFTs. And I think, there's these different games, but arguably what could be this mass adoption, for lack of a better term, is the world of the metaverse. So I'm curious, what's your take on the metaverse? I'm assuming you've kind of seen what's going on with Other Side and Yuga. We have Nifty Island that's doing things. Obviously, there's Sandbox and Decentraland. So I'm just kind of wondering how, you're focusing on a specific game. Have you looked at all at trying to integrate that to a broader metaverse beyond, and just your kind of general thoughts on what this metaverse should entail?
Yeah, I think the what is the metaverse question is easily the hardest question to answer inside of Web3 or out. Obviously, 2 years ago, we had Meta, Facebook, completely rebrand in that direction and go all in on it. I still think that, look, the notion of the metaverse will happen. All right, there will be some digital reality, either controlled by a single corporate entity like Meta and or distributed in some Web3 paradise. But I think that the most important question to ask ourselves is, like, if we do choose to move to a reality where everything that we do is digital, right? Where, either we're eating digitally, or we're socializing entirely digitally, like our relationships are digital. Who is the guardian of that space? And, I'm fond of these, initial metaverse attempts. Obviously, I think that you can't talk about metaverses without mentioning, Second Life and the actual OG metaverses of literally 20 to 30 years ago. But I think that the guys who are trying it now, I haven't seen anything that's so compelling, frankly, in like a decentralized capacity, where I think it's demonstrably different than some of the early metaverses we had, again, 10, 20, 30 years ago. Your, IMVUs, your Second Lives, stuff in that same category. So, net, I think that the notion of the metaverse directionally, 100%. Someone is going to nail this. And I think that ultimately there will probably be exactly one winning corporate metaverse, probably Meta, but maybe something else. And then there's probably going to be exactly one winning decentralized metaverse. And, the degree to which we're actually going to be able to accomplish this thing in a decentralized capacity, given the absolute compute constraints of what we're going to need to do, I think is still very TBD. And so, while we're kind of en route there, some of these early metaverse attempts, they're nice, games or kind of pseudo metaverses, but we're not quite there yet where I would really pound the table and say that anyone that I've seen today has what I would describe as an actual metaverse.
That's insanely naive of me, because when you said there's going to be like a corporate metaverse winner, I don't know why. I didn't even really clue into that aspect, but you're right regarding Meta and all that. And it's funny because I felt like when they announced that, they took a whole lot of flack, but now it seems like that narrative is coming back for the metaverse. So what do you think about the cycles here within NFT land, where we went from, this is digital ownership, we're fine with things that are just, a PFP, to guys, we want more things that are utility, and then everybody incorporates some kind of staking that was either good or just for the sake of doing it. And now we're back to, if it's a PFP, it's totally fine. And then I feel like we're already starting to shift back to the, okay, we want more from that. And obviously there's going to be, this early wave of adoption that's a little bit awkward. But what's your thoughts on this cycle of back and forth and what people want out of NFTs?
Yeah, it's a good question. I feel like we should actually just plot this cycle, because I'm sure that we can find some weird correlation to the market cycle itself. But yeah, look, I think that my favorite part in NFTs was actually like 4 to 5 to 6 months ago. Actually, it felt really good. It felt like there were a lot of grassroots communities who, a lot of them were doing, like collector or alpha type communities, groups like, the Wolves or, Neo Tokyo, like a bunch of these guys, right? Like people were starting these communities left and right. And I thought that was really cute. Like that's like a great way to express yourself digitally, is like, I own a membership of this group, and that's all that I know, and that's all that I care about. And nobody was too fussed about them until the market came back. And then they were like, well, people are giving these groups money because they have either access, or they have members, or they have users, or they have eyeballs or something. And then all of a sudden those communities, whether or not they planned on it, right, found themselves in positions where like, wow, we can financialize this. So I think that it obviously, moves and is probably a little bit delayed versus the actual, market cycle itself. But where we are today, you're absolutely right. Like when people buy NFTs. I even heard this said in a space the other day where it was like people don't even want to mint a free mint NFT at this point unless like for real they're going to get something out of it, just because they're frankly not sure it's a scam or not given the crazy market, but they also just not sure they want to spend time on trying to figure it out. So people right now in the current market are looking for very specific utility, right? They want to know exactly what they're going to get out of this. How can they use this to probably generate yields? Maybe play in a game as well, obviously, but marketing is number one in the space. So I think that the NFT cycle where we are today is very, very much focused on like how do I make money with this NFT, and I think that's 100% a product of the current pretty strong uptrend that we've had over the past 2 or 3 weeks here in the market. And I think that people are just really focused on the digits, whereas obviously when the market is down, you got to tell yourself the story. You got to say you're in it for the community, and hopefully you are. Frankly, I think most of them are. Like I know that I actually really enjoy a lot of these guys. So I think it's just a product of the market cycle. Things go up, people want it to go up harder, so they're looking for more yield.
Kind of bold question per se. How do you think the future of everybody being more online, more connected is going to entail? Because I keep making the argument to people like, hey, you could go out, go to a restaurant, you have to tip a whole bunch, food takes forever, let's just take out, stay at home. Have the DoorDashes, the Uber Eats, all the kind of stuff. And it feels like we're getting more and more secluded too, kind of how it looked in Ready Player One, where we saw everybody in their place. They threw on the VR headset and they just kind of chillaxed. How close do you think we are to that reality, and how much of a role do you think the blockchain is going to play in it?
Oh man, I'm so biased on this question. It's not even funny. I don't know when the last time is I left my house. I'm not kidding. I locked myself in here. I'm glued. I'm inside of this machine. My wife, bless her soul, obviously has feelings about that situation, but she's obviously a great support system. But no, look, I think at the heart of it, we are nowhere close, unfortunately, to either a true metaverse or a true blockchain / decentralized variant of the metaverse. And that's not necessarily like it's not even like a community or a philosophical demand problem. It's really just a tech problem. Like this stuff is still relatively new. I know people like to complain a lot. They're like, Bitcoin's been around for 10 years and it still doesn't have a use case. Like this thing is dead. It's useless. And it's like, no, first of all, I think that's absurd. And secondly, like 10 years is actually still relatively short in the grand scheme of things. And so I think that, from my perspective, how far away are we from, like a true Ready Player One or I would even, go to say that something just like your neighbors living inside of DeFi to the degree where they are paying for stuff using Aave yield, I would frankly also call that the metaverse. I know some people may disagree with me, but like if you get most of your life inside of a digital nation, I would call that a metaverse. But I think that in either one of those capacities, we are still so far off from mainstream adoption. And that's a good thing, right? For us here who are relatively early, obviously it's painful sometimes to weather the downturns, but I think that in the big grand scheme of things, the direction here is it's unstoppable. Like it's a completely unmistakable direction. The world will continue to digitize. Everything will continue to be this kind of tug of war between corporate interests versus decentralized interests. And there's frankly going to be, a lot of cash to be made on either side of that barrier. And so I think that, within the next 2 to 3 years, do we see a metaverse or a Ready Player One type experience? Or does my neighbor, get a credit card that starts paying for McDonald's using Aave yields? No, I think probably not. But 5 to 10 years, maybe, right? Like maybe one of those two things would actually pan out.
So I wrote a little bit of a list here of some just general topics because I didn't know when I was going to be able to do that. But it's honestly, it's awesome chatting with you, and I appreciate you taking the time. And I want to end on Captain and Company right quick, but I want to kind of just get your general thoughts, maybe in like 60-second answers, because I got a few of these different things here. But to start here, the ETF's impact on the market. 60 seconds response. What do you think it is?
It's huge. I think that anyone fading the ETFs at this point doesn't understand how out of the loop retail is at this point. The inflows that we've seen over the past month or so, I think have honestly been moderate, but I'm not really indexing on that. I'm indexing on the much longer tail opportunity, which is that these rails are now in place, the floodgates are open, and I continue to expect the multitude of trillions of dollars that are out there to continue to trickle in nice and slowly.
NFTs getting completely rinsed with the broader crypto market pump.
What do you expect? I mean, those things have, crazy high beta versus the market. So yeah, unsurprising. I mean, if you want to make a ton of cash, try to time the bottom. If you don't want to lose a lot of cash, maybe stay out of the monkey JPEGs and the shitcoins.
Trend of many collections making Fortnite experiences.
I love this one. This is honestly one of my favorites. So the day that UEFN came out, I made a tweet that said UEFN is game of the year. I still stand by that. I think this is hugely slept on. I think every game should be doing this. And I think that honestly, the biggest winner here, it's going to be the 14 to 16-year-old kids who can actually build this stuff. They're going to be making a ton of bucks. And if any of you have, younger siblings who are building companies, building these things, hit me up. I'll invest in them. They're the builders of the next age.
Another trend of projects that are launched on other chains covering something else, but now additionally launching on ordinals.
Oof. Yeah, the ordinals thing is interesting. I don't think it's a flash in the pan, and I'll admit that I was actually one of the ones who faded it the first time. I was like, oh my god, not another weird tech thing that we have to get into. But no, I think ordinals is here to stay. I mean, if only from a cultural perspective, it has actually done a really good job of capturing attention. So I'll admit, like I've even thought about launching a mini game for CNC over on ordinals, and we might still do that. So yeah, that trend is here to stay.
Amazing. All right. Well, there's a quick little 3 ones for anybody that's watching here live. We do have more, and we'll bring up some of the other ones with the other guests. But as we're kind of wrapping up here, Das, can you give kind of a quick rundown of what Captain and Company is? I know we already went over that, but just for anybody that might be tuning in a little bit late, your involvement with Cap Games and the amount of backing and just kind of proving to people that you guys are going to be a force within the space.
Yeah, of course. So Captain and Company, it is a pirate MMO sim. You are either a captain or a crew member on a ship. You go out into huge multiplayer naval battles. You should imagine it's basically like if you took Assassin's Creed Black Flag and or Sea of Thieves and you distilled down that core game loop into a really compelling, casual and mid-core friendly experience. It just takes minutes to get out there on the sea, start blasting up other pirates and steal their stuff. Right now, we have a massive promotion going on because we won Blast's mainnet Big Bang launch contest. And what that means is that just by playing Captain and Company, you can earn a ton of M-Blast, which will ultimately convert into Blast's native Layer 2 token. We have no idea when that's going to be, probably around May, but it's going to be a pretty hyped event. So we're really stoked to be doing that with them. We also have full staking and DeFi functions on Captain and Company. If you're really more of a whale type individual, what you can do is just hold a bunch of the ships, stake in the staking protocol, and you'll actually earn a bunch of blast emissions for doing that as well. So it's a very comprehensive, game economy where we've tried to design it for the base level players, the collectors, the DeFi farmers. We've really, tried to go out of our way to, tip our hat to each one of those guys. And then bigger picture, so Captain and Company is our first game out of our studio. Cap Games is our studio head, so it's both a distributor and a studio. On the distribution side, we run the site cap.gg. It has over 120 plus games on it. Each one of those games has generally a mobile or a browser slant. And we are also partnering with some industry heavyweights to bring games, for example, things like Shrapnel or other, Unreal, really heavy games into the browser so that people can play them there too. So we are Web3's largest browser/mobile distributor, and we're expecting to continue that, as the space keeps growing. Importantly, our investor base is wild. So we have investment from groups like Solana, Polygon, Near, Algorand, HBAR. We are probably one of the largest cross-chain ecosystems to date. And we do plan to be rolling out quite a lot of new features, both to cap holders as well as Captain and Company participants here over the next 6 to 9 months is when you should expect. So look, we're still very, very early in development and ecosystem build here. So this is a great time, just to kind of build the awareness and make sure that you guys know what's going on. But Captain and Company in and of itself is on a phenomenal tear. I mean, after winning the Big Bang Blast competition, reception has been insane, and we're going to be listing that thing on all Web2 stores, Epic Games Store, Google Play, etc. about 6 to 9 months out from now when Season 3 starts. And at that time, I really do expect this thing to go ballistic. So, this has been a ton of fun, Shilly. I really do appreciate you guys having us on.
Yeah, of course. So if you guys are wanting to follow them, it's at Cap letter N
cap-
and
yeah.
company. We have it up
That's
here
it, yeah.
on the screen if you guys are wanting to. And then for Das Capitalist at Das Capitalist GG. Sir, thank you so much. I really hope that we can do this again soon. You've been insightful, and I appreciate you taking the time.
Absolutely, Shiller. You guys have a good day.
Yo, peace. All right. Not bad. Hey, you're like, man, this Shiller guy, he's doing a mega stream. This is probably just going to be a bunch of malarkey. That was phenomenal. Amazing insights. Hope you guys found some value from that one. If you guys are wanting to support the stream at all, again, we do this Monday through Friday, not always with guests, but we go over the Xfeed stream. We do have the opportunity for joining for like $2.99 a month over on YouTube if you hit the join button, or on Twitch. We do have Prime subs, and of course, X doesn't offer basically anything right now. But listen, you just subscribing and following the channel is all I need. So what I'm going to do is I am going to play the video right quick from earlier that we showcased what Captain Company is for anybody that's just tuning in that missed that, to see kind of what the game looks like. So here's the replay of it.
If you click F next to it, you grab balls, and then you can go up to a cannon, and then you can reload it.
Here's a quick video of me and my friends trying Captain and Company.
So you fire the cannon, and then you grab those to reload.
Yeah, don't be noobs, guys. Come on, wake up here.
Oh, I
All
think we
ships
got
are
it.
full?
We got it.
It says join
It's never
failed.
been join failed.
That's not right. You can't throw your friends overboard. Don't treat your friends like
I'm
that. dude.
exiting.
Bro, you
Yo.
can't mutiny against your crew. It
That's
goes the other
crazy.
way.
This is the state of crypto gaming in 2023.
It's connecting. I'm in, but I don't see it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Told you
Okay,
guys,
hold on,
don't
let me-
load the
we're in.
ship. Don't load.
Hold on.
We're in.
We're in? Are we? I only see two of you.
Are you gonna go left or right?
It's all ships are full.
Oh, no.
I'm in.
Okay, well, yeah. All right, we're flying at people here. Go left
No,
side.
you
Get
can't
left.
go straight. You have to pull on the side.
What do you mean? No, bro, we're going straight at him. Okay. Yo, actually, hold on. To our right. You see that to the right? You see that to the right? The full ship there? Oh, I'm pulling to the left here. I don't know how to slow down. I can't slow down. Yo, this sink is the one in front of us just sunk. Yo, we're getting hit. I don't know what we're doing. We're right next to these guys. Look to the left. Fire! Fire the cannons, Danny. Oh my God, they're almost dead. We're going after them. I'm going back. I'm going bounce face. No, we're going after them. We're going after them, brother.
You hanged me off, bro.
Yo, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There. You're at the side. Oh no, they're turning around. Yo, we're gonna end up colliding in them. I'm trying to get right in front of their path. Yeah, left side.
I'm hitting them good.
Yo, I'm angling to the left, boys.
Taking big hits. We're taking big hits.
we're taking
Chill.
big hits.
We're about to die, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what one to go off of
Dylan,
here.
there's one boat that's straight ahead of us.
You want me to go in now? Oh shit, you're right. Hold on. Oh no, we're dead. It's been over. Okay, we're in. Is everybody here this time? I'm gonna try to slow down. I'm slowing down. Yo, we're pulling up besides these guys. Get ready. 1789.
Ouch! We be needing it.
Yo, we're move. Yo, we're sailing, boys. We're pressing forward. Oh shit. Yo, just keep fighting. Yo, we sunk them. Yo, right in front of us to the right. That one in front of us.
Nuggies acquired.
The one right in
Nuggies
front of
acquired.
us. To the right. I'm slowing down. Nuggies acquired. Nuggies acquired. We need to get Danny back on here. Guys, if you're just tuning into what's going on, today is an extra special Xfeed live stream where we are going over collections with different people. We started out with Fibaka, who was giving us the rundown of Yuga Labs. We went into some backstories of reminiscing of the days of NBA Top Shot, and then we just had Das Capitalist from the Captain and Company team. Fresco, this guy from Cap, is dropping knowledge 100%. If you guys are here in the chat, let me know. It's crazy. I don't know what the heck is going on, because it feels like all of a sudden the Twitter streams have been going crazy. While the Twitch and YouTube is kind of, it's staying as average. So maybe the home for Web3 is truly on X. So before we introduce Tad, who's going to be talking to us about Forgotten Runes Wizards Cult, I want to highlight a video that I made. It's a quick 2-minute one here about their I don't know if we call it pre-alpha, beta, experience play test would probably be the correct term for Forgotten Runes. So here's kind of a quick lowdown of what it looks like. Today we're diving into the realm of Forgotten Runes Wizards Cult, or otherwise their game Runeverse. If you're a fan of RuneScape, if you're a fan of MMORPGs, pixel-like type games, this might be for you. It is nighttime, but it's almost midday where I am. So you can either move by clicking or with the WASD, and then these are the different ways to talk. Hello. So the forge is here. We're forging, and we're forging harder. What it looks like, there's a cap on the items where it's not an incredibly large amount of items. And thinking back to RuneScape, that was one of the things where it's like, okay, the options aren't unlimited, where you can actually memorize the amount armor, weapons, etc. you can get, which I think is kind of cool. Call of the Flame. We get an enchant. Deal medium physical damage to enemy with a slight chance to burn them. So these are the different statuses that will have effects within battle. So empower, increase damage dealt. Slow, decreases speed. Regen, recover a small amount of HP at the start of each turn. The combat system is interesting, where there's an action bar kind of at the end of this bar, or it is an action bar, but you're able to perform an action at the end of it, and you'll see how it kind of slides across here. You're also able to equip with several different skills, where you can either just press the skills individually or click the 1, 2, 3, or 4 key to make them activated. There's a quick little look at Forgotten Runeverse. Curious what you guys have to say. This is only kind of like a... Not bad, not bad. Hey, there's a quick little look on that one. All right, W. Let me call up Tad here. We're going to get into this. And this is, you know, he's just a community member. He's hanging out. He's just like Phil Baca. We are going to dive into the things that we love, dislike, etc. Oh, yo, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hey, how are you? I can hear a little bit of a stream in the background. I don't think it's me, just an FYI, but you sound clear. How's your day going, boss?
Yeah, I'm good. I was still streaming that the Twitter space, so I just closed that down. So we don't have the
Amazing, getting
echo.
caught up. No, I just wanted to check. Okay, so actually, give me the lowdown. What were you listening to just before? Oh, actually, were you listening to Twitter space of this?
Yeah, I was on the Schiller Twitter space.
Hey, there we go. Listen, we're moving and grooving. All right, so Tad, we're here and we're going to be talking about Forgotten Runes Wizards Cult. It's something that I've followed a little bit, but not too in-depthly, if you will. And so I want to pick your brain about things that you've loved, maybe disliked, and kind of the expectations, I guess, you have for Forgotten Runes. But give us a little bit of your story about how you got into Web3 and why Forgotten Runes, of all the different NFTs out there, ended up getting your attention.
So I guess I started really doing my Web3 journey in this early 21. I was doing a little bit of DeFi, crypto trading, paying attention to like the early days of the food farms and alchemy and that kind of stuff. And then that was kind of when all the NFT stuff was just getting started. Of course, saw Meebits and Bored Apes minting and things happening, but I wasn't quite familiar enough with the space to be comfortable to put money in. And then I guess I found the Forgotten Runes team about a week before their mint process, and it was the second thing that I minted. I actually minted a strawberry WTF maybe just a couple of days before, so it's not my very first mint, but a very, very early minting project for me. It was just it resonated for a lot of different reasons. The Discord just had a good energy, a good vibe. It was fairly early in my process of really digging deep into Discord, so it was my first time really getting that, not the very first time, but an early opportunity of seeing the insides of how projects work and being able to talk to devs and other people involved in it. And it was really enticing, and the pixel art and just the nostalgia that came from it was hard to shake. So I decided I wanted to give it a shot. And I remember the mint day. I had an errand I was running, and I left early, really was kind of rude to the person I was with, because I was like, I've really got to get to this mint. And I was maybe 5 minutes before mint time, just sweating through like all of my clothing to spend, I don't know, maybe it was $200, like 0.07 ETH for a wizard. And I minted 3 that day, and it was to that date one of the most expensive like Web3 purchases I made. So it was an exciting way to get started. The mint site was amazing. It was all custom made. It started on a block time and not just at a specific moment. So when a certain block clicked over, the site went live. There was a cool little animation of the secret tower and everything. It was really cool to be a part of it from the beginning. So that's kind of what what pulled me in. I mean, I dabbled in different art projects before I got into the Wizards, and the Wizards have been one of my only community related projects that I've really been deep within for a long time.
I feel like people go and they like get involved in a whole bunch of things, but then never like actually intend on paying attention. Like, to be honest, I kind of like the one community collectors out there.
Yeah, you can lose yourself for sure. I mean, it's just kind of I feel that right now. I'm doing some different chain and airdrop farming for protocols. It's like I remember things that I was like, oh, this is really high on my list. This is something that I think is really going to perform well. I need to make sure I pay attention to this. And then with the fatigue of looking at 20 or 30 different protocols in a day, you just forget about it. And over time, I feel like it dilutes out that value. And it's kind of the same with NFT communities. I mean, you can be involved in a few different ones, but if you're going to really be active or be a part of the community in a way that's significant, it's kind of got to be a small scope, and you got to jump in with both feet, I feel like.
So what I want to do right now is play the video of the Forgotten Runes official trailer. That is this anime. I guess it's an anime, but it is probably one of the best videos that I've seen in terms of a promotion. Tad, you're not going to see it on your end, so just an FYI, it's about 2 minutes of silence. But for anybody on the stream, here is the Forgotten Runes trailer. If you have not seen it, this is a doozy.
It is not the wizards who forgot the runes. It's the rest of the world.
This is the world with magic in it.
Come on, you effing degenerates! Get up and dance!
From Callista's Citadel to Kobold's Crossroad to Hugh Master Pass. Through chaos and calamity, through uncertainty and fear, through hunger, poverty, and plague. A cult of 10,000 wizards has been summoned, and they are putting their mark on the world.
Behold my quantum style!
They're putting their rune on the door.
Bum, 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 bum. So one of the things that's interesting about that is for anybody that would be watching and you're not really familiar with it, you wouldn't realize that they've actually highlighted some of the character traits that were in there. As an example, the guy with the triangle head is called Illuminatus or Illuminati. It's one of the traits. I'm just trying to bring it up here on right quick.
Yeah, Illuminatus.
Illuminatus, yes. So this is like an example of one of them, and obviously people are pricing it at a point of this is going to be relatively important for that. But I'm curious, have you guys heard anything about what's happening with that side of things? Obviously, they've gone and done comics and whatnot, but has there been any updates regarding the show they're working on?
The show has run into several different delays with the writer's strike that happened.
Right.
Initially, they thought maybe it wouldn't spill over, but then there was kind of animation studios that like struck in solidarity with the rest of the group there. So that kind of put everything on hold. So I know that there have been talks, and I think there was an offer to the team to actually have the show made with some VC money, but with the way Forgotten Ruins wants to set up their IP and have the holders have IP rights to their characters. If their characters are featured in any other media expressions, they're going to have a kickback on that, a return of some funds. So I think they weren't able to quite work out the deals in the way that they wanted to do it. But I haven't heard a lot of updates since then. I know it's still something that's active and ongoing, but it feels like right now the comic is out monthly, and the Runeverse game is getting a lot of the media attention now that they're pushing it out. But I can assume some things are happening in the background, but from my standpoint as a community member, I don't have much more.
No, that's fair. And if anybody is wanting to hear from the founders, I do have a video up on my channel from, I want to say, almost like a year ago with Elf and Bear that's super informative. And it's interesting also to see, because before... well, two guests before, I guess, in Phil, Tad, we were kind of talking about how, for Yuga, the expectations of, hey, they've got this metaverse and everybody's able to see how long that they've taken for that. And, for these shows and everything else, people realize, hey, it doesn't happen instantly overnight, but some of these things are coming together and they are potentially going to revolutionize or capture the attention of the mainstream. So I'm curious for you, what is the thing if I'm like, hey, show me your favorite part about Rooneyverse, the Forgotten Runes Wizard Cult overall, etc. What would be the rationale for me jumping in there?
If I'm looking for myself personally, what I'm the most excited about is the game that's coming. The playtest was really interesting. It was fun. It was a small slice of one aspect of it. There's the next playtest is coming out in the end of this month, beginning of next month, and I think that's a way that it's went into development almost 2 years ago. So almost as soon as this project launched, they got that underway. So it's not just something that's been thrown together by a small indie studio. It's a legitimate large scale operation, multiplayer game. And I feel like the way that it's been done utilizes blockchain technology and has a lot of off ramps that can help people can help you utilize crypto as well, but it's not necessary. So the ability to play the game without needing a digital wallet, without having to have any Web3 login, to be able to just tap into the wider community of gamers, I think is probably the thing that I'm most excited about. I think that's something that has the opportunity to catch a lot of potential market share. The graphics are great. The gameplay was really fun. It was very engaging. Obviously, it was early, so there's a lot of things to still add into it. But a lot of us in the Wizards group are old RuneScape or EverQuest or World of Warcraft players. At least at some point have experienced some part of that online community and the adventure narrative that comes with like online gaming of that scale. So I could see easily how something like that could really propel um, something, an NFT collection, into the wider stance of the media, or have people see it from a larger view. The comic book, I think, is super cool, and I think as far as telling a story and getting it out there, and it's going to be the first thing from Forgotten Ruins that actually comes out that utilizes their formalized agreement with something they called Binary Star, and that's their IP share with with the holders of the wizard tokens. Any wizard that is featured in the comic, depending on how large a role, how many words they say, how many pages are featured in, will somehow factor into an equation. They're actually going to get cut money from the sales of the comic. So it hasn't. We're on the third issue is coming out now, so the royalties from the first haven't been paid out, but that check's coming soon. So I think that's something that I'm really interested to see. One, like how I don't even know how much it may or may not be, or like what's the context for the reward. But I do think that's something that has been talked about a lot within the Web3 and NFT space, about a crossover utility, about people being very worried about what IP ownership they have with it. But I think some ability to directly monetize or see other people within your project having gained just from ownership of that, I think is something that could potentially turn some heads. So I think that even though I feel like the comic is probably more of a marketing just to get more people aware of the project, I doubt it's a big moneymaker on its own. I think that the way that it could be utilized, or the way that it could kind of be a way of showing how this can work and how this royalty payback to holders could work, might be something that's really interesting, especially from like someone outside looking in. Like, why would this project be sustainable, and why would this project grow over time? Well, I think they have so many different things in the works with the TV show, with the game, with the comic book, and none of them have been done in a way, and not to throw any shade anywhere. It's very difficult to do things like this nature high scale, but not in a way that's happened within Web3, because honestly, it takes years to be able to get something to a true launchable, like worldwide commercially available state. So I think there's a lot of things that they have coming that have been worked on for 2 years, almost 2.5 years, and are finally coming to delivery. And that's something where I'm excited for this year because the game's going to be coming out. There's quarterly releases. The comics already hitting the shelves monthly. Hopefully, we'll have more news about as animation about a show somehow getting in the works, or at least getting a pilot. And I just think with all those different things happening, it creates a really strong narrative, and it shows the amount of work that the team has put into building and the network that they have. And I think it's often this space measures things a lot in speculation and considering what may happen, but I feel like this is definitely a project for myself. I see that they are building and have been doing some really amazing things and have done a lot of kind of like industry firsts here. So I hope that in kind of on the back end they get some of the some of the positive feedback on some of the things that they have done, because it's hard to build in this space. People want everything to be here immediately, and honestly, to do something that has a crossover to legacy Web 2 sorts of things take a lot of time, and I think that's the challenge of working between a very fast nature meme coin situation and trying to build a 2.5 year video game with another company. It's just there's a lot of different dynamics within the Web3 world, and I feel like Forgotten Runes is very well stationed to kind of take advantage of the strengths of Web3, but also has a good network to lean back into some of those legacy media models in Web 2.
It's funny that funny's not the correct term, but when you look at the broader NFT space, is it feels like all of the collections that are still around right now that have any kind of notoriety are really trying to be involved or offer something for everybody, right? When we look at Forgotten Runes, we have the video games, we have the comics, we have the animation, where, okay, that's, three different things. But then also they have the community lore aspect, which is broken down into, I'm not exactly sure if it's the same as with some of the characters within the comics, if your lore ends up getting used later on, or if it's just kind of a side piece with that. But I think that it is interesting that we are now starting to see those royalties going back to holders, where I know for Pudgy Penguins, they had some of the Pudgies that ended up going into the stores. They had that. For Azuki, I saw some kind of reference for them that if you want to audition for something, they're starting to open that up. And it's kind of like a trickle-down effect, and seeing that happen, I think, is amazing. But Forgotten Runes has done a couple of different things, including one of the Halloween hunts. I'm not sure if that was the correct term that they used for that, but do you participate in it or no?
Yeah, the Nightmare Imp.
Yes.
We did it a couple of different times. Are you talking about the trick or treat event?
Yes.
Yeah, that was really cool. They've done so many really interesting things. I'm not super brainiac on the contract end, but some of the things that they have done within this community are just so impressive to me. What you were mentioning, the Book of Lore, it's an on-chain document that stores all the lore and the stories of these characters, and everyone with a warrior, a wizard, or a pony, or a soul even can upload their story directly into this book, and then it was from that media and that content that they actually drew all the storylines that are utilized in the comic. So it's like they aren't directly one for one, but the narrative and some of the some of the direct content that was used, or the storylines that were modified, were from the community's direct input that they put into the books themselves. So it's a really cool crossover with the community, and I think over time as well, I feel like it was a big discussion point last cycle, and there's been a lot of other metas that have pushed it out. But I think it's really impressive how much of what the Wizards has done is actually fully on chain. So the wizards themselves can be reorganized with some code that's fully available on Ether. So as long as that network stays up and active, the wizards are eternal. It's not pointing to IPFS storage or something of that nature. There's no way for the wizards to collapse in the same way. And I always thought that was a really cool part of the eternity of this project, and kind of the foresight of the founders to want to have something that was going to be that be able to withstand the test of time and not just be done the easiest way. I think they've kind of proven to me really over time that that's just kind of how they do things.
That's how they roll. And TrueCon, what's going on? Yes, we are back. And for everybody watching, tuned in live right now, thanks so much for tuning in. If you're wanting to give a share, maybe a like, that'd be amazing. We're talking with Tadmajor right now about Forgotten Runes Wizards Cult. And they've recently done a mint on Ordinals. And I saw that they were doing kind of another one where they have the shadows and the lights, maybe Illuminati's. I'm forgetting the name right now, but I know I saw Bear tweet about it the other day. What's the lowdown with Forgotten Runes expanding over to Ordinals? Is this something that is just specifically for that community? Have you heard of any quote unquote utility for this, or what's kind of the notion around that?
Yeah, so when Ordinals came about, Dota being really kind of on top of Web3 coding and kind of he's I don't know, I'm very impressed with how much he knows about different things and how on top of new technology he is. He was very, very early into the inscription age and has several, I know, sub 1,000 inscriptions, and it was something that we were talking about a lot within our Discord server in those early days and weeks of Ordinals. So they saw it as an opportunity that it may be some sort of new meta, new narrative. So they got ahead of it, and they'd always kept back the shadow hats, the dark hats, the dark magic users of the Runiverse, and there wasn't a fully fleshed out plan of how they would be leaked out, but they just knew that it wasn't right to have them part of the full collection. They kind of needed to be hidden away. They needed to kind of have their own access. So when Ordinals came and became popularized, it became the perfect opportunity to utilize that quantum shadow crossover with a narrative of a different chain pairing up with our ether collection. So the shadows were born through a really unique inscription process that I couldn't fully explain, but it's the parent-child, where they had 10 original shadow hats that they made. They're all sub 10K ordinal. No, they're all sub 1,000 ordinal, so very early events. And through those, they're all the inscriptions that are part of the 666 Shadows collection are all somehow inscribed through these other earlier sats, and they're all on sat 666. And there's some really cool things in the pathing that they did. I couldn't fully explain it to you. I'm not that much of a tech person on that side, but they did a lot of really unique and interesting things in the background of how all of those shadows were made. Not to mention, they're also an animated GIF that's on the blockchain on Bitcoin. That I think one of the very first collections to use any sort of moving imagery. So when it came out, it was something to be a counter to the light. Something that spilled out of this. Within the universe, we have this large stretch of blocked out area, and it's just called the quantum shadow, and it just represents. Who knows? It represents darkness. It represents potentially evil, maybe just malevolence, maybe just something negative. But so these shadows were the representation of beings that have come out of that quantum shadow. So that's kind of how they came out, and I think they just saw it as an interesting way to utilize the Bitcoin narrative that was happening and to kind of pair up a collection. I do still think it's been difficult because the communities are very different. Pulling a Bitcoin community into an Ether community that's been long-standing has been a challenge, just because the current meta Bitcoin ordinal narrative is not how a 2.5-year-old Ether project is running. It's not a vibe party. It's not full of just like hype and kind of pumped up things. It's okay, we're 2.5 years in and we're building, and these are the projects that are in queue, and things are still coming. So as far as the utility for the shadows, I feel like that was something that the community looked for some sort of immediate return or some sort of thing that they were going to get that week, that month. And the reality is they're going to be a part of the ecosystem, but it's a long-standing, large project. So it's something that's probably going to take time to get them worked in fully to the different parts. But I would assume I know within the show, the shadows themselves have some high roles of being kind of the counterparties, the evil side of it. But past that, I don't know much else other than they'll be, they're a full part of the Forgotten Ruins, project. They'll be used. They'll have IP ownership. They'll have the ability to create and market their stuff just like the rest of the cult.
And they do a weekly space, by the way. So if you guys are enjoying what Tad's kind of breaking down here, Elf, Bear, Snake, and Dota, I think when you look across the space, it's interesting to see how many founders are just an individual. Sometimes it's two. In this case, it's kind of three that are spearheading, taking everything on by the group of themselves. But Tad, I want to kind of shift to from a new person that's like, hey, I want to get into the ecosystem. There's a lot to go over. Just a reminder for anybody that's viewing, if you do check out my YouTube page, I do have a specific playlist for Forgotten Runes, and we kind of go over this with the founders if you want to see from that angle. But I mean, what do you do? You're like, okay, I want to like get into the Wizards cult. You look, there's Forgotten Runes, and then what do you base that off of? You go for the head, you go for the body, the rune. What's the kind of alpha, I guess, if you will?
Oh man, it's a tough one. The probably the best mantra for that is like wizard by wizard. And it's
Hell yeah.
Honestly, I would say personally, I look at the head first to get one that I vibe with. But for me, really, just the collection itself has inherent aesthetics to it that are just really, some different outfits really vibe. Some heads look great with specific bodies or specific props or different things. So it's hard just to look for just one thing and say like, oh, look for a wizard that has this and you'll like it. But basically, look for a wizard that you vibe with, because the whole purpose of getting a wizard is to collect a token that's going to inspire you to create something that makes you want to tell a story or generate some art or get on Dali or do something to try to just create something, some narrative around this thing. And so I don't really think that there isn't a bad wizard, because there's always some part of it that could really call to a certain person, and there's a lot of different traits. I can't remember how many. There's probably 100 heads. There's so many varieties of different magic users, different location origins, and all these things that tie into it. But I will say, as a community, there are some that they wear hats, and we just call them the wizard hats. There's 7 different ones. They represent the different colors of wizards. So we'll call like a blue wizard would be a blue hat wizard. So they're, I would say, within those colored hat wizards are some of the most prized. I like some of the non-human heads. There's a mushroom head, and there's a kobold, looks kind of like a half orc. I don't know. There's a lot of different fun like non-humanoid. We have a fire head that's probably a big favorite for a lot of people. But honestly, with how detailed it is and how many different attributes there are, I really think that you could almost find a wizard with any trait that looked great. Like maybe you don't like all of them, but I couldn't just say like, oh, choose this one head and it's gonna be everything they want, because there's a lot of other pieces that go into it.
Awesome. All right. Well, Tad, I want to kind of open the floor here. If people should follow you, give them the rundown. What does Tad tweet about? Why should they follow you? We got it up here on the screen, guys. If you wanted to check him out, it's at Tadmajor, and we've highlighted Forgotten Runes here momentarily as well. But what's the lowdown here, Tad? What do you tweet about?
Honestly, at the moment, the majority of my tweets are going to be a lot of retweeting, farming, and protocol sort of things I'm taking around.
Hell yeah!
So I do feel a little bit sorry for anyone trying to stumble into my feed at the moment. For a few months, I was going back through, and every day I would just clean it back up. But I've decided I'll just wait till the end of the season. But outside of that shill garbage that I throw out there, my apologies. I do. I haven't been doing as much of it lately, but I do really love making some pixel animation. So after joining Forgotten Runes, taught myself how to make some frame animations on Sprite, and then from there have used several of the different AI software packages and asset generators, and just using those and video editing and back into pixel software, and just kind of exploring Motion between different medias, I guess, would be the easiest way to say it. I'd probably do more pixel art than anything in an animated form. But really, I like going between different resolutions and just kind of try to create something fun. For my stuff, usually it's a 10 or 15 second little animated loop. It's usually something funny, something a little bit cheesy. I keep it pretty light. Like you're likely going to see a lot of bright colors, some iridescent tones. I tend to feature pretty heavily, but that, and then you'll probably see a lot of retweets of Forgotten Ruins related things, or some art from maybe Alpha Centauri Kid or Pendergan Armin, or a couple of my favorites that I follow pretty closely.
Nice. Love it. All right. Well, guys, if you're wanting to follow Tad, it's at Tadmajor. Tad, I appreciate you coming on and shilling us Forgotten Ruins Wizard Call. And again, if anybody has any questions, be sure to hit up Tad regarding that. But thank you so much, sir, for jumping on here today.
Hey, thank you. It was an absolute pleasure. Have a happy Friday.
Yeah, you as well. You as well. Thanks so much. We'll talk soon. Peace, peace. All right. There's Tad, the one and only. Kind of crazy how we're moving along. And I think one of my ideas that I had, and I was prepped for this, was why do we not go over the initial run of XFeed for today? We got to go through the normal show. So if you've never tuned in before, this is what a typical show would look like. We go over the feed, see what you guys talk about. NFT NYC speaker has his mutant listed on the floor. I'm sorry, what? We're paying how many hundreds of dollars to go to these stupid IRL conferences instead of you sitting at home, ordering some takeout food and watching the stream here for whatever the hell amount of food costs you with the internet, computer, and then, okay, listen, if we go down the list, things could add up technically. But with that said, Birch here, DTT Growth Product Manager, and that's listed straight on the floor. What are we doing, brother? That is crazy. Out of left field, Solana bringing Parallel Colony home. So big day for Solana yesterday. Breaking news, Parallel TCG will launch their new AI-powered game at Parallel Colony on Solana. AI agents will be able to autonomously transact on-chain in this entirely new kind of survival game, with more down below. All right, well, we could go over this, but, of course, in fashion, we have YoJurmy coming on a little bit later, who's a Parallel streamer, super involved with this. He's going to do the breakdown for us, or at least I hope he's read everything and he can do the breakdown, because if not, might be a little bit awkward, but it's still going to be a good time a little bit later. But this is the kind of the first highlight, I would say, and I maybe incorrect term in the first, but AI. AI is a term that people keep saying. Listen, AI is a huge part of blockchain. AI is going to be this huge wave. AI already is this wave. AI is going to take over everything that we do. And I feel we've not seen too many collections say, hey, we're doing something with AI, but Parallel here doing that, going to be spicy. Again, more on that later. But the idea is that it seems like one of the token syncs, if you will, is you insert your prime and you'll receive in return prompt. And, initially you're kind of like, all right, is this Blast 2.0 where we just have these recurring yields over and over again? But we'll talk with YoJurmy a little bit later. But as I said, big day for Solana as Binance Web3 wallet has integrated Solana. Seamlessly manage and trade Sol to get access to a range of decentralized apps and upcoming airdrops. Ooh, a little bit of airdrop season, if we will. Easily manage your Solana assets in the multi-chain wallet, explore trending, yada. This just kind of all highlights the fact that we are just going to have this multi-chain economy. Everybody's going to try to build out their wallets to be fully integrated. The bridges are all going to be out there. It's just going to, everything's going to connect. So I feel like you can choose like a certain ecosystem if you want, but eventually it's just going to go to where people enjoy the games and whatever else is involved. Culture is the deepest total value locked in any economy. And that's from Yat Suyo, chairman of Animoca. I guess this was at MotoGP. I didn't see this on my timeline at all until yesterday. So not sure if this is new, older, but it had some Bored Ape logoing, Mochaverse, and some big apes in the background. And this looks like an NFT, but it also looks like a racer. So maybe that's a hint at something to come in that regard. Now, yesterday at 11:29 p.m., late at night, SEC.gov page not found. The government went down for the US. Nothing seemed to happen of it, but felt like it'd be relevant to bring up. The bull market has barely started, and a new meme coin is shilled every 39 seconds, or every other post is someone farming an airdrop. I miss doodle derivatives. All right, kind of a keck, but true. I feel like I wake up and I see about 6 different meme coins of people highlighting, hey, here's this for this person, here's a new thing, this is about the moon, how come you guys are fading this? And I'm like, the saturation of this is insane. When we talk about early days NFTs and everybody was launching a collection, this, that, and the other thing, and we thought that saturation was kind of bad. The meme coin mania right now is even worse because, okay, sure, yes, you have the main focus of Solana, but now other ecosystems are really starting to ramp up. I'm having people bring up Say ones. We have Root that's starting to do things. We have all these other ones across the world, and it's like, guys, how many meme coins can you have? But nobody's talking about really any ETH ones except for is Whiff on Solana or ETH? I'm gonna get crucified for saying that. I should definitely know it, but still, kind of crazy that was the happening for that. But regarding something that I didn't realize a second ago, but I got pinged regarding it, is Shara highlighted this with her nail alpha. And if you don't know, she drops nail alpha relatively often. That just kind of hints at things to come. And it looks like a doodle puke mouth. So does that mean Futureverse is getting doodles? Maybe. It's comic reader app, but VINCI also sells limited edition NFT versions of popular titles from Marvel. Now, one of my issues with VINCI was that it felt like there was almost no reason to get them because it didn't do anything. Now, first thing is, Schiller, what are you talking about? All this other stuff, there's nothing to do with like half of the things that exist out there, but it's IP based. So, depending on the argument, you could care that IP is the greatest treasure of all, and we should be paying attention to who has the coolest. Couldn't feel stupider about Blast, to be honest. So we heard from Das Capitalist earlier, who is incredibly bullish on Blast. Maybe gave you a completely different perspective. That's my idea with doing this, give you everybody's lowdown. I wonder how it all plays out because it feels like an uphill battle vibes-wise. Because vibes matter. A lot of people seemingly haven't had a good experience, and ones who have left don't really feel like they would want to bridge back. Nothing to do, decentivized to meme coin or NFT action because you lose out on points you'd be earning on your ETH feels like a flaw. Still tons of TVL there, and liquidity effects of airdrops can be big, not fun. Really just thinking out loud. Truly. I don't really have any extra thoughts with Blast. I thought Das put it in a very interesting way. Apewood here bringing up some good points as well of, there's so much to do. Is it worth it? The way of getting double down points within certain ecosystems, is that the play? Is that not the play? You're going to miss out on things. Everything's a choice. You ever see those video games where you have to make a choice? It's like Detroit. I think it was one of the games. It was like a Cyber City one. I remember that earlier. Great. Meme coins always need a good narrative, right? Here's one of the artists who made the coin also designed the rarest card in the latest set of Pokemon. Well, I guess that's not a narrative. It's just the truth, but whatever. See y'all in a few. Yeah, something new every single day, baby. Every single day. So this was a funny post. We've highlighted it before, but if you remember way back when things were crazy before, Meta, Pepsi, beer, people were buying .eth for heaven's sake, and they were all highlighting each other, and then Phantom and Solana doing this. But I think the difference between this is like these are all things that weren't really in Web3 or like Web3 native, right? Like Budweiser, Pepsi, Meta, those are all massive companies in a different scale. Or Phantom and Solana, listen, they're already in Web3. Of course, they're going to show each other some love. So the high DEX, we highlighted high chain having some more improvements and just different things happening. But for the people, by the people, get most out of the tokens when swapping. Enough with the high fees and no rewards. Leverage our platform to get the best rates across multiple protocols and earn rewards for swapping. Now, off of like initial read, I don't know if that's really any different. Obviously, we had the Gala chain that's doing stuff, Root's doing stuff. Like there's all these new things that are popping up left, right, and center that are on their different chains here. But they're highlighting that Uniswap's platform fee is 0.15% and their platform fee is 0.1%. And I guess they're going to have rewards with that as well. But of course, they did do that recent node sale. So if you have one, let me know. I'm curious what people think about that. Today in Blast L2 NFTs, meme megacoin Pac Moon dropped today. If you were expecting an airdrop and got nothing, do a hard refresh on their site. A bug early on blocked everyone from claiming. That's what I call tough. It hovered around 30 million market cap early on and is sitting under 15 mil right now. A lot of people got it for free, and Blast is filled with penny flippers, so this was expected. I'm definitely a buyer if it keeps falling from here. Okay, cool. That's I dropped my pen. That's interesting that they had an issue with the initial launch, and then it's hovering around 15 mil for arguably the most hyped up thing to do with Blast. Now, obviously that's good, but oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Tito's new Third Kingdom announcement. Cool Cats, Doodles, Pudgy Penguin, Deadfellas, and Walkers in pick. Okay. Well, listen, I guess we're going to go check out that. Where is that posted on? I'm just guessing Futureverse. Holy smokes. Holy freaking smokes. The future is collective vision. It's everything we'll create. Roll call. The Third Kingdom just got a lot bigger. Let's welcome our friends as they join us on our exciting journey of exploration and discovery. So Deadfellas, Cool Cats, which we already knew, Party Bear Fluff, Pudgy Penguin, Walker Worlds, Deadfellas, and Doodles with the Buzzy in there. Damn. That's nuts. Okay, so how do you come up with a train of thought that's good and conversational? It's interesting to look at this and think, okay, so we had Cool Cats that happened before. And for anybody that's not in the know, basically the announcement was made and a whole ton of the Futureverse community went out and bought Cool Cats. Almost nobody except for Klon went and bought a Futureverse NFT, which is fine. There's not a reason to, unless you're just suddenly like, oh, this is a big ecosystem, I want to get into it. That's completely fair. But I'm curious, with them doing such a big announcement around what collections are involved within this, does that mean that there is going to be something that's a little bit more pressing? Because when the Cool Cats announcement happened, it felt like there was not really anything else involving what was going on in terms of here's why you would do it, right? These things are coming out in the future, but still, holy sheesh, that's huge. All the people that complained and said those stupid rabbits, those weird rabbits that don't look that good. Well, look who's coming to town that you have to live with. That's what I call tough. Good morning, Yuga fam. Today is day 2 of asking Everyday Zucchini for an update on our dying heavy metal. Jeez, dude. I'll be asking every day until we get some type of update. Feel free to retweet, comment if you're looking for an update. Man, people are pissed in the Yuga ecosystem, especially everybody that went heavy on Yuga Labs. If you missed it, we had Fibaka, who is a great individual, super bullish on everything Yuga, and kind of went over some things. But, within that, he literally said, heavy metal was an experiment, and they've basically said multiple times it did not go the way that they were expecting. There's a lot of success theater in Web3. Lots of vanity metrics. If you're an Azuki holder, you probably don't want to hear this, but your YouTube channels don't add up. Yo, somebody is calling out Azuki's YouTube channel. Is this FUD or is this fact? Look at the 2nd of March, 23 subs in a day. All right. Oh, wow. Look at this. So every single day, it's about 50, 70, and then bam, 23,000. Now, what happens if that was the day that a trailer launched or it got a whole bunch of traction, right? Just for comparison, let's look at Eric, one of the biggest creators on YouTube with 15 million subscribers. His weekly average is 23K, and he has a lot of extremely high retention, high value content. Azuki doesn't. One video alone doesn't move the needle that much. I'm just highlighting some things here. This is the graph, views and subs through the roof. It's not organic. It's not even vaguely organic. These are paid views and paid subs. There's nothing wrong with buying ads to promote your content, but the views you get are meaningless. Buying subs even more so. Once you start buying these results, the moment you stop, you will be exposed, and you have to keep spreading the money to get the result. There's exactly zero value accrual beyond vanity metrics. This is your boy Zagabond. Yo, this guy is jet. Yo, blood's down, and he's like, yo, Boom! Azuki will lead the charge on bringing original Web3 IP to the world. 1 million plus views on the Elementals trailer, and on our way to 100K subs. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. That's nuts. That's actually nuts that they got caught in 4K here, to be honest. Now, we've seen some trailers across X get a decent amount of traction too, and people hyping up what's going on with that, but still, holy sheesh, super massive is going. New Bloomberg reports that meme coin billionaires are back and betting on being the first idiot in. Name drops Pepe and Whiff. Okay. Who's in the chat? Who's got Whiff? Who's got Pepe? Listen, he just got called out by Bloomberg, apparently. You can add it to your bio, just like Das Capitalist did. Meme coin billionaires are back with bets on being the first idiot in. Tokens with no inherent value have surged more than Bitcoin. It's like 2020 and 2021, but with very different macro backdrop. Okay, so let's go to a video that I played yesterday. It is a short that I posted, and it really emphasizes how nuts, and I mean how absolutely nuts it is when you are just taking a step back and looking at how like absolutely insane the run was before. How crazy did tokens get during the last bull run? On January 27th of 21, Doge was 962 million market cap. What? A day later, Doge was sitting at 9 billion market cap. Yo, just to clean like almost 10x there. No big deal, guys. That's a daily increase of 8x from $1 billion token. Then there was Theta, which, I mean, before we had Valhalla trying to do like a Web3 streaming platform, we had Theta. Never forget. Already $1 billion token, it would go on to see an increase of 14x in the span of months. I feel like I don't see anybody talking about Theta at all. From 1 billion to 14 billion. Another huge winner of the last bull market was Axie Infinity, right? But it's interesting because right now, or I argued the other day about, wow, some of these coins' market cap are already insane, but you were seeing overnight 10x's in the previous bull. Feeling naughty. Here is the first ever released image of the Zertmon web app battling demo. Demo will be playable by the public for the first time in a week at our immersive gaming booth at Wave of Innovation, which is the XRP Wave of Innovation. Zertmon was merely a concept a year ago, and look where we are already. So this is one of the games that's apparently coming to Root Network, and damn, that looks pretty good. And it's different. Like, I feel like this interaction of how the cards look, at least in this, seems it's trying to be something that is different. Let's save the gutter. Partnered with Gutter Token and Gang.
We have acquired 100% ownership of the Gutter Cat Gang brand, and
no, I can't do it. Yo, it's just the video feels weird. We have the anonymous thing. We've acquired 100% of this. We're the gutter. I mean, I guess it's on brand to a point. Yesterday, we were highlighting how everybody was saying that the gang token was just not good, Jover, garbage, and not today. You know what I mean? But now it's back, and they're dropping videos of it. After 45 minutes, already raised $320,000. All right, people are just launching random coins with the pre-sale, and people are giving $345,000. The bull market is back, I think. I think. Galaverse 2024. It's time to see the rest of the world. Gala talking a huge game as of late. Is it, you know, something that's actually going to transpire? The price says so. If you've not been tuned in with Gala, seems that a lot is happening within that ecosystem. We have Boomer coming up next, but before that, I just wanted to kind of replay the video that we have regarding the promo for this, so you guys know what this is all about. If you're just tuned in, and again, appreciate you guys. If you can share the video, give it a like, leave me a comment. Appreciate the hell out of you. Here's the promo once again. You'll pay hundreds of dollars to go and see these conferences where people speak in person. However, I have a free opportunity for you. Come by my stream this Friday, 2 till 10 p.m. Shill the Shiller. Find out about different collections here at NFT History from some of the best follows in the space. Here's what tomorrow's lineup is going to look like. This will also educate you if you think your X profile will make the cut for people reading it out loud to really classify who you are. First up is Phil Fibaka, 31, husband, father, teacher, coach, musician at Bored Ape Yacht Club, 1362 and 9835, and a part of Bored Media Group. So who the hell is Phil? He is the guy that originally tagged me in a post about Bored Ape Yacht Club. If the stream that we have that is history is anything, it's an appreciation for capturing the moment, and that moment would not have happened without Fibaka. We'll hear about his journey and reminisce of the times that were. Next up is Das Capitalist, building Captain & Company on Blastall 2, subsisting on Pirates, Taco Bell, and indie games. Once roasted by Matt Levine in Bloomberg. You've heard all the hype about Blast. What do they have that's more than just DeFi protocols? How about a game? We're going to learn a little bit about Captain & Company that is launching on Blast. At 4 p.m., we have Tad from Forgotten Runes. Now, he's not a team member, but he is a very passionate community member. So let's see if he can shill the shiller and make us want to get into Forgotten Runes Wizard's Cult. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow of Jollybean games. We got Boomer coming up at the 5 p.m. slot talking about what his Web3 journey has entailed, but also what in the heck is Jollybean Games. But don't forget the bio founder, 793 Capital, serial entrepreneur with 3 successful exits, and Punk 793. Arguably the greatest thread writer, historian that Web3 has ever saw. It's VINCI. Founder of six-figure blockchain consultancy, creating the first Twitter NFT library, digital art, and culture. VINCI is the man. We've had him on the show once before. Great insights, great discussion. Seems to be super caught up with everything and just a great individual. So I'm very excited to talk with him again. And if you are wanting to see him, pop by the stream at 6:30. Around the 7 o'clock mark, maybe a little bit later, 7:15, we are going to have Derek, co-founder of GG Uncharted, a gaming playground for degens at Gangster Arena, launching soon. Ex-Guild Guardians at Immutable. This was the last time we actually had Derek on. He was really, really heavily involved in Guild Guardians, so excited to see or catch up with him about what he's been doing. A member of Ready Player DAO and Wolves DAO. But Gangster Arena is a recently launched game that's getting a lot of attention, so let's see what all the hype's about. YoJurmy! AI solopreneur, parallel TCG and Web3 streamer, link below for instant access to the game. YoJurmy is the man, wearing many hats, super informed in the space, incredible parallel player, incredible friend, talking about the journey from day one, and he was in the stream with me while we minted apes as they were happening. Great insights with YoJurmy at 8 p.m. And last but not least, at Bildo Verde. They call him Bill Doe. Futureverse topic. We've been covering Futureverse a ton. I want you guys to be able to see us nerd out a little bit about it, find out how Bildo got into Futureverse, and kind of highlighting the recent events, including the AAA first of its genre metaverse game announced. It's going to be a banger with Bildo. So there you go, guys. That's going to be the lineup for this Friday's X Feed special stream. Maybe we'll get to it a little bit more. And I mean, maybe we'll do this as a weekly session, but this is the first go about it. If you're excited for it, be sure to set notifications on, and I will see you across my various social channels tomorrow. Okay, so I was scrolling through my phone right quick, and we have breaking news. Breaking news. We've been highlighting companies that have come into the Web3 space and done well. Well, one just got yanked. Sharing some very tough personal news, Starbucks has decided to sunset Odyssey. There's a ton of uncertainty about my future now because I just lost my full-time job, but I'm doing my best to look at positives. I'm incredibly grateful for Starbucks and the opportunity they provided me in the last 15 months. I had the chance to work with one of my favorite bands on the planet. I learned from the best and highest minds in customer loyalty and throughout my role as community lead for the beta program. I was allowed to be myself every step of the way. So to be honest, way I just saw this, I didn't read it all because I was going to do it here, but I thought it was going to go in a little bit more insights for what exactly happened. But damn, Starbucks Odyssey. Let me see if I can just Starbucks Odyssey. I'm pretty sure Boomer is actually a part of that. So let me. I'll just call him up right now. Maybe I'll ask him his opinions on that before we get into the Jollybeans and stuff, because that is a heck of a happening, to be honest. Just saying, join the wait list. Yeah, I'm not able to check out the site, but this is kind of what it looks like right now.
GM.
Yo, what's up? I gotta change your audio. You were a bit too high. Did you see the news about Starbucks Odyssey?
Yeah, I didn't have pissing off like some of their biggest fans and rugging for on my bingo card for 2024.
So, like, give us the lowdown, because I know that you had a card for it. So what did Starbucks Odyssey offer? Was it something that you expected to go on forever? What's the thoughts?
Yeah, I literally I got my merch thing from last quarter, and I still haven't even opened the box, but like I just got it. I'm pretty surprised that they canned it. I wonder if the team knew a little bit ahead, but yeah, that it was a great program. So I joined. Oh man, like when it first started, I got into the alpha or beta or whatever they called it. And you would essentially complete little quests, and you could buy their stamps, their NFTs, their Nifty Gateway. It was kind of all done through their site, and it was really well done. I think the team did a great job. That's why I bought a bunch. And then the points were basically accumulated if you completed quests or owned NFTs. And then you got rewards every quarter. And the first quarter was like free coffee for a month, which was amazing. I wish they'd have kept that one. But they range from all sorts of stuff. So I got like merch, a gift card. I think we got coffee for a year. I'm wondering if that's gonna still come.
Yeah. That's tough.
It was tough. Coffee, man. Like, yeah. I just went to the mailbox and picked up the box, and I'm like 99% sure it's the coffee, but maybe it's an empty box and the Mog finger pointing at me.
That is wild. Well, for everybody that's tuned in here, appreciate you. We're almost halfway through the day. Wanted to bring on Boomer, as we've said in the video, if you saw the promo that we just played, founder of Jollybean's Game, founder 793 Capital, serial entrepreneur with 3 successful exits, and Punk 793. When did you decide to get a Punk, and why?
Oh man, I've had the Punk for probably close to 2 years now, if not really close to 2 years, and kind of in the depths of the bear, when ETH was like $1,000. It was kind of like a no-brainer to me that the Apex asset was trading at, I think, a very discounted rate, even though it was quite a bit of ETH still. Like ETH dollar-wise was low. And when Prez put this up for sale, like I DM'd him and was like, "Yo, can I make an offer on this?" And we ended up doing a deal. It's probably one of my favorite punks in the whole collection, and I was pretty shocked I got it. I had to pay well over floor, but to me, I think it was worth it. And so I'm building a little brand around it and just having fun.
It's interesting seeing, because I've been messing around, changing my profile back and forth between, but then I saw your name on one of like the, I guess like angel investors or whatever on something. And I was like, oh, okay, listen, we have to be paying attention to what we're making as a PFP, because people are going to be seeing that and giving that first impression. But speaking of impressions here, was when you bought that before Yuga Labs got involved, or was it after? And I'm just kind of asking because I'm curious your take after Yuga acquired, if you felt more bullish, less bullish, etc.
It was before, and yeah, it's funny you mentioned the PFP thing. Like I've done several SAFs recently, but I'm never big enough to like make it by name, so I'm always the like among others or and many more. So I keep making tweets, kind of messing around with it because I don't write like huge checks, right? Like I'm not a VC, but um, yeah. So it's funny. I get to see it everywhere, and it's fun, but never by name. I bought the Punk before Yuga. I am indifferent if Yuga owns them or not. To be honest, I think Yuga, and I know you had Phil on. He did a fantastic job. I have a feeling they've got some cash flow stuff happening, and I bet you we see the Punks released from their treasury probably this bull run, so they can raise more capital. That'd be my
Spicy.
guess.
Spicy. So what we have Boomer on here for is to talk about the venture of Jollybean Games. So give us a lowdown, however you want to start. Jollybean Games, what is it?
Yeah, so it's been fun. We've been going a couple months, pretty stealth. Somehow it got picked up with some of the community that whether they follow me or others, and it's kind of funny. We somehow have 1,000 followers and we haven't posted very much, which you got to love the degen mentality around that, and I appreciate everyone wanting to support. We're going to start being more public. We're testing things. We're having a good time. We've got a couple games kind of underway. One of our big games, we're working with another IP in the space that will be released, I believe, at the end of the month here. In terms of like who that is and what we're doing and how it's powered. But in May, that game will hit Apple and Google, and be ready for its initial testing and kind of seeing product market fit. And our second kind of piece that is going to happen real soon is our kind of trial with Star Defenders, which is really not about the game, but more kind of flexing the ability to kind of think outside the box. And I'm sure we can talk a little bit deeper on that, but it's actually going to be an ordinal inscription, but a platement function that I don't believe has been seen in the space yet. So we've been testing that, and I believe the team got you uh, the ability to kind of play test the game, even though it's not just about the game. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm just bringing it up right now on another screen. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, and again, it's not about the game. It's more just the idea of thinking creatively and having fun. And then we're experimenting with some stuff on TikTok, interactive gameplay that allows a TikTok streamer to essentially play an interactive game, and someone watching them natively in TikTok, if you like, or share it, tip, then the enemies will take different actions. Maybe they have haste, maybe they more multiply, and it's more of a Clash Royale feel to that game. But that's a Web 2 game, like native within TikTok, and we've got some fun ways that we want to include Web 3. But again, just more thinking outside the box and testing and experimenting is really what Jollybean's all about for right now.
Awesome. It's cool that you're diving into the ordinal side of things. And so, like, more broadly, we've seen a huge uptick regarding ordinals. How do you think that that's going to kind of play for the rest of this market? And you kind of seeing the success that a lot of ordinals has had. Is that one of the reasons that you wanted to jump in there with one of its kind of first of the kind?
I think so. Ordinals feels like NFTs in 2021. It feels raw and new and fun, and honestly, like it takes a while to transact on Bitcoin. Like you make a purchase and 40 minutes later it's in your wallet. So we're not seeing the like blur farming marketplace, churning, um, you know, things that we've seen with ETH. So naturally that is going to slow sales, good or bad. And recently it's been good, right? When someone can't buy something and immediately floor it and move on and get their Bitcoin back in 30 seconds to go deploy it again. So the infrastructure is different. And I like that piece. I like that it's new. I mean, I still don't know everything about it, but I want to be involved. I mean, I've owned Bitcoin for a very long time, and it's kind of funny, as ETH was bleeding, Bitcoin was saving my bags. So it's fun cheerleading on both sides of the camp. I know that's kind of boomerish, but I am a big fan of Bitcoin. And so we just want to make our mark there and have fun with it. So it's a way for us to test. And Star Defenders is kind of the game that's going to allow us to, make this initial experiment and see if it works. And if it does, then we'll double, triple down and build some really cool stuff and more innovative games that will utilize the tech that we're building, because it's pretty unique. And to be honest, I haven't seen anyone building anything like this.
Now, one thing that I want to do, because we're going to have Boomer here for a little bit. And so if you guys are wanting to check this out, it's at Jollybean Games. If you want to give him a follow, but Boomer is really involved with, I feel like everything. If I'm going to ask somebody who's involved with almost every single ecosystem, I feel like you are kind of touching everything here. So I want to go back to Jollybean Games here before we wrap up, and I'm just curious your kind of sentiment regarding the entire Web3 space right now, because we're seeing the blast happening. People are questioning what's going on with Polygon. We have entirely new chains that are popping up. Gal is now getting traction again after their price soared. Everybody's offering these DeFi protocols. We still have the same stigma around the entire space. Do you feel like we've actually evolved from where we were, and what are some of your favorite ecosystems right now?
I mean, the one that surprises me out of all of that is Gala. I mean, we know, you and I, but maybe the viewers don't. But we have some Gala nodes that we've had since 2021, and they felt like they were dead the entire bear, and all of a sudden, they've come alive. Gala's price come alive. The owners turned off their nodes, and so the nodes increased their payouts. That one's the wild card. I felt like Gala had extracted so much from the communities that it was going to be very hard to recover, and I was wrong. So it's funny you say like I'm in everything, because I feel like I am trying to be in a lot of things. I just made a post about how I need to kind of cut back NFT buying, which of course then I still bought NFTs. So I'm not taking my own advice. Yeah, there's a really good video out today on Parallel, and I didn't own one of the avatars, so I wanted to be able to participate in that because it looks pretty amazing. I read the white paper, so it's weird because right now I feel like there's so much happening that it's probably the least comfortable I have felt in years, because there's so much action, so many things taking place, so many games launching, games that came out of nowhere. I know Derek's going to be on your show in a little bit. He had a really killer idea, and like obviously I'll let him talk about his own stuff. But I played. I thought it was super novel, super interesting, and I love that people are experimenting. And that was not on anyone's radar 60 days ago. So it's going to be a really fun year, I think, and I want to get more focused on kind of what we're building. But there's always still time to degen and play around. It's going to be hard to focus on what opportunity is there, and it's very much an attention economy. So I'm feeling underwater right now, Schiller. With so many
I'm
things,
feeling underwater.
with so many things launching, and at the same time, I'm wanting to pull back to focus more on delivering some cool stuff at Jollybean, because we really do have some fun things in the works. Yeah, it's a crazy time.
Now, you brought a parallel within there, and YoJurmy, thank you so much for the 37-month subscription. Holy sheesh! But we're going to be having him down a little bit later to help us walk through some of the colony.
37 months. He might need to
paper.
seek some help.
Yeah, truly. And Bequito, what's up? Thanks for popping by. I'm good. How are you? So I guess there's a couple things that we're going to be going over throughout this, but you were talking about the angel investing or just investing in general in the space right now. It feels like more people are trying to get into that opportunity, while at the same time, it felt that there wasn't really many people trying to do that over the last few months. I don't really know, because I'm not in any of these circles. So maybe can you tell us about like the cycle of how investing within the Web3 space has looked over the past 2-3-ish years?
Yeah, so in 2021 and 2020, early 22, maybe half of 22, it was incredibly easy for anyone to raise money. Money was being thrown around. Valuations were absolutely bonkers. I kind of mark it as like pre-other side drop and post-other side drop, because that's where I feel like it really shifted. The community focus, the founders and what they were building. So we had a lot of people, that raised and were building through the bear, and many didn't make it. And those that did are now kind of resurfacing and showing, hey, this is what we've been building, and we had enough firepower to kind of stick through the bear. No VCs were raising, or excuse me, were writing checks really with any size from mid 22 to like end of 23. And even early in 24 here, only certain VCs are actually writing checks, and they're smaller checks than what were before, even with Bitcoin roaring. And it feels like the last like 30, 45 days have changed a bit, with more projects seeking funding and getting that funding. I kind of saw the market shifting in October. That's when I started to buy heavily back into more coins. And I saw more projects wanting to raise. I still think there's a lot of projects that are barely getting by that want to raise now. And it was a lot of smaller rounds, down rounds, or angel rounds where they didn't have huge checks, but they had more people and hopefully more strategic people. But yeah, the last probably 45 days, the amount of deal flow that's kind of come through it's a hockey stick, honestly. Just the amount of people that are now starting to raise, and we're seeing a lot of SAFs, so pure token, no equity, um, with somewhat favorable unlock terms because the market is still in the early bull. I think that'll change as we progress through the bull market. So yeah, I've done a few because the unlocks and were favorable and the teams were amazing.
I'm curious within like from a I guess we call us collectors standpoint, we have certain things that end up not working out. Some things are straight up scams, etc. How does it work from that side? If you're getting these investment rounds and whatnot, is it like a pretty limited chance that it's actually going to turn out horribly, that they're like actually not going to do anything, or is it much safer on that realm for anybody that's thinking about trying to deploy capital in that area?
It's absolutely not safer. It is usually completely illiquid if you're on the safe side. So you're going for equity. You're basically betting on either they get acquired or they go public. That's how the equity is gonna roll. So if you think JPEGs are illiquid, try holding equity in some of these companies. From the SAF side, so you're buying the token at an agreed upon price with some sort of vesting and cliff, lock periods, whatever. Those are more liquid, and those have been really favorable with VCs, because as an LP, they don't take any of the risk on legally for the token in whatever jurisdiction the company is in, and they get liquidity within anywhere from at TGE upwards of maybe 2, maybe 3 years. And that probably is going to bring back their whole actual investment, and then they kind of are riding with the equity for free. And that model has never really existed until tokens and crypto and all that was starting in 21. That's why we saw such a big rush to deploy capital early on, in the bull. Plus, they had liquidity and ways to exit. As a community member in several projects, that was how we got dumped on, and that won't change. That is a very real thing, and that will happen again this bull run for sure.
And I had a thought and I totally lost it. Damn it. Yo, it was a juicer. 4, 5,
Great
6,
thought.
8.
It was
Yeah,
amazing.
that was a good thought. It was a banger question. Oh, jurisdictions. You brought up a point there regarding tokens, and my mind immediately went to because I believe you're in the U.S. So there's been all this kind of talk and trying to figure out from the legal landscape how things are going to roll out. Obviously, Brian Armstrong, Brad Garlandhouse, these guys are giving a big middle finger to the SEC site went down yesterday. All these things, obviously, election year and whatnot. Just curious your stance on how crypto legalization, I mean, obviously it's legal. That might not have been the correct term, but the barriers that are in the US right now, how do you see that kind of evolving negatively or positively over the next year?
We're losing all the talent, we're losing funds, we're losing opportunity. The US is massively screwing up to the point where I honestly think it's like a national security issue that they're screwing up so bad. in terms of crypto and how they're approaching a new financial market. I'm super thankful of Brian Armstrong, Coinbase, and anyone else that's out there fighting on behalf. They've got much bigger bags, much more connected. So I subscribe to Coinbase One. It's what, $20 a month or something. I'm a shareholder. Like not a crazy amount, but like just trying to support how I can. Because I'm thankful that they're out there fighting. Some people, get mad and hate Coinbase for one reason or another, but they're at least in the U.S., they're one of the only ones that are really fighting for all of us. So very thankful. I wish I could say more positively that I think it will change on a quicker time scale. I don't think so. Everyone's kind of really pumped on this Bitcoin ETFs, which I knew would bring billions of liquidity. I didn't think it would bring as much liquidity in the first, 60 days that it has. I kind of thought the amount of liquidity we have now would be a year target. So it's really nice seeing that. I know a lot of from the advisory side, the professional money managers, they're not in it yet. And that's still trillions of dollars managed by them, mostly boomer wealth that have not, entered the space. So I still think we have a lot of wind at our backs, to help us and the Bitcoin price. I don't see an ETH ETF, coming very quickly. I know people are saying May, maybe, but I think Gensler is going to be pretty stubborn about it was sold as a security, and it might not be a security now, but it once was, and I think we're going to have to see him duke it out in court again. So yeah, I think the U.S. is screwing up big time on this, and I wish it wasn't the case.
Have you thought about leaving the U.S. at all, being somebody super big in crypto, or do you think that eventually it'll get figured out?
Eventually, it'll get figured out. It won't be perfect, and we'll probably screw up a lot along the way. The government thinks that because USDC and USDT are backed by dollars, that is going to anchor them and have strength in the dollar going forward. I don't think that they understand that things like DAI exist and could grow in strength. I can't and won't leave the U.S. between family and my wife's work and the kids. It's just not something for me. I've thought about it, but I'd be doing that single, as I've been told. So
the conversation has started, but it ended quickly.
Oh, it started last bull run when I said, "Hey, we actually kind of have a decent amount here, and this could go a lot further if we didn't, get hampered by all the unfun things like taxes and regulations." And I was quickly shot down with, "You can do that. You will just be single."
So I had somebody bring up to me the other day that apparently Coinbase is storing all of the ETF, all the ETFs right now, and that their prediction was that the next FTX instance would happen with Coinbase and directly affect those ETFs. Do you think that is absolute malarkey, or do you think there's some kind of notion of that being correct, or could be?
I don't know if all the ETFs are using them.
That's what I said. They seemed convinced on that. I was like, I don't know.
I don't know if all of them. I know the biggest are with IBIT is BlackRock's, and they're definitely doing it. But I think Fidelity is the second biggest, and they have their own custody. So I'm not sure if they use Coinbase or not. If we had a problem at Coinbase, I'll run with your question though. Yeah, we'd be in a lot of trouble because it's going to be way bigger than FTX.
That's tough.
I don't think we will have an issue with that. I think there's probably so much security and multi-sigs and things that are happening, and I feel like the money that's going into these ETFs, at least for now, is Hotel California. It's going in, but it ain't coming out.
Yeah, A1 says, "Boomer, what up?" from the X feed. Yo, for everybody watching on the X feed, Appreciate you guys. Thanks so much. So I got a game show that I want to get into here with a second, but I want to do kind of a final notion here regarding Yuga. And I don't mean final, but we kind of like briefly talked about it earlier. And obviously with Phil, it feels like they are at the forefront in terms of everybody still views them as number one. Obviously, there's been a lot of hiccups and changes throughout it, but I know that you've been heavily involved within that ecosystem and seen everything. So I'm just kind of curious your overview of some of their missteps, some of the things that they've done right, and just kind of your sentiment towards them lately.
Yeah, I'm frustrated. I'm really, really frustrated with Yuga. I mean, I minted 19 apes. I've been around the whole time. I mean, at one point, Yuga was the majority of my bag. It is not the majority now. I mean, I still own an ape. It is listed, but still own it for now. I've participated in every game. I've participated in pretty much every event that I could get to. Ape Fest, I couldn't. I mean, their gaming has been atrocious. Anyone that calls heavy metal fun needs to be checked up on, because that game was the opposite of fun. And I know everyone, I think you even had a tweet you pulled up that was someone was tweeting asking for their bags on what's happening with heavy metal. I think that that was a huge misstep. Relaunching Dookie Dash with the creator part is cool. I think relaunching Dookie Dash is not cool. I think Other Side is in a lot of trouble with the change, whatever occurred with Improbable leaving. Just from a game side, if your whole back end is gone, you have to rebuild it, and that takes time. It's probably why we haven't seen any live things for a while until the apes come home. And even then, I think that was a step backwards. Even just no audio is kind of strange. So yeah, I think you guys got an identity crisis internally. Daniel leaving, some say it's good, some say it's bad. They've pivoted to basically a full gaming company, and they got rid of the gaming exec. So it's kind of strange. So I'm in the camp of this doesn't feel like it did before. A lot of people have left the club, and I don't feel like the community is being treated fairly by the team. I think they're trying, but it's not enough.
Spicy. All right, listen, now we're ready for the game show here with the first question. The way this is going to work, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask Boomer, or basically make a statement. Boomer, you got 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever you feel is adequate time to break it down. We got about 8 different topics here. Let's roll right off the first one. Yuga acquiring moonbirds.
That makes me want to vomit. I mean, not for the Moonbird's sake and the whole CCO or whatever, but like bailing out Kevin Rose is the way I view that. Whether they did it to add cash to their balance sheet, not do a down round, because they did a stock swap is apparently the rumor on the street. I don't know if they've publicly said this or not. I've never talked to anyone in Yuga, so I'm going off of just what has publicly been kind of brought up. But to me, it feels like a Kevin Rose bailout, and I am not a fan of Kevin Rose. I don't think that he treated his community and his collectors, with respect and dignity. I never owned a Moonbird because of Kevin. I don't care what the price was. There's plenty of opportunity to buy and sell and flip those things. I refused out of principle, and to see Yuga, give him a golden parachute out, and guess he's out now. I saw tweets that he was selling his stuff and burning his ENS and things, so I guess that's a positive. But yeah, not excited as a community member, seeing just public data and seeing seeing Kevin Rose get a golden parachute is annoying and frustrating.
Next one. NFTs feel like they've been completely rinsed with broader crypto market pump.
I think you've got a bull market coming, or here. I think it's easier to sell in and out of coins. It's an attention economy, and I'm not just talking shit coins. I'm saying just any coin, right? It's easy. You don't get called out for selling. I mean, I've made a public thing and said I'm selling some NFTs. Like I need to cut back. I can't be in this many discords, and I still have founders and community members messaging me going, "Why are you selling?" You know, publicly tagging me in the Discord or DMing me, um, and I mean, they're illiquid for the most part, especially as ordinals and Solana and other things, you know, and other chains are coming. I think NFTs are going to be here forever, and I think there's a lot of provenance on some great NFTs. And I'm still bullish on what they bring. Utility to NFTs is getting quite difficult. I mean, as you read about Starbucks, if they can't figure out how to bring utility to NFTs with the market size and capital they have, like it's a long road ahead. But people are impatient, especially in this space. They have an attention span of a gnat, and if they can get in and out of something quick, um, then the NFTs just won't be the target for them right now, at least in this part of the cycle.
The attention span of a gnat. I think that's a little bug for anybody that doesn't know. The common trend of projects that are already launched or have a following on other chains now launching something on ordinals.
Fantastic. I mean, I love it because it's all about experimenting. The space should be embracing change and embracing trying new things. Not everything will work. I mean, Star Defenders, what we're doing at Jollybean, like that is us experimenting with a different way to look at contracts. You know, tools that we've had for years. We're just going to put them together in a different way and try something on ordinals. I think it's fantastic. There's communities I've been learning about. On Chain Monkey had no idea all the cool stuff Danny was doing, and he sent me a DM. We've sending me info. I've started to read this. I'm going, this is amazing. Like he figured out so many cool things with ordinals and cursed sats and stuff. I was learning a ton. Like I love learning. I think the experimenting is fun, and I'm excited to see more communities and people try different things, whether it's ordinals or Solana or a new ecosystem. Blast has got some cool stuff happening. I know people are fudding it, but like I think they're doing cool stuff, and more communities. Talking to a developer over there that launched a really cool NFT project and a bot sniper piece, I mean just super smart people are building in different chains. I love it.
Meme coin mania.
So I am like anti meme coin for the most part, then realizing that I'm an idiot because NFTs are essentially attention economy kind of things and act like illiquid meme coins. So I guess take that with a grain of salt. I did buy um, a recent meme coin because I opened Twitter at 1 a.m. and saw our favorite, Mr. Beanie, bragging about how he was right. So naturally, I'm going, "Ugh, what is Beanie right about now?" See him and you know, making fun of D's and Farouk, and so talking about a coin. So I decided to buy some of said coin, and that was probably the first meme coin I bought since Pepe and Mog. Little amounts of those, but not much. I don't do much meme coins, but this one's got some attention, and it's been really interesting to see how everyone's approaching it. And yeah, I think they're. I mean, memes are here to stay.
The trend of many collections making Fortnite experiences.
So this one's kind of funny to me. Back in 21, you know, Apes minted, and then all of a sudden, you know, we had all these projects mint, and then they realized that, oh crap, we need to do something other than just mint to entertain our community. What can we do? And that's kind of where the metaverse play really started kicking off. I know that like firsthand because we built lots and lots of experiences for all these NFT companies. And now the metaverse concept is pretty much played out. And a lot of these companies have less capital because we're, again, just starting the bull. And they're trying to figure out what they can do to entertain their community again. And it's really hard to build a mobile game. It's really hard to build, you know, AA, AAA games. It's really easy to build in Fortnite, like really easy to build in Fortnite. The UEFN, the creator tools are fantastic. I'm a huge fan of Epic and while I have played Fortnite with you and some of your buddies, and I'm terrible, I appreciate what they've built and all the money and resources that they've put towards it. And I think communities are trying to figure out and kind of grasp at straws of like, how the hell do we keep our communities entertained, and is there a way to make some money on the side with this? And it's really not expensive, and it's really easy to make Fortnite maps. So I think we're going to see more of that. I think we're going to see more of Roblox. Like, Roblox requires some coding, Lua and stuff. So like, I think it's another barrier to entry there, and maybe it's not the perfect market fit because it's generally younger kids playing. But I think a Roblox or a Fortnite experience is, for most of these non-gaming projects, their quote unquote sandbox experience. They're and I say that in quotes because it's what everyone was calling the metaverse, which we saw how that worked out.
So what do you think of the game? All right. Do it again some other time. More questions? What's the thought here, Boom? That was kind of fun. I enjoyed that from my end.
Yeah, you just launched grenades, and I just was dodging landmines. Yeah, it's super fun.
This is new form of video game. This is what the metaverse is about.
This is Schiller's PvP.
We were talking with Das a little bit earlier, and I gave some of the questions to him. And one of the additional questions that I asked was, we have this huge stigma that's still out there of blockchain, NFTs, crypto, all of it being bad. At what point does that change? Like, is there anything that actually makes it where that's not the case, or just kind of a slow evolution of, people just accepting for what it is?
My answer has changed over the years, and it will change probably continuing as I learn more and understand more. Originally I kind of came into the space from the finance side, to be honest, and was like, okay, I kind of see this as a store of value, talking about Bitcoin specifically. And I didn't really pay attention to anything else. I should have. I would have probably been retired and made a lot of money if I would have, but like I didn't. So I bought Bitcoin, just left it. Um, and I just kind of said, okay, I get it. If it takes off, great. And then as I started to, full time in 21, early 21 in the space, I realized that we need more people here in order for this to be sustainable. And so I thought at the time that getting to mass adoption, and driving, the normies into the space, um, is going to be what's best, because more liquidity comes in, the better. And that we can do that as, individuals and companies building cool stuff. And it was very apparent that all the work that we'd put in through the bull and the bear of 22 and 23 didn't make anything a dent compared to what Wall Street could do with institutional capital. And so seeing tens of billions of dollars flow into Bitcoin, which is naturally going to make its way down to alts and meme coins and all of that, from a liquidity standpoint, and bringing in quote unquote mass adoption, these funds in just a few months have done insane amounts of volume and have brought a lot of liquidity to the space. But I'm more thinking that, obviously we're going to all do our part to talk about it and tell people and participate. Some people are going to be instantly turned off to anything that's not Bitcoin, especially if they run into some meme coins first, with some of the names and things that are out there, getting the headlines. But it's, I think, a path to self-discovery. People are going to have to realize that they want to be here, and we just need to do a better job at making it easy and accessible, and somehow get rid of people scamming people. I think that's one of our biggest hurdles, and it's just tough. Like, self custody is hard, and it's, for some people, they'll never do it. And so, we need the Coinbases and Krakens and Geminis of the world. I'm talking about more US stuff because that's where I'm at. To help, bring people on and bridge, what they were doing pre-crypto to bringing them into the space.
How come we haven't seen like an onboarder to the same extent that Top Shot was? Was it just the fact that that was kind of a one-time phenomenon? Obviously, they've gone to try to do other different sports categories, but it's not really felt like anything Web3 related has found as much kind of like viral success to actually onboard. I would argue Bored Apes was kind of like a cross effect from what happened with people kind of exiting Top Shot and looking for other things. But how come we haven't really had any big onboarding events or protocols?
Uh, so Top Shot is an issue. So I met you through Top Shot. I followed you
True,
in Top
true.
Shot days, right? And I'll be honest, I don't know if Bored Apes would have minted out when they minted out if it wasn't for Top Shot. And I say that because almost everyone I followed in Top Shot minted at least an ape and was changing their PFPs on Twitter at that time. And then all of a sudden, within days, apes were minted and then really kind of took hold. And most of the people that were building that community were Top Shot people. Like there was a good chunk. I don't know what percentage. I maybe don't agree, but I felt like it was a big chunk of people at Top Shot. So
No, for
I
sure.
felt like that early part was beneficial to the apes. But why haven't we seen another Top Shot? I think Top Shot was in the right place at the right time. Because you got to go back. Like we were in COVID, we still were not comfortable leaving houses. People were getting airdropped money from the government, without whitelist grinding. And they had disposable income. Crypto was mooning, right? When the world kind of shut down in March of 20, Bitcoin was what, like 3K or something. And by the end of the year, it was 20. So people felt flush with cash. And you then bring in Top Shot, which was great. You could use credit card, you could onboard with an email. Like no one cared about decentralization because they didn't know it existed, right? They brought them in with custodial wallets, and you're trading one of the most popular sports, in the world. And it was like, I mean, it's digital trading cards, right? Like we all grew up trading cards as kids. I don't care what sport it was. Most of them were baseball, but we're trading cardboard. So you kind of mix all these together and be like, wait, I own this. It doesn't degrade. I don't have to figure out how to store it, and it's a movie, and it's a moving of a video. This is fantastic. So I think it was just a right place at the right time. I think we've evolved and we understand kind of more about tech and more about self custody and kind of all these things. For those active participants, I think it was just the right place at the right time.
What do you?
And then they have the kind of their own downfall and destruction.
Well, I was gonna say, what do you
Yeah.
remember about those early day Top Shots? Because when I was reminiscing with Phil, like stuff started coming back to me about like the stress tests and us having to kill 3 hours on a stream, being like, "All right, guys, who's getting packs?"
I
And
mean, yeah, and then being annoyed when you didn't get a pack, but then the sheer like super happy, like, euphoric, biggest dopamine hit ever when like you're the one that won the pack, right? When they put in the queue system, I was like, oh my gosh, this is horrible, and that felt like it was killing it off. They could have done so many things differently, to actually just shown that they cared about the community, and that didn't exist. But I don't know. My best Top Shot moment was completing the rookie challenge and pulling a number one cereal. But it still is mine and hasn't been sold and will probably never sell. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's like going back to old games. Like I used to play World of Warcraft, a long time ago, and vanilla and burning and whatever. And you have all these like great memories of those things, and I'm sure if I went back and played it right now, it would not live up to it. So I'm not gonna. I know Top Shot's been working on it, but I'm not gonna go back personally.
So to recap, in terms of like a perspective, we had Top Shot come out, a bunch of people made money, and then a lot of people lost a lot of money. Bored Apes came out, a lot of people made a lot of money, and depending on when you bought, people now have potentially lost a lot. But still, everybody gives NFTs the connotation that it's all only about making money. Why?
Most of the, and by most I mean a very large majority of the market participants right now are here only for money. So naturally, those that only are here for one thing, everyone kind of gets lumped into that. You know, you've got fantastic artists, and whether it's by hand or gen art, you've got people who are really thinking outside the box, trying to create things. And if you go look in any of the discords or in their tweet threads as comments or in their spaces, it's always talking about floor price and airdrops and what are you going to do for me now. So that is just where we're at with the current kind of meta of it all being financial products, or being heavily incentivized financially, because that is the only participants here. And until we get people who are here, that come into the space and it's not just about money, we're going to still have some of these problems. But I think gaming will shift some of that. Of course, there's going to be the speculators, those that are going to, try to extract as much as they can from those. But we will get people who are genuinely just curious and have fun playing games and think it's cool that they own something and it can't be removed, from them, or taken from them.
It's funny to think about, like, having these conversations, and something that I was kind of thinking about last night is, we have a chance to write history in a way. And, looking back at the stream, we could, 10 years from now be like, what a dumbass thing we just said for, whatever reason. But it is the fact that we're early, and it's something that's exciting and new. But when you look at the past 2 years, have you seen anything that you felt has really pushed the space forward in a good way? I mean, the US legal, like, it feels like it's all kind of negative, but have you seen any developments that you personally feel just, much better, safer, or bullish on the space overall?
I mean, from the financial kind of component, and you brought up the US, I mean, the fact that we've now got Bitcoin ETFs, I really, really doubted that we were going to have that for a while, just for how anti crypto and honestly stupid the US is being about things. And that is just going to unlock billions and billions and billions of dollars. And that will then spark more innovation, more creativity, whether it's on Bitcoin or ETH, or Solana or other networks. Um, yeah, I think that that has done a lot of good, and we haven't even started to see. We're seeing the initial effects of it right now with price. So everyone's euphoric because, again, they're all here for money. But within a few years, we're going to really see what that money has done. Things are going to be created. The next Bored Ape is going to happen in this cycle. It will not be the Bored Apes. It will be something completely different that we have no idea maybe even it exists yet, because maybe it hasn't even started being made. But I think a lot of the tech and onboarding, new features, easy access, safety, wallet, all this stuff is getting better. I'm even though it still happens, we can joke about how apes don't read. But Wallet Guard, if that was here last bull run, would have saved so many apes' asses. And they didn't need a ton of funding to get that, but it's critical now to have that piece, so you know exactly what you're signing. I don't use it, but Magic Eden's wallet, where it's cross chain, you have all your assets in one spot, I mean, is a fantastic thing. And if I wasn't so used to just using MetaMask, and even though it's inferior, and didn't want to switch everything over, but I think that if that was around last bull run, would have been significantly easier to operate on chains, and it wouldn't have been such a big deal migrating between chains. There's just a lot of cool tech. Thorchain and what they're doing for liquidity is amazing. The bridges and moving funds back and forth is becoming easier. I use the bridge all the time, and I mean, it settles in like a minute. It's absolutely amazing. Like, I think a lot of this infrastructure is going to continue to get built up, and I'm excited to see what this new liquidity is going to bring in terms of products and innovation. And we haven't seen it yet. It's too new.
You made a point in there saying that we're going to see another Bored Ape Yacht Club, but it's not, there's a chance that we haven't seen it, but I think there's also a chance that we had. So I want to go to your Node Monkeys. I know that you ended up picking up one, and for Ordinals, a lot of people are saying that that is the King collection over there. Can you give us just a broad overview, imagining that we've seen Node Monkeys, but we don't really know how the heck it got the traction that it did?
Yeah, so I'll clarify one thing. Like, we haven't seen another Bored Ape. I wasn't just talking about a PFP. Like,
Gotcha.
I'm talking about what apes have done in the bull run was historic. It was amazing. I mean, just they penetrated culture. They did so many cool things, and we could argue that some of that was paid, by MoonPay or whatever. It doesn't matter. The fact is that it happened, right? It was being discussed on TV. It was the thing to do. It was the thing to be in. It was just a vibe, and so I wasn't just talking about like the NFT or the ordinal side. Node Monkeys is interesting. I did not catch on early. I was actually kind of pitched by a buddy of mine that I've known for a very long time, who is very in touch with a lot of these things. So I'm very fortunate for him to take the time to explain to me. I think that Node Monkeys are really interesting. I bought two hoodies. I ended up selling one and have a different one, but I still have like my hoodie hyena is what they call it. Um, and I am going to hold on for a long time. I think there's a lot of liquidity on Bitcoin. A lot of people have true FU money on Bitcoin. They've held for a very long time. I mean, they make some of the ETH whales look very poor for how much money is actually sitting on that chain. And this is one of the earliest, or maybe it's the earliest, I don't know. I think On Chain Monkeys are claiming that they were first. I'm not sure how the provenance kind of works on all of that,
The
but
battle of first in the NFT space as a whole.
yeah. It's interesting. But I think they've got a community that's formed around them, and they've got attention. And I think this is what we're going to continue to see is communities forming and attention gathering in certain spots, and that is going to continue to probably bring price appreciation, and then it'll be something cool. Someone will create something fun with their node monkey, and then it'll spark more people to do it, and it'll feel like kind of the ape piece again, right? Where everyone's building their own personalities, their own brands, their own things. Lots of people have done it with punks. Lots of people have done it with apes. Maybe see a little bit of the Pudgy Penguin kind of building, but not much yet. And Node Monkeys might be the thing. It's Ordinals is hot now, and they've got a lot of attention over there. When I go back, I'll say one more thing is like, I don't think that is the next Bored Ape catalyst that takes over truly like the outside world. Maybe in our bubble, but not the outside world. And I don't know what will take that over. Maybe ask Jeremy what he's on if it's parallel.
For sure. Well, I mean, I think that it's interesting that we have Starbucks that's pulling out of the space, not trying to figure out ways to correct it. Obviously, there's been rumors of Disney connected with like literally everybody and all these, big brands kind of coming into the space, but it feels like it's not really happened yet. But at the same time, you can argue like, okay, there's not really any rails for them to come in on. So the point of me saying that is like, how do you think this metaverse is going to pan out? Do we actually care that much about what we're going to look in these worlds? Are we even close to that coming to fruition?
I don't think we're close to that coming, and I don't think people, yeah, they care what they look like, but I mean, we're still very far, years and years away, I think, from something like that existing in a way that we're kind of envisioning when you say metaverse. Um, I think Epic is probably the closest version of what and what they're probably going to be building is probably the closest version of what that might look like in the short term. You can argue that Fortnite with UEFN might be a quasi metaverse. I mean, they got tons of money from Sony and all sorts of people, so they're very, very well capitalized. No one in Web3 can compete with the size of that for now. I think we all kind of hoped it would grow from Sandbox to Other Side and other things. I don't think that that's going to be anything in the short term. So yeah, I think we've got a ways to go, and I think it's going to be smaller activations. Stuff Improbable is doing is actually really interesting, where they've put up I don't know if you've played those, a couple pop-up games where they'll come on for 2, 3, 4 hours and then shut it down. Um, I think we're going to see more of that type of stuff where it's not persistent open world, because it's really hard to hold people's attention. I mean, I look at what do they call the Apple VR things? Do you
Vision
remember what
Pro.
those things? Yeah, I mean, how many people were? I mean, even on my timeline, people were going nuts. They loved it. They were showing all sorts of cool stuff. I think I've now seen like one tweet in a week about someone talking about the cool thing that they did. Most of that's just collecting dust. Those things were 4 grand, and the tech was amazing. I mean, I watched videos and I wanted one. I didn't buy one, but I was like, damn, that looks fun. And I realized like for that to keep my attention is going to be impossible. It'll be a digital, or it'll be a physical paperweight for something, and it'll cost 4 grand to do that. Like, attention is really tough, and I think open, persistent worlds are going to struggle to keep people entertained right now until it's something truly remarkable.
It's a good point. I mean, I do think that we need something that's a big wow factor, and it's weird that the only drive for doing anything within Web3 right now feels like it's for money, or at least that's the perpetrated thing, when it's a lot more, as we obviously see with community getting together, et cetera, et cetera. Max Design, what's up? Thanks for popping by, sir. Hope you are well. So, Boomer, before we wrap up here, I want to go back to Jollybean Games because we ended up just picking your brain a hell of a lot. So, if you guys are here, obviously, Boomer's handle's been up the entire stream. If you want to go follow him, you can do that, or check out the tweet in the promo video that I made yesterday. But Jollybean Games, we got some leaks about an ordinal style mint for this, but you got some more going with it. So let's do a quick little recap.
Yeah, did you play the game on stream? I wasn't watching.
I can bring it back up. Give me a second.
No, you don't have to. I just didn't know if you did or not. I mean, it really isn't about the game for this one. It's, I think, going to be really fun and entertaining to see. So I'll kind of talk a little bit about it. The player will come log in with their kind of ordinal wallet. They'll play. They'll hit a certain score that we haven't set yet. We've been testing still. And once that does, an inscribe button will pop up, and they'll be able to inscribe an ordinal. And we'll have 793 ordinals. So it will be somewhat of a limited supply in that. But what's really happening kind of behind the scenes is we are going to use an ETH smart contract to generate all the art with no real human interaction, all created by code. The team's got it. We're going to have a bunch more info kind of coming out about what we're doing, how we're doing it. But when you click inscribe, it's going to randomly pick one of those generated arts, and it's going to inscribe it on a sat and deposit it in your wallet. And just that whole concept inside of a game, and using the game and the score, to kind of throttle this. It's the idea, like, there's no wait list, right? Like, people are like, oh, give me a white list for this. Like, there's no white list. Like, it's come in and play and have fun. And I don't know about you, but I've seen tons of game companies that are all trying to make partnerships, and they've got that alpha bot or pre-min or whatever it is. It's hey, we've got 5 spots allocated to this, and it's like, for fuck's sake, you're a game company. This is not fun. Like, clicking a thing and hoping I win something, like, that is not entertaining. It's not fun. So our version of this is come actually play a game, and I want to test my hypothesis, right? Do people want the easiest way to do something, which is click a button and hope they win something, or would they rather come play a game, whatever the game may be, whether it's an arcade 80s style game, or a bingo or tic-tac-toe? It doesn't matter. Would they want any sort of gamification in order to do something? And my gut tells me that some of these basic games would be really fun to engage communities and allow them to play to earn that spot. It's play for access, right? It doesn't matter what the access is. It could be access to Ape Fest. It could be access to a mint, it could be access to whatever. And so our test here was, testing contracts and, minting something fun, and I should say inscribing something fun with ordinals. And it's also to test the theory. So that's what this first little thing is, and it's going to be out in a couple of weeks.
And the best way to follow that is just at Jollybean Games or anything else?
Yep, at Jollybean Games, and the team's going to start kind of tweeting out what we're building, what we're doing, how we're building it, and just seeing if there's interest in people wanting to play and engage with it.
Amazing. So is there any final things you'd like to end on a note here, whether it be about the market, what you're doing, our great friendship, or any final words, sir?
Our great friendship. I love you, man. I will tell you this. I give you a lot of shit all the time, but I absolutely love you. You're a good dude, and you've highly entertained me throughout the entire bear market. So I'm pretty sure I can speak for anyone who follows you. You are awesome, and you make us all smile. So thank you for being you. Thanks for having me on. It's always fun to hang out.
Yeah, well, appreciate it. Well, we'll have you back soon. I'll make some more game questions up too. It'll be fun, but appreciate you taking the time. We'll chat soon, brother.
Cheers.
All right, the one and only Boomer. He's a boomer. He's a boomer. So here's the sitch. Yeah, Divine Truey. So there's been apparently a lot of announcements. I'm seeing like notifications galore, and I'm like, okay, listen, I got notifications on for like 2-3 accounts, if that. What's going on? I think these accounts are tweeting. So we will look at that in a moment, but also for the next guest we have, which is VINCI. Somebody yelled at me on one of my posts earlier, and they were like, all right, I have to say something. It's not Da Vinci. It's Da Vinci, like Leonardo DiCaprio. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. It's crazy. But with that said, Divine, can you give me like a TLDR? What's the happenings? What's the excitement? What is the newest thing in town regarding that? I'm very curious. I'm going to need to run to take a break just for a second here. So what I'm going to do is I've highlighted this a bunch, and I know that not everybody's seen it, but this is the original Bored Ape Yacht Club reveal. And this is back in 21. I think I'm the only person in the world that was live streaming it happening. Now, that's a bold claim, and we've seen some bold claims being made across the NFT space overall. But if you haven't seen it, it's like one of my most successful videos, 10K views. Can you guys imagine? Look at that. That's crazy. But this is what the stream used to look like. And I want to highlight how crazy it is, because right now it's telling me we have 562 viewers here. I have Divine, Max, and A1 in the chat, and that's literally it. So I don't know if these numbers are chalked or if there's actually that many of you guys tuning in here. But back when Top Shot was crazy and we were literally streaming all the time before we started Xstream of the market, this just see how absolutely crazy this chat is and everything else. But I will be back in just a moment. But Divine, Doodles, Pudgy Penguins, Dead Fellas, Walker World, and Cool Cats are the collection that will get Surreal Escapes. More info on Land and Prisms. Oh. All right, here's the reveal stream. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Love it. Love it. Okay, so hi, what's up? It's Steve. It's your boy. The Bored Ape Yacht Club. This is something that I seen, and I was like, I don't really care about half of this stuff in terms of like animated drawings and whatnot, but this one, it looks kind of cool. I'm not going to lie. It looks kind of cool. So they're opening up some different stuff on here. I got it saved. It's the Bored Ape Yacht Club. The pre-sale's happening right now. There's 10,000 of these ones left. When we enter on here, you can see... Connect your wallet. Oh my God. Hide the screen. You little devils. All right, we're good. I got 2 of them. We're down to 9,473 of them left. It's 6 o'clock, so we're supposed to be able to see what they look like. And the bathroom was the thing that's supposed to be opening right now, I believe. But for the gallery coming soon as well. I guess we got to just keep an eye on their Twitter page for when stuff is launching. It does show up on OpenSea as well. Yeah. When we go over to OpenSea, I'll just show you real quick because I don't see anything getting activated yet, so it might be a little bit delayed. But we can see how I have two different ones here. I have 366 and 365. Then we got some of the horses. Hey, look, there's Hunter's art right there. Look at this guy. What a gem. This is also Amanda's phone background. Guys, killer. Killer. There needs to be one more sale for the reveal. Any sale after 6 p.m. will cause the reveal. What? Where the hell did they say that at? Is it in the Discord? Dude, everything's always just said in the Discord. It's no longer easy. Let me see if I can bring it up. And we'll keep an eye. We'll keep an eye on the Monkey Club. Okay, so in general, next event reveal, next ape sold post 6 p.m. Cool. Did I get tagged in something, or why did the notification show up? Ah, there we go. A little over half an hour until the reveal. Can't wait to see the apes. Get ready to post in, share your ape, and hit up the bathroom with us after. We've got a special update to celebrate the launch. Normally, the bathroom will be set to only allow you to place a pixel once every 50 minutes, but tonight we're lowering that to 2 minutes. All right. Day and night, dude, I toss and turn. Stressing. Wait, what? You know what I look for? I look for peace, but see, I don't attempt. What are you reading off right now? Yeah, the gas fees on it are really... Okay, so this is the part that I don't understand for this. When I bought the two that I got for this, it was like $40 gas, and that was it. But when I told it in the sub chat or whatever, like super late last night, you guys were saying that like gas was like very, very expensive. If you buy one for me, I'll buy it from you. Okay, then. Okay, hold on, bruv. Wait, does that mean that it's me that's going to buy this? Oh, probably not, but kick. Kick. Hey, I bought it. Okay, then. All right, so I don't know if that means that I activated everything, but that's cool if so. How do we tell where it is, though? Oh, it's a known MetaMask behavior? Gotcha. Hey, I said it. Yo, I said it. W's in the chat. Let's go. Hell yeah. All right. Here we go. Yo, I had no idea what I was doing, but if we set it up, Jeremy, great stuff. Let's go, dude. That's awesome. Okay, now we wait, and we get to see what's going on. When does the pre-sale end? I think it's supposed to end, like, now or when it finishes, because there's... We check out... Sorry, hold on. I have way too many tabs open right now. BYC... I mean, listen, the art on this whole thing is just wildly cool. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Yeah, it just ended? Cool, cool. Sounds good. I think they did a really smart thing with this whole project where they did like customized ones for some like bigger names within like the CryptoPunk and like Twitterverse. And I think that was super, super smart. You bought one 10 minutes ago? Right on. Well, I was talking about it last night and I thought that it was super, super cool. All right, just keeping an eye on the Discord to see what happens. How many you get? So I bought 2, and then one of my mods, Jeremy, wanted me to pick him up 1. So I guess we opened it, but I just grabbed 2 for this. Transactions should be revealed soon. There we go, baby. Gargamel. Need a minute for this TX to go through, and Apes should be revealed shortly. Thoughts on the new trade tokens on Top Shot? I think it's really spicy, Mr. Albee. Like, it's creative, it's cool, it's innovative. It's all that stuff. Yeah, sure. We'll do the one that showed up last. Yeah, whatever, Jeremy. If you end up getting ETH, that's preferred. But if you'd rather PayPal, we're chilling. Okay, so Jeremy, just to make like 100%, the 527 is yours because we had the 300 ones the other day. So whatever this one is yours, good sir. It's yours, good sir. Yo, Keita, the fact that you're always in here and always in sub chat, dude, you're great. I love that. Okay, listen, Jeremy, that's way too much effort, fam. But seriously, there's not been like many projects that I've liked the artwork for, but this stuff looked really, really cool. And like they even are looking at doing clothing and stuff. I thought that was sweet. Our roadmap here. So at 10% sold, they're gonna pay back their mums. At 20%, we released the Caged Apes, 5 Caged Ape tokens held back from the sale are airdropped to random ape holders. At 40%, BAYC gets its own YouTube channel, BAYC Lo-Fi Radio. Yo, listen, if this Lo-Fi Radio thing's good, the soundtrack you're hearing in the background right now, just chill out the window. If it's good, we'll just listen to that on a daily. Okay, so apparently the bathroom is now open. At least not... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, bruv. Yeah, coming soon. Whoa. Hunter, are you still wanting to give away that pack in a bit? Bunch of dudes trying to hang out in the bathroom, just saying. Says your site must be cached. Okay. You're able to get in? Do I need to, like, delete my history, or... What do I need to do differently here? Control Alt F4 shuts down my computer, JVB. Nice try, Keck. At least I think it does. Delete your cookies, clear cache. Okay. Oh, yeah, it worked. Okay, so if you clear your cache, your cookies and all that kind of stuff, then you can log in. And now we're back here. Lovely. Ah, okay, so I went through. So we can add stuff. What the hell is this? What the shit is this? All right, so apparently we can add pixels to it. What color do you guys want me to add here? You can go with green variation yellow. You want Raptors red. Is that Raptors red? Baby blue. We're all over the place. Okay. Okay. There's a bunch of ones going on around here. Hunter green. 0, 0. Can we put a white one? Wait, hold on. No, we'll do red because Raptor said it first. We'll do it back top left, right here. Look, we'll fill it out. Right there, yo, Raptor. Yo, you see that little red mark? That's you, baby. Pop off, Sonny. Pop off. I think we can only do like one. Yeah, I can't do another one right now. All right, so then the real question is how do we see what our thing looks like? How do we see what we got? Maybe it's the Ethereum like transaction because they said that they needed to wait for it to go through. Supposed to show up in your wallet. Steve, in your opinion, what you think LBJ No Look 3 pumps to when he comes back? Because his pump peaked at 580 earlier. Just over him decision to come back tonight. Yeah, I don't think it pops off unless he has like an unreal. Like if he has like an absolutely unreal game back, it might pump a little bit. But like, I don't think it does that much, to be honest with you. Unless the whole market's now moving with the news about the Series 1s and needing like a lot of moments, right? And yeah, Jeremy, I'm going to actually look into that Dark Country thing a little bit later. Yo, can you imagine if I didn't buy that ape? How long would we be waiting here for, huh? Jeremy MVP. Prediction on the number of trade-ins to get a Series 1 pack? This might be spicy. That's the intention, but 250 plus, probably. Top Shot maintenance. Top Shot maintenance! Issues with payments, Jesus. Gotcha. I was gonna say pavements. Pavements and Top Shot? Who's paving? Also, they said we won't see trade tokens for like a month. Yeah. I mean, we'll slowly have the release of what that looks like, which is cool. Every time I watch the stream, I end up losing like 3 days a week of my life with all the new shit I'm learning about. My girlfriend thinks I'm insane. Well, I'm glad you're in on it. We only get this shot once, you know what I mean? I like the reason why I like legitimately quit my job, which we haven't talked about that whole story in a while, to cover like Top Shot and all this is, guys, we got one shot at getting the most out of this.
Yo, that's crazy that I came back at that exact moment. But to be honest, right, to reflect on this, like if it wasn't gonna happen then, it ain't gonna happen.
This is gonna shake the hell out of the fabric of everything, and I'm here for it. So appreciate you. Join for the ride there, Boardman. Gokina, Steve, what do you think about 5K people completing the Levine challenge in 24 hours? Well, it shows that people are wanting to do the challenges finally, or at least ones that are able to afford. So yeah, that's good. Top Shot. Eminem one shot is what I keep playing for. Love it. Okay, so there's a little hiccup with the review.
So that's what the bathroom used to look like. If you can see this kind of image here, I'll maybe blow it up for a second. But it was just putting dots everywhere. And then some of the ones you'll see across the timeline, some people spent forever building those out.
Feel sorry, apes. We're sorting it out, but the bathroom is open and ready for business.
Yo,
hey,
Harry,
hold on. We're in this. Yo, Raptor. Look at that right there, baby. We made it on the cut. We're in a friggin' tweet. Let's go, dude.
I put a single tick on the top left, and they tweeted. Dude, we got joy out of literally nothing back in the day. And now it's like, if I'm not getting a $10,000 airdrop, I'm dumping the floor.
Steven, we don't need to talk about how you quit your job. Breaks my heart. Listen, you are probably loving the fact that I am not a nuisance anymore. So there's this one time I remember quite vividly. When I was an early intern, or I don't even know what you want to call it, hire, we'll say. Yeah, summer job hire. Right? And I was tasked with laying out this calendar of events that was coming up. Right, so there's different themes, courses, everything where you had to like kind of plan it out for like social media campaigns, all that other stuff. So I started doing it, right? And I finished it. I did it completely wrong, the entire thing. I spent 2 hours doing it. Totally wrong. Insert rage.
Yo, look at the Discord differences back in the day. We got YoJurmy, Risk, Chili Brother. I feel like this guy's name was Leon. We got the Plunge Lounge, BAYC, early Top Shot. Yo, is that what the Discord symbol was before? We had like a bird flying. It was like the vulture. Von Schiller Vultures is what I thought, because everybody had cool names that they were giving themselves.
Oh, also, Jeremy, if you're here, if we both want one of the other apes, then, or whatever, are you open to trade potentially, Jeremy?
Yo, we're trying to make deals pre-reveal.
only if we both like.
Holy.
Or are you just saying, nah, just refresh on OpenSea? Okay. We might have hit liftoff here. Okay, nope, lies.
It's weird because I feel like you don't see anywhere like the pre-reveal, right? Like that, arguably the I don't know if we call it like a GIF or whatever. What that is like major history, but you just don't ever see it anywhere.
Jeremy, we got a deal or nah, brah?
We got a deal or nah,
Steve,
bro?
what's up, man? You talked about anything yet? In terms of what Dizzle, what are we looking for? I'm good with 527 is. Even if you all right, cool.
Dude, I was like, ah, shit. Oh, hopefully he didn't have a better one than me. Guess what? He did.
Do I need to like delete my stuff again, or is it like?
So this is like what
just a matter
OpenSea
of
looked like
time?
earlier too. Yo, BAYC had 2K followers then. Shit. There was a guy in the Discord too that ended up minting a gold ape, which is crazy.
Proves all these NFTs have issues. Okay, reveal is live now. Where? What?
I didn't know how to refresh the metadata.
Where? I guess I gotta delete the cookies again.
No, just click on the thing and refresh. Ah, you son of a gun. Ah, pain, noob. This is when I used to stream out of the kitchen. We had a basement apartment.
Summer starting to come through. What? He just showed a thing on the Discord of how to refresh your OpenSea.
Yo. Take a screenshot, whip it in paint, just draw a big circle. You're all idiots.
I don't have that option, I don't think. Oh, never mind, right there.
What a dumbass. Did we already watch the part where we got them to like do the reveal? I feel like we would have already.
I think this is Jeremy's because it's saying it was created 20 minutes ago, so I think this one's Jeremy's if it goes through.
So that was the one, which we'll show in a second, that started the reveal for the entire collection. I don't know if I mentioned this within the video, but when I minted that, it was like the whatever one. It was, at 6 p.m. anytime after you had to mint it. And I remember telling myself forever, this is museum worthy. This is going to go for $1 million one day. Nobody gave a shit.
Oh, there we go. All right, Jeremy.
YoJurmy.
We got your ape, bruv. Yo, you want hyper music? All right, hold on. We'll do the marbles one that we always do. Hell yeah. Guys, if you're tuning in for the first time, what's up? My name's the Schiller. Look at whatever the hell this thing is. We're getting stupid. It's crypto time. It's NFT time.
Fire it up with some emotes in the chat. Let's go. And you're right. Sorry, listen, I was tilted off the league. I freaking lost so bad. That stupid son of a bitch. But let's go.
What am I raging about? What am I yelling about?
All right, Jeremy. I don't know. We got the ancient bones, good sir. I'm going to need your, I have no idea how to send this to you, but we got to figure out how to do that. All right? So, yeah. Transfer. Let me know how to do this. I got you.
Yo, hell yeah, Machi
We
Villain.
got the other ones coming through here. Not yet, but we're going to refresh it. We're going to refresh the MetaMask. Yo, Big BAYC. We got 5 gifted. He's kicking off this Friday with a right ring-a-ding-ding-ding-ding. Hell yeah. Yo, if you're a sub right now and you got the Big BAYC emote, don't be sitting there. Don't be sitting there not using it. Fire it the frig up. Let's see what we got.
Yo, this is bull market
All right, refreshing
streams.
this one as well. Okay, then.
Didn't Go Kina have that one?
I am an angel. At least that's what my mother says. I love it. This is amazing. This is amazing. But now we got to pick. All right, we're going to Yo, snazzy. We hit the 100 gifted. Listen, we're going from Big BAYC now to the snazzy emote. And then if you want to throw a little bit of whatever the hell you want in between, don't let me down right now, fam. Let's go. Fire it the frig up with the snazzy. We're going.
Yo, I don't know how I had that much energy back in the day, guys. We need the bull market to come back. We need some crazy mints. We need some energy.
A little bit of a hundo club. A little bit of a turtle swimming through that damn ocean.
Yo,
let's go. All right, the final one. Hopefully going to load. Okay, then. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? You guys think I profile this one? You guys think this one's sick? All right, cool.
I don't know if I even waited for anybody to say cool or if the chat was also like, yeah, that's a good one. I gave that 0 time to transpire. Hell yeah. That must have been when I got a new computer, because there's 0 files on that.
Yo, listen.
Yo, that took, okay, so here's, wow, look at this. We had 2,228 followers at the time. So there's your nostalgia for the day. Wow. Hell yeah.
Yo, listen.
Okay, so just for perspective, I feel like I have to say this. So imagine seeing this tweet back in the day from some guy called The Schiller. It says, new profile pic, who this? And if you would have bought one at the time, you would have made like 100 G's. That's crazy.
Yo, that's amazing. All right, so if you guys are wanting to get on this, you can buy an ape. If you got... These are actually kind of cool. There's like 9,500-ish of them left. So if you're getting it. Yo, Novolux, guys, if you got one, go to the pack pulls, pack buys area. Pack pulls, pack buys.
Yo, Top Shot. Show us what you got.
If you got any of this stuff. Yo, Big BAYC, how the hell... You talk about the Top Shot news? Oh, sorry. Right. We talked about it a little bit. We can't, there's not more to talk about because we don't, it's not flushed out in a way. We don't know how many numbers are going to be needed for the tickets. Is it going to be different versus, commons for rares, etc., etc.? We don't know. But, dude, the fact you got 2 of these, and it doesn't even show that I got 1. What the hell? But seriously, if you guys got one of these, throw it up in there. Yo, Nova. Yo, this is great. You got the chunky teeth in the party hat. This is called a celebration. This is called celebration for the weekend. I love it. I love it. Let's go. Hell yeah, no. Is that a selfie? Nah, it's the ape, whatever the hell we call these, dude. It makes me want to get more of them. Those are actually like really, really sick. Jeremy, we got a DM, so I can get you your monkey. All right, I'm sending this over to you 1 second.
All right, so before we get into the next guest here, what
How
do
much is the Bored
people
Apes? It's
have?
like $250.
$250 back in the day. Does anybody have any extra thoughts here before we get back into today's mega stream? Glad that you guys enjoyed that, Machi. I know that you were in there as well. JVB on the early days. We got some crazy clips with JVB, and hopefully we will have him on soon. But I think JVB is away at next Friday, so I think we are going to try to run these again. I don't know if it'll be as lengthy. Maybe the 2 to 10 p.m. might have been like just a little bit over eager in terms of holy shit, I could go for some food. But with that said, we're going to continue to rock and roll, and I just sent Da Vinci a DM, and so I will bring him up here soon whenever we get that. Next Friday equals GDC. I could maybe stream on location from the conference. Ooh, that would definitely be something if we can find you in a decent area for that. I'm surprised we haven't had more people go to these events and do like live coverage of that, or have events reach out to people to go and do that, right? It's like how much money for potential history in the making. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean, brother? Yo, I'm Tolly. Have you actually been here this entire time? Has anybody been here since we started the stream? We're going up to 4.5 hours right now. I'm still confused as all heck, to be totally honest with you, because I don't know if X is just blowing up or if it's inflated numbers. And again, if you're watching on X, feel free to type in the chat to let me know. Because it's saying that we have like 600 plus viewers over on X and like 10, 20 on the other platforms. And I have no idea what the hell is going on, but I am excited for it. Machi Villain, I didn't mint, unfortunately. I was there since like May 1st, but missed the divine experience of minting to my own wallet. Okay. Well, listen, as long as you got in there and you've experienced what it was like from the early days, that's all that matters. Money, I got a scholarship and free ticket. Ooh, wait, what do you mean by scholarship? What exactly does that mean? Okay, Da Vinci is good for me, and he's going to be good for you with all of his insight news. There's a workaround there for the there's a workaround for a song somewhere in there for sure. They want me to be a gamer and learn. Nice. Yo, Chippins, thank you so much for tuning in and letting me know. I am thankful you are here. All right, let me call up Da Vinci. Again, if you do not know who Da Vinci is, he is a thread writer. He is one of my favorite people just to kind of scour the tweets, get some updates regarding everything within Web3. And I'm super thankful to have him here today. Da Vinci, I called you Da Vinci yesterday, and some guy named Geo commented on my YouTube saying, I need to let you know this. It's not pronounced Da Vinci, it's Da Vinci. So how is the correct way to say your name?
It is Da Vinci. He was correct.
Okay.
Shout out to Gio.
Okay. Well, listen, shout out Gio. Hell yeah. All right. So the last time that we had you on, it's funny because I'm pretty sure the topic initially was Kevin Rose. And I feel that it's apropos to bring that up again here, as we've recently seen, well, just to go back a little bit, when he was on before, we were freaking out kind of because his wallet got compromised, I believe, and it was like the millions of dollars with squiggles and whatnot. So, man, what in the hell has happened to Kevin Rose since the wallet excursion?
Oh my gosh, that's a massive story. You know what? Web3 moves so fast. Okay, so after the wallet excursion, well, they created Moonbirds, the secondary Moonbirds collection.
Oh
I don't know
yes,
if
the
that was
Mystics,
out.
the Mystics.
Yeah, Mystics, colorful 3D. They had actually a very nice animation trailer made by the individuals that were bought out by Doodles, I believe. Golden, can't fully remember their name.
Oh,
But
yo, yeah. Damn. See, this guy's good. This is literally the NFT historian here. It's dude. You honestly, you're one of my favorite people to talk to, even though we've only done it twice. So I want to get into it a little bit more often if you're down here. But one of the recent threads that you posted here was about the Boomy meme coin. I'm horrible, and I didn't bring that up. I do have it saved somewhere. Here, I think you posted it. Yeah. So what the hell is this Boomy thing? It's a new meme coin. It's been all over the feed. What's the kind of TLDR on it?
Okay, this is actually quite interesting. So, and I'll start with this. That thread initially was made through Cope, okay, because so Dark Farms is one of our OG meme artists, right, in the space. He's been here for a few years, creating numerous memes that are kind of, based off Pepe as the base cultural layer, but he's an artistic force in his own right. So over the last 2 or 3 days, he announced he was launching a meme coin, which would basically memorialize memes, right, in an online book of memes. Basically, that's the back end, you could say, functionality, but it's purely a meme token. Okay, so he announced that on X. I missed the initial announcement because I'm working on a project of my own, so I haven't been as on X and the timeline. And usually, guys, that costs you money, right? So I missed the initial announcement. Then I saw briefly there was a vote on X about distribution. So what it was basically is a pre-sale, okay? And he just posted a wallet because he's a highly trusted member of Web3. This is how things go sometimes, right? He posted his wallet address, and he put out a tweet with 3 different options as to the distribution of the token. Okay, and the community decided it would be 50% airdrop to people that give in their donations to said wallet, and then 50% as an LP. Okay, so that there's liquidity in the pool for the new token. I obviously missed that as well. And I woke up the next morning. It went live, I think, around 3 or 4 a.m. UTC or UK time. Okay, and us Europeans are always on the short end of the stick for most of these major launches, because it's done, from the US, etc., and it's done at times when we're asleep. So it launched around 2 million market cap. You had a number of people in the know, that were involved in the pre-sale, and it went absolutely parabolic. Okay, so when I got up, it was 6 million or 7 million market cap. One of my group chats, there was someone crowing in there about getting in early. And I was like, oh, damn it, I've missed it, etc. I saw Beanie on the timeline. He mentioned it and said, it's out now, boom, or whatever. It's out now, and everyone should, look to get in, etc. Liquidity was there. He did say get in, but be careful, right? And BOME stands for the Book of Meme. Okay, so BOME. So by the time I came back to the token, so I went off, did some work. I had some calls, some collaborations, trying to get things done and build out a team. I came back around, I think it was 4 p.m. my time, and the market cap was 100 million. Literally, the chart looked vertical, right? So pre-salers were up like 50x or what have you. There were people that got in at 6 million, 10 million market cap. They were up 10x, and I was shocked. I was like, oh my gosh, why didn't I buy in when I found out this morning? And it's the classic FOMO, obviously. You know how it is in Web3. There's always something going on. So I posted on my timeline, and I said, should I create a thread as Cope, right? Just to look into this. And people were like, yeah, post one, yeah, look into it, create a thread, blah, 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 support the movement, etc., etc. And that's how this thread got created. So after writing the piece, I said, oh, I better buy some, just like to show solidarity, right? So I've got some skin in the game. So I got in, but like 100 and whatever, maybe 10 million market cap, etc. Went to sleep, woke up this morning, and it was around 300 million. And it just kept going up. And I think it hit a high later today at around 800 million. And right now it might be back down around 600 million market cap. In my memory, it's the quickest token in terms of pump that I've seen. Like within 2 or 3 days, it's up over $500 million. Okay, and it's been listed already on 4 or 5 different exchanges, etc.
Really?
It's just incredible. Yeah, it's incredible. It's all over the timeline. People posting Pepe memes. Well, I should say dank memes from Dark Farms, etc. And amendments. It's just got incredible cultural movement.
I am dumb because when I saw that, I was like, what the hell does Bomi mean? Or Bohm? And I'm like scratching my head. I'm like, there's no way this makes sense. This is some kind of like weird influencer. I don't know what, but book of memes. I gotta, it's the phonetic spelling or whatever you want to say. That's kind of crazy, but damn, so I guess let's follow that up with what's your thoughts on this recent meme craze? Do you think more and more is going to come? Do you think that the market's dying out at all? What's your thoughts?
Well, I think we've had it going on now for around, I want to say a month, but it could be 2 to 3 weeks because time moves differently in Web3. If it always feels, I guess, it always feels much longer than it is, right? Because so many different things are going on during the day. So we had Pepe pump massively. Dog with Hat is going to be on the Sphere, right? They've raised, I think it was, I can't remember what the donation amount was, but they had to raise a certain amount, right, to get on the Sphere in the US. I think it's based in Las Vegas. So you're going to see an image of Dog with Hat projected on that Sphere for a certain period of time, which is incredible. So there's been 4 or 5 meme coins that have, I guess, pumped to Valhalla. And then we have this new meta, which is the pre-sale thing, right? That's been set up or started by Dark Farm. So to be honest with you, Sheila, I predict that I think within a week or two, if that, it would have dipped and died out for now. This cycle of the meme would be done because what's going to happen is, and it's already started, a number of individuals are going to try and copy the success of Dark Farms, and people are going to get wrecked basically, right? Can get wrecked in a number of different ways. Obviously, one, disreputable individuals that are coming in and creating that meme coin just to rug you. 2, people that don't really understand, because there's going to be much higher attention on any meme coin announcement, right? Pre-sale announcement. If you don't time lock it, you're going to have way too many, shall we say, donations to it, right? So, for example, if people donate 20 or 50, $1 million for a meme token, then at launch it has to have a certain, market cap for it to be financially feasible for the people that donated to that pool. And it's highly likely we'll see a few that haven't been done correctly in that respect, and people are just wrecked on launch, where there's low liquidity and it's like worth a half or a quarter of how much you paid. So I think we're going to see copycats definitely for the next week or so, and maybe 1 or 2 others will do decently well. Usually imitators never do as well as the first mover, and then after that it's going to die out because a lot of people unfortunately are going to get wrecked.
Well, somebody made a mention earlier on the timeline of, yeah, meme coins are the new NFTs. And then, when you made that point there, I'm like, this kind of does sound like there's, more derivatives, NFTs, derivatives. We've seen it all. But Sugar Spicy Sauce, you're loving the conversation. Appreciate you tuning in and saying so. T-Doge, are you double booked? Phoebe says you are on Root Radio. They might be doing like a random one, but yeah, no, I'm doing this for the next little bit, but thanks for letting me know. So, VINCI, the threads that you have done, I want to go through the greatest thread of greatest threads and maybe touch, I don't know, maybe 60 seconds, maybe a bit longer, depending on, and kind of talk about these different collections. And that seems like a very short amount of time for some of the powerhouses that were. But for Yuga Labs, we just came off of watching my original stream where we minted Bored Apes and the overnight of Pranksy minting 1,000 apes or whatever it was, a huge sellout, goes on to be this mass mega thing. But if you were going to depict kind of your version of Bored Ape Yacht Club, how do you kind of view it looking back on history?
From the beginning to now?
Well, I guess kind of, just quickly. Yeah, just from the nothing that it was to kind of helping to push the blockchain space forward.
So obviously minted really early, taking, this was in Q1, Q2 2021, taking inspiration from CryptoPunks, probably the first 10K collection with an actual roadmap, which people don't remember at the time. It was drawing doodles on a toilet seat and they're meeting up in terms of like a yacht club in the US. And it was actually one of the reasons why it didn't mint at the time, because I'm not based in the US and I don't care about these digital doodles, you know. So it was completely new, innovative. Oh, and ETH gas prices at that time were pretty high. So I think the mint was 0.08 ETH, but you would be paying like $200 or $300 in gas. And shout out to Journey Crypto on YouTube. He pushed this really heavily as well as a number of participants in Clubhouse on the TL, you know, to try and mint in something new, etc., etc. So we had that. We had the mint. Then we had the consolidation phase where it was a bit quiet, where the community, they have a very degen feel, what they did at the time, right? And they just, you know, kept posted on the timeline, garnering attention, etc. And slowly and surely, they gathered momentum. Floor price increased, and then we had the team expanded. I can't remember the name of the individual, but there was someone that came in from, shall we say, Web2 with experience linking up different celebrities and what have you. And he came in, and they started to get the celebrity endorsement, and that really propelled it to a next level, right? So you saw the likes of Snoop Dogg coming in and saying, you know, he's going to create a number of different products with his IP. And you had Eminem come in, you had Justin Bieber buying in at all-time highs for a very regular ape in terms of rarity. But the hype was there, and it was creating a massive cultural impact. You had Paris Hilton, you know, going on TV, etc., and speaking about the apes. And the price went vertical. Sentiment was all-time high. Secondary collection, the Mutants launched May Club, and they did great, right? They did well. Initially, they dropped at 3 ETH, and they kind of stagnated for a bit, maybe 3 to 4 weeks. I remember near Christmas time, 2021, they pumped as well. And the positive for that is it was a 20K collection, 10K airdrop to holders of apes, 10K released as to a secondary auction. So once they pumped, it was more free money for the apes, right? Then we had this airdrop meta where, or collaboration and airdrop meta, where the apes were the center basically of the NFT ecosystem, and they were getting loads of different whitelists and different collaborations with the likes of Gucci and what have you, that were really incentivizing the community. And then you had the major meetup as well in the US that went bonkers and created loads of hype and FOMO from people that couldn't be there. So 2021, I would say up to Q2 2022, sentiment was at an all-time high, and it culminated with the mint of the other side. Okay, so, you know, early 2022, they had, I think they had their major raise, right? That $1 billion raise, etc., VC raise that really solidified them in the culture. And then they announced their intention to go into gaming and create basically the next metaverse, right? Metaverse utilizing NFTs, bringing in Improbable as the builders, etc., etc., etc. And then we had what I would say was the zenith of the project, if you look back, which was, sorry, you had Ape token drop, you had Ape drop, and then following Ape, you had the mint of other side land, right, with Ape. And that Ape token drop dropped at, I think, $13. So each ape was eligible to claim $70,000 worth of Ape token, meaning that holders made out like bandits. And in the run up to the mint of other side, that valuation ran up to around $27, right? So because obviously everyone wanted to mint the other side and get those land claims because they knew they would be worth a lot on the secondary market. So that happened, and then they had a major faux pas in terms of their smart contract. Gas was way too high. People burnt 2 to 3 ETH on gas around the mint, unfortunately, and that soured sentiment. But the community reacted really quickly, and they announced they would refund firstly all failed mints and excess gas paid. Okay, so they did that. I think they also initially mentioned they wanted to move to their own chain, to an ape chain back then. But you know, back then everyone was looking to support ETH. L2s weren't as popular, and the sentiment from the community was, you know, to put it bluntly, a hell no. So they scrapped that idea. So moving on from there, that was the zenith. I mean, other sidelines were selling for 90, 100 ETH, you know, at the time. With rare artifacts, I remember there was one artifact, a potion or something, that sold for like 400 or 500 ETH, if memory serves. Okay, and this was a 100K collection. And unfortunately, since then, obviously, initially they were hit with the macro market. We went into a bear market in crypto in general. You know, not Bay Club, sorry. Bitcoin tumbled to around 16K. Ethereum tumbled to $900, and it obviously dragged all the prices down. It dragged down the price of Ape. And long story short, we come to today. Ape had to be released in its own DAO, and I don't think it's been that successful to date. It's it's I guess too many fingers or too many hands in the pie, right? So it's been hard to get cohesion in terms of vision, and I think some of the AIPs that have been passed probably haven't been as beneficial to the community as community holders would want. The Ape prices are down. Other side, obviously, it's going to take a long time to build, and we're in a fast-paced attention cycle, right? So the value of those artifacts have dropped, and the other issue, I guess, is the community initially was there as a lifestyle business, right? Oh, a lifestyle community. They joined to create their own businesses of the IP, create TV shows, create music. You remember the collaboration with Snoop Dogg and Eminem, etc. And this pivot over to gaming was difficult, and it split the community because a majority of them weren't gamers, right? So they tried to support, but they weren't actually gamers. And I guess all-time low sentiment was kind of pinpointed or hit when they bought out Moonbirds and gave Kevin Rhodes an advisory position probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. The community did not react well to that whatsoever, although there were very tangible and strong reasons from a business perspective as to why this was done.
Sorry, IRL distraction here. So, first of all, that is the most amazing synopsis ever. And guys, listen, if you're tuned in right now, you enjoy this, make sure you give them a follow at DaVinci Threads. There was a particular point that you brought up in there that I wanted to go a little bit further, but I got distracted. So apologies. If I remember it, I'll try to bring it back. But, the notion of them wanting to do their own ape chain initially, it's weird that it's taken this long, no? Or, I mean, the entirety of the AIPs and everything to do with ApeCoin has been kind of interesting, but I don't know why it's taken so long.
Well, I think that DAOs outside of art DAOs in Web3 have really, struggled when we look at their performance because, how best to put this? Sometimes you could say there's a misalignment, shall we say, in incentives. Okay, firstly, from investors that have unlocks, right? So they're looking to profit from their investment, their initial pre-sale investment by, selling the token on the secondary market. There's also individuals that are looking to utilize the treasury for their own personal builds or what have you, but maybe that doesn't add value to the wider brand, the wider Yuga Labs brand, right? And just the coordination, because even getting individuals interested in voting has been very difficult, right? Especially when there's 5 or 6 entities that have the majority of the vote. They own the majority of Ape, they have the majority of the vote, and how influential is your singular vote or however much Ape you own going to be, right? So the engagement's been difficult. The AIPs that have been passed haven't really been the ones that would benefit the community, and this has snowballed for a long time, and that's created disillusionment. And it's part of the reason also, coupled with the drop in Ape price, is probably down 85% from the top. That links directly to the NFTs in terms of valuation in people's minds, and it's why they've taken a steep decline at the moment. But that's not to say in this cycle they can't rebound. I do think there will be an NFT cycle coming around. It's the reason why I'm launching a project myself at this time. I think it's the best time to do so. So they still have a lot of community social capital, I'll say, right? Social capital. They still have big movers and shakers within the community. Garga's just come back as CEO to try and give it a new lease of life. And you would struggle to say sentiments can get much worse from here, right? And usually that marks a bottom. So I wouldn't say Yuga's done. They've got a huge treasury as well. They own the punks, and the punks have done great in terms of valuation. They're worth around I want to say $200,000 now. So they've done great. They've rebounded 2 or 3x off the bottom. So I wouldn't count them out, but it's definitely been a tough period.
So let's talk about the collection that you're doing here, and then we can maybe jump back to some of the threads. I'm assuming it's Munchie's Blast.
It is indeed. It is indeed. I have to be careful. So I'm actually launching this with Sugar. I think you mentioned him. It might be.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Now we got the connection.
No,
Hell yeah.
No wonder he's enthusiastic. So we put out we've put out a little teaser literally 20, 30 minutes ago. It's the first teaser for the collection. It's going to be on Blast, which is the ETH L2, right? Anyone that's listening that's interested in NFTs and wants to be early, the cliche be early, go ahead, follow the account. There will be more announcements. There's going to be a content journey, I'd like to put it, across the next, month, where you'll be introduced to what the project is doing in depth, right? So we're going to take you through a journey with different, let me not put too much out there, but we will slowly unveil, what the project is. I don't think it's been done before in the space. I'm confident it hasn't, right? And the objectives and the reasoning and the positioning will become clear. But I think Blast itself is a great platform to launch on at the moment, because we are in the midst of a bull market and a long-term bull market. You have the ETH ETF, which means a number of investors are keeping an eye up, thinking that demand for ETH will increase up until that date. Whether it passes or not, guys, that's how speculation works in Web3. And we've just had the Denken upgrade, which has massively reduced gas fees across all Ethereum L2s. And actually, when you use Blast now, you get paid. You get paid with the way it's done. You get paid in gas. So you send a transaction, I think you get paid 0.0005 ETH for that transaction. So I expect to see an increase in TVL, an increase in users, not just obviously on Blast, but across the chief L2s come the end of this cycle.
So if you guys are wanting to check that out, it's at Munchie's Blast. It'll be up on the screen if you're on the VOD. Just pause that for a second. So just to quickly kind of scroll through here to show how many different things you've done. So we have Artifact is one of the next, and then it goes into D-Gods, and then Doodles, and Azuki, and Utes. So within there, I'm curious, for Azuki, it's been something that got a lot of hype, felt like it died off a little bit, has started to gain hype. Awkward issue with the whole crypto market being what it is. Or sorry, crypto market going up, so NFTs kind of going down here. I saw earlier where Supermassive was calling Azuki out, saying that they've completely fudged their YouTube viewers, and it's all kind of suspicious. We had the weird background with people blaming Zagabond, saying you've rugged 3 other projects, when arguably most of those projects were quote unquote art based, and there wasn't really anything more to that. And it's all obviously personally subjective for it. But Azuki's had a hell of a run with a lot of fun and a lot of things that have gone well. What's your kind of general take on Azuki? And maybe if you can walk us back the history that you're aware of for the collection, would love to hear it.
Right, okay. So Azuki launched early 2022, I want to say late February, or maybe early March time. And they had, the build up to their launch was incredible. They had one of the best websites we have seen in Web3, music, visuals, color matching, theme, etc. Their Discord was pumping. They had the, Take the Red Bean initiative, right? So they had a dream that people could buy into. They were the second, I would say, anime collection, but the first one that really captured the zeitgeist, across Web3. And they minted out with a 2 ETH mint. They minted out literally within like 5 minutes or what have you. So they minted out and pumped massively on secondary. And the thing with Azuki and the team, especially at that time, well, maybe even to this day, is their attention to detail when it comes to marketing and the content they put out there. And you could see it even in the collection in terms of the skin tones of the PFPs, right? The matching with the background and the foreground, and they just look beautiful on, whether it's X or other interfaces. So they got that emotional buy-in from their community. So we go on from there. It was all plain sailing. I think they ran to around 26, 28 ETH, what have you. And then we had the first hiccup, which was the Zagabond claims, obviously, or issues where it was confirmed that he had run other projects with I don't know if it was members of the team or not. And there were disgruntled community members from those prior projects saying that, it had been a rug or a slow rug to intents and purposes. And that was countered by Zagabond himself, saying that expectations were, as you said earlier, art only. So I think to this day, there's still a heated debate around whether that was the case. But after the first, there was a big space, I think it was with Andrew Wang, and I don't think that was very well received. But following that, he made these communities whole by, I think, paying back into the treasury and then passing over ownership of said communities to holders. So that bottomed, I think it bottomed around, it dropped massively, may have dropped all the way to 8 ETH, if my memory is correct, or something, 7 or 8 ETH on the day. But Azuki also has very low community and a lot of big bags, right? And also strong buy-in from Asia as well, which can and is important when it comes to Web3, right? When we speak of support. So they rebounded quite aggressively. They rebounded back to 13 or 14 ETH within a day or two, and they slowly started to build. Then sentiment improved because they threw out a number of different innovations. I can't remember off the top of my head, but one was around basically the ability to connect real life items to NFTs. Okay, so I think PBT, that's what they're called, physically backed tokens, right? So let's say you bought a hoodie or what have you. It basically connects your digital NFT to the item, and when you sell the item, that can be tracked on the digital side and vice versa. Long story short, so probably like a precursor to RWAs coming in the future and what have you. So that was taken by storm. That took the TL by storm, and they made that open source, etc. And even before Mint, they had incredible innovations around reducing gas. So the tech team was quite highly, and still is quite highly revered within the space. Then we move on from there, and they had the skateboard launch. I don't know if you remember this, the skateboard auctions.
The golden ones, and they went for
Yeah, the
like
golden ones.
ungodly amounts for some
Yes,
physicals.
yes, they did. Yes, they did. So they tied that all into the mythology. I mean, they had other drops before that. They had the jacket, and they had a necklace thing, which was a collaboration. But that was the next, I would say, huge drop that took in a lot of ETH. You had, the big money bags flexing their muscles and wanting the golden skateboards just as pure collectibles. And with Web3, attention is king. So when you have this sort of thing with the big money bags flexing, it always trends and it goes viral, and that pumped the price of Azuki as well. And then following that, they've always had great real life, parties and gatherings. Okay, and they had another one. I think it was in Vegas that had everyone who wasn't there in FOMO from the videos we could see, of them partying and bars. And Azuki is one of the rare NFT collections that actually has a decent percentage of, shall we say, ladies in there, right? So it helps in terms of the balance, and when you're having fun, etc., it gives it a different vibe. And this led up to Elementals. So that real life gathering was literally a week or so. Well, in that real life gathering, at the end of it, it was Elementals was announced, and what was dropped was the trailer, the Azuki trailer that you've spoken about in terms of YouTube views and what have you. Okay, which for anyone that watches anime, and I'm a big anime fan, or I'm up there. I wouldn't say I'm top tier, but I am interested in anime. It's a high quality trailer.
Yeah,
In
for
terms
sure
of the
it was.
shading, yeah, shading, quality, frame rate, the utilization of characters and what have you, incredible. So sentiment was at an all-time high right here. Okay, people were killing their siblings to get Azuki to position themselves for the new drop, which was Elementals 20K collection, 10K airdrop to Azuki holders, 10K that will be available on secondary. Okay, anticipation was at all-time high. I said, "Oh, this could pump." I think the mint was 2 ETH. I believe I was, "Oh, this could go up to like 4 or 5 ETH initially because of the hype, etc., etc." All right, and everyone was expectant. Azuki had the full support of the community. Then the reveal day came, and to be frank, it was an absolute nightmare because once they revealed, they just looked way too similar to the OG Azukis, right? So it turned out it was like a massive dilution event. People were memeing all over the timeline. We can't tell the difference between the two. Community members were angered because they'd bought large amounts of this on secondary, and what happens was a cascade effect where the value of the elementals are dropping, but the value of your OG collections dropping as well.
And
They look,
beans.
Beans was decimated because now third collection.
The
Like,
trifecta.
that was terrible. Because before that, you had a lot of content creators, right? Web3 writers that would rock a beam. It was bean. It was cool.
Yeah,
And
I
then
remember
it's
that.
like,
Yeah.
Came a third collection overnight, decimated, and then some of the whales started to sell, and there were questions as to why did you release a collection like this? Is this like a cash grab, a raise? What's the reason of this? Why do we need more of the same looking character? And all that whole furor. So that ran for quite some time. They had a Discord conversation with the community, blah, blah, blah. So we come to today, and I would say they've slowly started to build up sentiment from there. They've announced an anthology, which will be three short videos, short series, not series, but 3 short episodes, that's the right word, of anime, right? In different styles. And I can't remember the name of the director, but it's a director that was responsible for One Piece Red, the movie. He's a very well respected director in Asia and what have you, in the US. He's done different mangas and brought them to life. And that was a really big deal, a big announcement. Okay. So they've done that. They've announced licensing, which means I think each Azuki, the side characters get $500 per episode if they're chosen to feature. And I'm not sure how much the main character gets. Okay. But that has started to change sentiment. They've also announced a collaboration where an anime token is going to be dropped through a conglomerate, let's say, of 5 or 6 different NFT collections, with Azuki being one of them. We're not sure at the moment how closely tied they are to that token, but we do suspect there will be allocation offered to Azuki holders. So all the floor price at the moment around, I think 3 or 4 ETH, it's pretty low, but it's low across most NFT collections due to the meme frenzy. Many people have sold to get liquidity to try and pump their bags in the meme space. I do think over time, getting closer to the drop of these episodes, speculation, as always in Web3, and attention should pump that price.
It's odd that Azuki has had the heights that it has for being able to just drop trailers and have a cool event IRL. Like, have you seen anything else that's been substantial other than people appreciating the quality of what Azuki does, minus the same collection for elementals?
Okay, so I mean, they've got a nice collector's profile, a nice collector's profile online where they basically track the activities and activations of community holders.
Sure, right. That's new though, is it not? I thought that was something that was recently announced.
It was recently fleshed out, but they did have it for maybe 3 to 6 months.
Gotcha.
But it has been recently fleshed out, yeah. So apart from that, I mean, yeah, it is basically what you said. They are looking to utilize the IP. They had good vibes, but you are right. It is kind of from the outside looking in. But you could say this about a lot of Web3 collections. You're like, well,
yeah, true.
What do they have? Why is it worth 10 or 15K, etc.? A lot of the time it's a bit like stocks, right? Where you're forecasting forward, right? So valuation is based on what you believe the company will be worth maybe in 5 years or 10 years, etc. And then you backdate that for the price of a stock at this time. Like Nvidia is a good example, right? So yeah, I would say Azuki is similar to that, but you have got a fair point. And when financial pressures are on, and people are looking for ROI, etc., especially these older NFTs, seem to struggle the most.
Well, I wanted to kind of end us here on that ROI note with arguably something that was the most overnight viral success that instantly died, and that being Wolf Game. Scrolling through your threads here, I was like, oh my God, I remember I bought a wolf. People were making $100,000 literally within a day. This wool token was the desire, and the FOMO was intense. Obviously, there's a lot that's happened, but from my recollection that you'll be able to probably school me in is the collection came out. You had the opportunity to buy wolves or sheep. I don't remember exactly how the mint was, but then if you had a wolf, then you staked it. It could generate wool, but also have the chance of stealing someone else's sheep. So it was one of the first ones that there was a huge risk element to, but then the prices soared, everything went crazy, and then it came crashing down. So Da Vinci, what do you remember about Wolf Game?
So yeah, so my recollection was I was asleep during stealth mint. I once again asleep. I think it minted at like 4 a.m. And those days we used to do like 24/7 in Discord. I hate the feel of Discord these days because I was in there so much. In Discord, grinding, alpha groups, etc. So I woke up around 6 a.m. and they were like, Wolf Games, this thing's minted, Wolf Game, and it's up. It was up like 4x already. I was like, damn it, I've missed it. And I remember Beanie was pushing it heavy on the timeline. Wolf Games, the next blah 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 thing. The mixture of GameFi, GambleFi, and Risk with Web3 assets. Gary V came in and aped. He aped a few wolves. I think the wolves had different tiers, so he aped the top tier wolves. I think he got one or two of them, and he swept. And a lot of the whales got in. And you were right. Initially, the functionality, because it was fresh, it was the first of its kind, where there was a different dynamic within, I think, sheep farming wool, and the wolves can eat the sheep, right, and what have you. And there's a different balance around the ecosystem. How are you best to play this, etc., etc. And then they expanded that with land plots and what have you. So it definitely had a month, I would say, or two of great hype. You know, where they dropped the token, etc., etc. And I obviously was in massive cope mode. And I remember around this time, because I missed it, I made a cardinal mistake that I always told myself not to make. I aped into the next one, right? I was like, oh, okay, so there was a
The
knockoff one.
derivatives, I forgot. Everybody tried
Derivatives.
launching a derivative with the contract.
Yes. So obviously we were out here cope at the time. Instead of just buying some bloody sheep and just like riding the winner, I was like, oh no, it's because it was up. It was up like 10x or something. I was like, I don't know if I can get in at this time, because obviously you don't know where you are when you get in that high. So I tried to jump in and got absolutely wrecked. Where I had like a 30-minute period post-mint where you could sell, just sold some of my assets, right? There were these foxes or whatever. Then after that, the game like crashed or something. We couldn't sell, and by the time it
There was a
came back,
dragons one too, wasn't there?
dragons, there were foxes, there was the pirate one.
If you guys didn't live this, like this might sound crazy, but it was the market was mayhem.
Look, wolves were worth over $100K, $100,000 per wolf. Right? It was ridiculous. The top tier wolves. So yeah, you're right. It was hype, but it dropped with the rest of GameFi and play to earn. You know, like they all kind of dropped together because it became known that it was unsustainable around the tokenomics. But to be fair to Wolf Game, differing from a number of different gaming projects, they have stuck around. The devs have continued to innovate and continue to grow the ecosystem. I mean, they recently have collaborated, or maybe they were acquired by Pixel Vault, and they were integrated into their gaming ecosystem, which is doing really well in terms of playability. You know, PV has got some really fun game at the moment. I was actually playing it 2 weekends ago. It's Battle Plan, really fun game. Tokenomics are nicely balanced, etc. And they have an ecosystem token that's now utilized with a Wolf Game as well. So, I mean, give it time, we may see a reemergence because, as you know, the majority of Web3 participants love this, you know, GambleFi, DeFi staking, or GameFi staking and risk sort of aspect in Web3. And if there are any games that are going to be Web3 native and make it, they usually have to be that sort of type, right? Or maybe an AI agent sort of game where you don't have to be playing 24/7. Because within Web3, there aren't many gamers that just like sit there for 10 hours a day because they're looking to get edge and make money within the Web3 ecosystem.
It's absurd the craziness that was, and it seems that we're still getting odds and ends of craziness that continues to happen. But Da Vinci, I appreciate your time here. I think I'm going to try to actually make these like Friday sessions regularly. So if you're free for any of the future ones, would love to have you. But final thing here, I just want to kind of let you plug one more time what Munchie's Blast is. And guys, make sure to follow him at Da Vinci Threads.
Munchie's Blast, it's a new NFT project. It's on Blast. It's incredibly early. We sent the teaser out probably less than an hour ago now, etc. So if you're interested, we will be taking you on a journey pre-mint, and you're going to see stuff that you've never seen before in the NFT space. And I can say that with my hands on my heart. And I've been in the NFT space for 3 years. I've been in crypto for 7 years. So follow the main account, turn on notice, and await updates for, you know, I guess, you know, the DJs love the early chance to get whitelist or position themselves for an opportunity to get in.
Amazing. Da Vinci, thank you for your time, sir.
Always a pleasure, Sheila.
Talk soon. Alrighty, the one, the only, Da Vinci. Not guy. Listen, I am ecstatic of how well this stream has gone over today. I really didn't know, I just firing away, having the conversation with people, get some insights on what they're working for, going down the history that was. I am just. I'm just, I'm having a good time, and I hope that you guys are. So next up we have Derek, and Derek is a part of, he's kind of been a part of a few different things that have been, pretty notoriety filled, if you will. And you can see sometimes I don't really think about the words before I say them, and that was definitely one of the cases for that. So let me call Derek, but I also did something where I downloaded some of the gameplay for the game, just like the tutorial that we're going to be talking about Gangster's Arena. So we'll kind of walk through that initial run through with him, but let me give him a call and bring him up. And once again, guys, if you are here, feel free to share the stream, give me a comment, like all that good stuff. Very much appreciated. And as we are loading up here, I can hear Derek. We're waiting to see if I can see him here in a second. I think he's moving something around. Can you hear me or no? I think we're in the Matrix. Hold on, I'm just going to disconnect and re-say. It sounds like you're walking. Oh, hold on. Oh, my God, him now. Let me try again. Yo, check. Oh, he's muting. If you can hear me, I'll leave you open here and just let me know when it goes through. So scrolling over just to the general crypto markets here while we're checking that out. Holy sweet mother of pearl. So we just talked with Da Vinci about the Book of Memes. It's up 465% today. Pepe down 10%. Netmine token, whatever that is, at 31. Trying to go back to this first page, unless that's what it was.
Hey.
Oh, there we go. Yo, Derek, I was trying to fill in there for a second until we got you. How's it going?
I'm going well. I can't see you in the Discord video. Can you see me?
I can't see you. You won't be able to see me in the Discord just because I have like the live stream and the webcam doesn't work like that.
Oh, okay. What do I gotta say here?
I don't think you should, or I don't think you need to do anything other than if you're wanting to try to get your webcam, because for me it's just showing that it's spinning, oddly enough.
It is spinning, which is.
That's okay. Listen, if we need to rock and roll without the webcam, we can deal with that if you want to try to maybe passively figure that out on the side. But thank you so much for taking the time, guys. If you don't know Derek, well, it's at xDerekLau, co-founder GG Uncharted. We're going to be talking about Gangster Arena, but the first time that we had you back on the stream was back with Guild the Guardian. So walk us through a little bit about kind of your journey back then, entering the Web3 space, and now how you kind of got to doing GG Uncharted.
Yeah, for sure. And glad to chat again. It's been a while. Very, very glad to be here. So I got into Web3 in 2017. So I learned about Ethereum, Bitcoin, like read the white papers and thought it was kind of cool. And then when NFTs and smart contracts, like kind of when I first found out about them, that was when I started getting really hooked into the space. And so at the end of 2017, I started getting into CryptoKitties, and I ended up being like the third biggest breeder of CryptoKitties. So I ended up just
really?
Yeah.
This man went all in on that. Jeez.
Yeah, I went really deep. I had like 30,000 transactions. I had scripts that I would run, and so it was a lot of fun. And a lot of people in that community, and learned a lot throughout that process as well, just about like how Web3 works, the different people in it. Back then there wasn't really even such thing as like NFT Twitter. It was so early, and so I did that for a while, and then in 2019, that was when I got invited to join Immutable. Someone who I worked with before wanted me to join them, and so I did. And basically, the mandate at Immutable was I was working directly with the co-founders to figure out how to add a new game to the platform. So it's kind of like, hey, here's a budget, here's a small budget, go and like add a game to Immutable. So I kind of took that and ran with it, and ended up building out Guild of Guardians, which is a squad-based mobile RPG. So everything from like figuring out what the game would be to building out the team and the community and like the NFTs and tokens and game and so on. So basically kind of got that project up and running off the ground. And then Immutable later on also expanded. And so when Immutable expanded to work with more games, I ended up also working across like every game that Immutable partnered with, and with a particular focus on everything Web3 economy related. So I was helping kind of like these really strong Web2 teams figure out like how the game needs to be different once you have assets in them. So I did that for a while as well, and then ultimately left Immutable. I spent like 4 years at Immutable and then left, took a bit of a break, and then started a new company, which is called Uncharted. So yeah, so that's kind of what I'm working on now, and happy to dive more into that.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy that you were that heavy within CryptoKitties. Like, did you? I mean, can you give me back like the mind space? Because I remember when I first came into the NFT space, it was Top Shot for me, and I remember thinking initially like, this is stupid. And then like a few days later, I checked and I was like, let me buy a pack. And I was like, okay, I can kind of see this. And then it took off. Like, what was it like in the early days for CryptoKitties?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very small community. You know, there were just a few hundred people. There was very few NFT projects. OpenSea didn't exist, right? So all the trading was on the CryptoKitties website. I remember actually one of the like when OpenSea came out, I remember a lot of CryptoKitties people started using it not to trade, but because the metadata on OpenSea refreshed faster than the CryptoKitties website. So when you were breeding, you could like go to go to OpenSea to see what you got before the CryptoKitties website showed you. So it was pretty funny, like back then how things worked. But it was good. I think it was interesting also to see how vocal the community was as well. Like everyone, once you have these digital assets, everyone's like super involved and vocal, and that was kind of the first time that I experienced that. These days, it's super common and probably even more to the extreme, right? And the other thing that was really interesting was everything around like communication as well. Like the quality standards for communication from this like CryptoKitties community was pretty high. It's like Dapper Labs had it pretty hard, to be honest, because everyone would ask for all these different things, and they'll like kind of always ask for more. And so I also kind of saw how they handled it, and learned from them as well, like as a community member.
The aspect of people joining within the space. We've had a lot of conversations today, and we're going to get to Gangster Arena and GG Uncharted more, but I just want to kind of stick on this kind of, back in the day with Derek type type segment, if you will.
Yeah.
And, I guess when I look at Top Shot, that was the way that I got onboarded. And I'm trying to look at the catalyst for why people got into that. Obviously, there was COVID, people getting more online, just general curiosity of things online. But to go even before that, like you were saying that you were going to reading those papers of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and everything early on. Like, I don't think most people did that. So how did the CryptoKitties community, and let me know if there was any other kind of big collections at the time, but how did that form from? Was it people that were just interested within crypto and specifically Ethereum in general, or was there some kind of catalyst or mantra for why that ended up getting traction?
Yeah. I mean, so I found out about Ethereum and Bitcoin through like a friend who I was working with at the time, and they just kept shilling it. I think they were like day trading tokens and ICOs and stuff like that. But so that's how I got into space. I think it's pretty interesting. I think like the common trend that I see, even like with CryptoKitties, but even afterwards, is that people get into the space because they think it's like interesting. They want to try it out, right? They think there's this new tech. They kind of like understand digital assets. Maybe they've like played games that have digital assets or whatever it is. But I think often the thing that makes people like stick into the space and get really deep into it is kind of like the money component, which maybe is like a bit, I don't know if it's like sad or not, but like that's also the nature of blockchain as well. Like it adds value to things. That's why it's entertaining. So personally for me, like when I got into the space, one of the things I was thinking about was like, how could I make money from this? And I feel like many other people are similar, like NBA Top Shots. There's all this attention about it, and the price was just going up, and like that's what gets people talking about it. Like it ends up getting, but they're talking about it at the NBA, right? The commentators, and I think something similar happened with CryptoKitties as well, where there was a lot of attention on it, and there was just like this speculation within the community that this thing's going mainstream, and like there's opportunity here, we're early, and yeah, I'm interested to see what you think as well. Like, what has been the view of like why people get into and
Everybody today's talked about the money aspect. Like every time we bring this up
Okay, yeah.
remotely, everybody's like, but yeah, is it like a healthy thing? Is it something that we ever kind of break away from that mantra? Is it fine that everything is super hyper financialized?
Right, yeah, exactly. What do you think?
I mean, I think that it makes people care about it. Like, I don't think there was a time before getting into crypto as a whole that I cared about math or money at all. And I'm talking about like investments, going deeper in like understanding taxes and when not to do anything. Like, I don't think I would have had any knowledge or gotten into it if it wasn't for this space because I cared. Like, sure, you know, there's commercials and people say, oh, like invest for the future, yada, yada. But I mean, I think it takes something extra to make people actually jump into it and not just kind of view it from the outside.
Yeah, exactly. My hypothesis is like usually it's a small win that gets you hooked. So like you do something like it's either like you by some luck, right? Like maybe the market's just going up, so everyone's winning. Like it's you get a small win, and then you're like, okay, this is awesome. Like, and then you get into this like you dive really deep into everything. So I mean that's how it was for me, and I think that's how it is for other people that I've spoken to as well.
So I might get back into some of these other just general topics here, but let's jump into Gangster Arena. And what I did before was I haven't played the game yet, but I went through the process of downloading it and I recorded my first 60 seconds of it, if you will. So I want to get you to kind of walk us through that first little bit because I felt a little bit confused, and just in case anybody else is seeing that, I think this is going to be awesome. But what is Gangster Arena before we show that little clip?
Yeah, so Gangster Arena is an idle DJing game. So it's actually quite relevant to what we're just talking about. Like, so Uncharted is a studio, and part of our thesis is that blockchain games should have money in them, and money should be part of the fun. Like we really want to embrace blockchain in our games, and that's why we built Uncharted. And our first game is Gangster Arena, and our first game is really trying to like prove and test that out. I don't know if I can actually screen share with that.
Yeah, for sure. Just let me know, and I will. Let me bring up your thing here.
See. This could not work.
No, that's cool. We're here. We're testing on the fly. Love it. Yep. Okay. Cool. Perfect.
I don't know what you see here.
You got it. Yep.
It's good.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. I don't know why it shows this, but not my video. So this is Gangster Arena. It's an idle DJing game, and the premise of it is that you're kind of a mob boss, and you're trying to build up your gang in order to compete for rewards. So the game is about like competing for money, and at a high level, the way it works is like the money that players spend goes 100% of it goes back to the prize pool. So for season 1, right now we have 110 ETH of money that players have spent, and is in the prize pool right now. I think we launched like a day and a half ago, so it's pretty recent.
So that it's 110 ETH, like Ethereum.
Ethereum, correct.
No shot. Sheesh, that's a hell of a prize pool. Okay.
Yeah. So it's like one of the biggest prize pools right now in gaming. In Web3 games, probably. And the game is, I guess it's. I'll kind of walk through how it works. So the idea is you're building up this gang in order to win leaderboard rewards. And the game is seasonal. So there's a big timer that you can see here. And basically when the time reaches 0, that's when the game ends and the money gets paid out. And like I said before, like the money that players spend is what feeds into this prize pool. So
can I not to cut you off here, but I'm very curious because I think just from somebody that's viewing this for the first time, can I bring up the video of my first playthrough where it tells you the like information just so we have that and then go into it. So give me a second. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see my stream or if you're able to just to bring it up on your end.
I'll bring it up separately.
And I'll pause as we're going throughout this. So the way this works is you have to, if you're doing it on, is it only on mobile? Because it looked like that was on desktop for you.
It's on mobile or desktop.
Okay, cool. So it's a little bit of both. So on mobile, what you have to do is you have to put the website and set it as a homepage so then it looks like an app. It'll pop up and then, Derek, the first thing that it said is, do you want to set password for your embedded wallet? But I don't have MetaMask or anything on my phone. So is that something you just skip, or do you encourage people to add the password initially?
So good question. So it's up to you. So the way it works is that you log into the game with your Twitter account, and then a wallet gets made for you that's tied to that Twitter account. So this is not a MetaMask wallet. So this
Okay,
is just
gotcha.
your own wallet. So if you want to make it more secure, you can set a password. If not, you can also not do that and probably add it later as well. So
Okay,
I
amazing.
haven't set one for mine. Just
So
to make it easier.
I don't know if the stream's delayed, but if you see how it says like tutorial by Gangster, do you want to just run us through this and I'll pause every few seconds as we're going through?
Yeah. Yes.
And if it's too delayed, let me know because I don't know. I don't think there's a delay, but maybe there is.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Yeah. So gangsters are the like core NFTs of the game. And what you do is you buy them and they will passively like run up and down and rob the bank and generate a fiat token for you, which is a tradable token.
Amazing. All right, we'll scroll ahead a little bit.
And this is the only thing that players would like buy in the game with ETH. So this is the thing that kind of contributes to the prize pool.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then next up, it shows buy gangsters with earning rate, reputation, and daily ROI.
Yes. So this is it's just walking the players through like, here's how you would buy it, just so players get familiar with that.
Easy sample. You get all of them. Processing, hiring one gangster. Okay, boom, you're good to go. And then they start running back and forth here.
Exactly. So once you buy it, you have it in your wallet. You can do whatever you want with it, but otherwise it's earning fiat tokens for you, which you can claim. So you can claim that you can log out of the app and come back in, and it will still be kind of like earning. It's a bit like staking and earning tokens.
Gotcha. And then we have the goons getting brought up.
Yeah. So once you have tokens in the game, you can spend them on two things. So the first thing you can buy is a goon, which is basically a unit that helps you earn more tokens. So you can invest in these goons to earn more tokens. Yeah, so that's kind of the first thing.
Nice. And then it just shows on the side. So you have the safe house, you have the gangster, and then the goon. And then you're able to buy the goon, and then it gives you a decent bit of bonuses. And then upgrading your safe house with fiat raises your reputation significantly, but doesn't increase your fiat earnings. So try to upgrade your safe house.
Yeah. So safe houses are the other thing that you can buy with fiat. And the main difference is that basically you think about it as goons help you earn more, but don't help you climb the leaderboard much, which is what you need to like win the ETH at the end. Whereas safe houses don't help you earn, but help you climb the leaderboard quite a lot. So that's the trade-off that players have to make.
Interesting. But the leaderboard is what you want to do to get paid for the leaderboard, right? You want to be as high as possible.
That's one way. That's one way for sure. I mean, I think that the part of the idea of the game is that there are multiple ways to play. And now that it's been going on for a day, I can tell you like what's happened so far, right? So for example, like some players may just buy gangsters, like get tokens and sell them, because tokens are tradable, right?
Right.
I think players also have to like just make a decision about whether they want to buy safe houses or goons as well, because they do slightly different things. And the way it works is that the price of these two units also fluctuates depending on how many people have bought them. So if everyone's buying goons, which I think was what was happening yesterday, then safe houses are relatively more like much more cheap. And vice versa, it can go either way.
So how did you get people to feel confident with this? Is it something that you guys kind of have been building this reputation and people are aware of it? Because I've always found it interesting when we have new things that are launched and people, kind of like the meme coin pre-sales right now. People are like, here's $350,000. You're like, okay, what is going on?
Yeah. It's a good question. I mean, I think the fact that the fact that for this first season, 100% of the money that players spend goes back to players, I think makes it a pretty even playing field. And also, we did a demo, like a play test for this before. So a few people got the chance to play around with it and like got, familiar with some of the mechanics. And And ultimately, like I think the thing about this game is that there's no necessarily right or wrong way to play. A lot of it's about game theory and what other players will do. That's one of the core ideas. So as an example, we have like in the bottom left, there's a mechanic called Gang Wars, and you can and the idea here is like you have these gangsters and you have options. You can choose whether you want to use the gangsters to earn more. You can choose whether you want them to defend or you can raid, and the outcome depends on what everyone else does. So like if you attack another player and they have put nothing to defense, then you steal a bunch of their tokens. Or whereas if you let's say you attack another player and they've put everything to defense, then you don't get anything from them and you potentially lose some gangsters. So there's a lot of the games really about like game theory and there's earning mechanics, there's arbitrage, there's potential for people to team up and attack the same person or like buy units from other people last minute to take over first person leaderboard. There's a lot of interesting things that could happen and it's a bit unpredictable.
And how come you guys decided to go this route in terms of like making something? Because obviously, you've had the big experience with Immutable and you've been able to see the behind the scenes of what's worked and what's not pretty closely. And so what made you decide on this genre and then this kind of style?
Yeah, I mean, so so the thesis for Uncharted is that like crypto itself is one big game that people quite like enjoy playing. And it's all about risk and reward and strategy and so on, like very PvP. And so we wanted to turn what people like about crypto into these actual gaming experiences. And we believe we can make them more fun, more rewarding, and also more safe as well. Because there's a lot of like scams and rugs in the space, like a lot of extractors. And so that's the idea. And so when we were thinking about what game to build first, because this is our first game and we plan to have multiple games. We're thinking about what game to build first. We were thinking very much about the target audience, which for us right now are crypto natives. And we believe that, people in crypto want to like make money. So like they're competing to make money and that's part of the game. There's many ways to do that. They're also very like time poor as well. So that's why this game is very idle. Like you can see that I can just spend like 30 seconds a day doing stuff and that's enough to play the game. Like people probably spend more time thinking about what to do than actually doing things in the game. And that's by design. Like we don't want players to grind or anything like that. It's very idle. And we've also tried to make it like simple. There's only a few units. Like there's very few choices in the game, right? Like there's and our hope is that like the simplicity also makes it more inviting for people because people don't want to like learn too much about a game. They just want to get the high level concept, the different ideas, and then come up with their own like approach and strategy. So that's kind of some of the thinking here behind this first game.
So can you show again and just kind of like pretend that you're somebody that's completely new? Because I feel like I'm a little bit lost and maybe I've just been doing this for too long on the stream. But so you have the claim button, you have the money on the side, and then you have the guns with the leaderboard and everything. Pretend that you just open this all up for the first time. What do you do?
Yeah, sure. So for example, like let's say I open it up, I would buy a gangster, right? And,
those cost 0.01. I just saw. Just for anybody.
Yeah, so I just spent some money and put it into prize pool just then.
Oh, okay, listen, there we go. Congratulations. It's in the gangster. Okay, so just to know that though, so it is like 0.01 if you are wanting to play the game. There's not like a free to play version right now.
We don't have that right now. That's something that we're considering for the future. Yeah. So you can see that I've bought it. I can view the transaction. Great, got it. Another gangster here. It's running up and down, and then I would basically claim tokens. So I would claim tokens down here. So now I've got more tokens that I would have in the game, and then I would use those tokens to try to progress in the game. So like the way you progress is like you buy goons or you buy safe houses. Currently I don't have enough tokens yet. Otherwise I would show you and buy one of these. And then basically I'll kind of try to build up my gang from there, right? And I think one of the things I would do is I would, keep a close eye on the leaderboard to see who's around me and like what it would take to overtake other people. And I would, decide whether or not it's worth it. Decide how I want to play.
That's spicy. That's really spicy. I like the idea. Yeah. You can be able to see everything transparently like that.
Exactly. Yeah. And sometimes like, it might not be worth it. Sometimes it might be worth it. You have to decide for yourself. But then other players are also unpredictable. So like, you know, a lot of it depends on what other players would do. And then I would also, now that I've got a few gangsters, I'll also like try to use the raid mechanic probably to try to get an advantage. So like so right now when you go to raids, you can see other players. So you can see like, for example, this person, you can see what they've been doing. So you can see this person last time they put all their units into earning, which means they made a lot. They made like 400,000 tokens as a bonus, and they don't have any. They have like no one defending, right? So if I was to attack them, I would actually steal a majority of these tokens for myself. I would be able to steal, like, not to target this person out, but like I'll be able to steal a lot of these tokens, right? And so like I would probably like look for opportunities to figure out like who I should attack as well, to try to get more. And I think it'd also be different. Like if I was all the way at the very top, like if I was a rank 1 player, I would probably play differently, because, you know, I might be thinking that other players are going to attack me. Like, what should I do? Things could be different. Whereas like probably players at the middle and the bottom will be also thinking differently. And, you know, I'd also be looking at the price of the tokens as well. So like I'd be looking at, okay, now they've got 6,000 tokens, like how much are they worth? So right now that's worth 0.001, right? And some players might just like sell the tokens. Some players might alternatively like see that if everyone's selling the token, then maybe other people will see that this token is really cheap and then buy a bunch of the tokens. Like they might spend ETH to buy a bunch of the tokens, and then they would go and like buy some units in the game to keep progressing. So I think that those are the key decisions. There's only really a few, but there is, as you can see, like there's probably some complexity to it if you want to get to that level.
That's sweet that you guys have that, and also like the idle perspective with it. And so, I mean, I guess if you're talking grander scale, is this something that's supposed to be just, you know, for a month of playtime, or do you have any kind of bigger ideas if this continues to gain adoption?
So the plan is that we kicked off season 1, which is our first ever season, and we do plan to have more seasons. And I think most likely what we'll do is that we will see how the season goes and then make some changes to the second season to make the game like better, more interesting, probably make it different on purpose as well, so it doesn't feel like it's the same and people have to like rethink how they approach the game. And then you know, basically make season 2 bigger and better. So
Nice.
that's the plan for Gangster Arena right now. And then in the future, we also plan to have other games. So these are things that we're kind of like working on in the background, but they would all fall under the like Uncharted brand and IP. And so the goal here is that Uncharted is the ecosystem that we're building up. You know, we'll have many games on them. We'll have our own games. We'll hopefully eventually also like work with other developers to help them with their games as well. And then this will be just the place that you go to for like games with money. For games with money is part of the fun.
True. The love of the crypto space and all that. That's amazing. Okay, so Derek, what I've done, and I'm not sure if you've seen it all with some of the other guests, but I have kind of a rapid fire question segment that I would love to ask you. And basically, I'm just going to kind of make a statement or bring up a topic, and then whether 60 seconds, 5 minutes, whatever you feel is the appropriate time you need to respond to them, then you're free to do however you would like. So, number 1, Yuga acquires Moonbirds.
Am I just giving my opinion?
Yes.
Oh, right. Okay. Probably there's some good like financial arbitrage there. That's why they did it.
Anything else? Just got to keep it short and simple.
Yeah. As in like, that's my guess. I don't know. I don't have any inside info, but like, you know, it was probably just a good deal, like financially, and then you know, Kevin wanted out, and so
it ended
took
up
the
happening.
acquisition, brought the community, brought the IP over.
All right, next, NFTs getting completely rinsed with the broader crypto market pump.
Yeah, this one's really interesting. I think people really value liquidity. I think and tokens are just so much more liquid than NFTs. So I think that's number one. And number two is there's very few new buys for NFTs because there's actually not that many new people coming into crypto, despite the prices increasing. That's my impression, at least from what I've seen.
Generally
you
agree.
don't see many new faces, right? And so there's not many new people looking to join these communities either. And so people are just, if they're looking about if people think about where should they deploy money, then yeah, they're looking elsewhere, usually for more liquid opportunities.
The trend of projects on other chains that have success now launching an ordinals collection.
Yeah, I mean it's leveraging the hype, so good for them. I think ordinals I think is pretty interesting. Yeah, the main challenge is whether it'll be they'll still be committed to doing stuff there, or what the promises made that are an ordinal.
Have you seen any ordinals that are saying, hey, we offer anything beyond just an ordinal? Because
no, but I'm not super deep in
yeah,
ordinals.
no, I'm not either. I'm not either, but I just think it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
All right, next up, meme coin mania.
People want to 100x somehow. Is my takeaway. People see someone else doing it on their timeline, and they want the experience. Yeah, it's interesting, and I guess some people think it speaks to the generation of to the generation as well.
That's a good point. I never even thought about the generational differences, but I guess everybody, if they think they can 100x, will do it. All right, ETFs impact on the broader crypto market.
Yeah, this one's huge, I think. There's so much institutional money, and the institutional money, they're looking for places to put it because they need to make money for the people who have deposited. And so I think ETFs legitimize crypto a lot and make it so much easier for institutions to buy crypto. So definitely huge. Probably one of the main catalysts for the cycle right now.
And finally, the trend of many collections making Fortnite experiences.
Depends what you mean by collections. Probably NFT collections just have to make something to be quote unquote delivering value to their holders, and so making a mini game in another platform probably is smart and easy, I guess. Depending on what it is though, I don't know how many people would play it if they're not familiar with the IP.
That's fair. I think one of the things that I just found weird, I mean, it's a good point you bring up of projects need to look like they're just doing something in general, but it's the Fortnite experiences, I feel like you don't even get people to be able to play them. Unless you have some kind of insight or able to get people on the dashboards. I have a video that I might bring up after we let you go here in a few minutes. That's BMW, and the head of metaverse for BMW on LinkedIn is here's our experience. And then they're tagging this Fortnite map, and I join it. And I'm okay, so there's one person that's randomly walking around here, and it's this racing track, and everybody's hyping up Fortnite as this big metaverse thing. And I get it to a point, but for these Web3 communities, same kind of thing. It's all right, what's the rationale for it? So, I mean, from your perspective, would you ever make a Fortnite map for Gangster Arena per se, or is that something that you just think wouldn't be viable?
We probably wouldn't, just because it doesn't fit in well with our strategy. We don't know if like you said, we don't know if crypto people actually would want to play it, right? Or if it's just shows progress. I do think it could work though for other teams and studios. The main challenge is, I think it needs to appeal beyond crypto, and if you lean too heavily into the crypto IP, then no one, people probably get put off by it, or they just get confused. But like, what is this ape? Like, why am I playing as ape?
It's funny to see the differences though between like stuff that was Web3 based versus like Web2 based. And I had the notion, and maybe this was arrogant. I feel like my tone's changing a little bit on it, but I was like, I think that the Web3 generated IP is going to overtake the ones that aren't, and that looks dumb as hell right now. Like that is not what's happening. You have like tiny subset of communities, but how do you foresee that flush of like blockchain based kind of transcending beyond? Because obviously we've had that like very briefly with Top Shot Bored Ape, but how long do you think until it like truly transcends where it's not just this awkward niche of an IP?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll take like it'll take a hit game where blockchain like really matters, I think. So probably if we're talking, if the question is like what is it going to take for normal more normies, for example, to get into Web3, then yeah, probably just like a really good game that has a really deep tradable economy behind it. That'll get the most people into it. But I think personally, I think the thing that needs to happen there is that the blockchain part needs to actually mean something. Like you don't if someone built another Fortnite today and it had blockchain on, like no one would play it still because people just would keep playing Fortnite, even if it was just as good. Like they're already used to Fortnite, or their friends are on it. Like it's actually really hard. It needs to be that someone builds another version of WoW, but actually, or like some other game, and the blockchain elements actually matter. So that's kind of my thesis, and that's also part of why like Uncharted's doubling down on blockchain and money as being part of the fun, because we think that's the unique thing that blockchain does. Blockchain financializes everything, so it makes sense that it would financialize games as well. And that's kind of what we're trying to do.
Well, I wish you all the success with that. As we're wrapping up here, is there any kind of final thing, one last rundown of what GG Uncharted is and what Gangster Arena is?
I think, yeah, I mean, if I'd love for people, if people are interested, just follow along, like follow our Twitters, which is, yeah, at GG Uncharted or at Gangster Arena.
Amazing. All right. Well, Derek, thanks so much for jumping on here. Hopefully we'll chat again soon, and hope that we see Gangster Arena all around here. And so final question, sorry, that I just kind of thought of for Crypto Slam per se, they have all the stats of like how much volume is happening like on a blockchain per se. Is there anything you've seen out there that like highlights certain games and like how much has been put into them? Like, is there any sites that you've seen that was good for like insights in that regard?
Yeah, so DApp Radar shows game volume and number of wallets. It shows on-chain data.
Nice.
DApp
Okay,
Radar.
cool. I gotta check that out.
It might be missing it for some games that have a lot of like off-chain data, like off-chain players and users. But it will show a lot of the on-chain stuff. So yeah, definitely check that out.
Amazing. Okay, thank you. Sorry for that last question there. I was just thinking about it. But no, I appreciate you. Okay, cool. We will chat soon, Derek. Thanks again so much.
Cool, awesome. Great to chat. All right, see you later.
100%. Peace. All right, there is Derek. Holy guacamole. How is everybody doing? We are approaching 6 hours here, and we still have 2 more to go. And speaking of meme coins, immediately open up the X feed to I Quit from Quit. There is they are doing, I guess, a raise for a pre-sale of a token. Guys, the liquidity is flying. People are wanting to put their money into whatever they can find within the space. We got YoJurmy coming up here very shortly, where we're going to be going over the parallel ecosystem. Yo, Tom, let's go. How long is my spot? For you, we can make it however long you want. I got Bildo at 9. I can ask Bildo to come on a little bit sooner if you want to come on now and just shoot the shit about whatever, Jeremy. You let me know. Or if you're busy, I know Mr. Big Influence is coming through. So happy to do whatever works in that realm. Checking the fear and greed index. We're still at 89%, guys. That's absolutely ridiculous. Big influence. Big time true. It's funny. There's like two people that understand big influence, but he's got a big influence. You know what I mean? Yeah, Rip Odyssey. That was so. If you hadn't heard, I saw Steve Bark tweet about it. I don't know if Starbucks themselves have. I mean, do they even have a Twitter page? Starbucks Odyssey. They don't even have a Twitter page. But he basically said, "Yeah, I'm out of a job now, and yeah, they're rugging the collection." And then Boomer came on and was like, "Yeah, I have like free coffee like every month or something. Does that go away now?" And I'm like, nah, okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. I think Steve found out he was getting fired today as he was getting fired, which is hard. That's tough. That's tough for sure. To be honest, I thought like his full-time gig was doing the show and all that, which is interesting that wasn't the case, and there was more to that, obviously, but still nonetheless here. I'm just scrolling through the timeline to see if there is anything of notoriety. Half my feed is, oh, hold on. There we go. Voyagers who attended Apes Come Home are eligible for a commemorative Kodak camera POAP. Guys, we had like an Ethereum utility NFT mint for the second trip. For that one, which apparently wasn't a trip, it was just an experience, they're giving out a POAP. What? Not the fun, right? We like free things, but what in the hell is that? The friggin' POAP? I don't know what the Jesus, my timeline looks all the friggin' same here. Holy, everything is just a quote retweet of like hold on here. Hopefully there was nothing bad within there. My entire feed is just showing that Futureverse announcement with all the other collections here, which I'm curious if we see like an actual coming together of like the whole Web3 space. Because the biggest problem, right? The biggest problem we see is what's the actual value from holding something? And going back to the thread with VINCI regarding his Azuki perspective, and hey, they're doing all these things. It's got value. You're going to be able to have a character that you're going to be able to use within your world or comic if you get selected. But okay, well, what's this world? They have a token coming out. How are they going to get integrated? Are they doing their own thing? We have Bored Apes that are working on other side. And is there an ape chain coming? But like utility for these things, they're building out the experiences. They have Legends of Mara, all these. Like, I mean, what's it going to take for these people? And I think that we might be able to see collections that just come in and say, hey, we have something that's a working product. Give us a bunch of bucks and we can encourage your collection to be on there. And I mean, for Parallel as an example, I think that that's one of the ecosystems that feels like it's very in its own lane. I've not seen them say, hey, like we're partnering with any of these other collections, but they also are showing, hey, we have a game. Hey, oh, look, we have 2 games and one of them being completely integrated within AI. And it shows just like the capability. And YoJurmy said yesterday when he swapped out his PFP is, you know, like these guys are built diffy and really? And I scroll over to the side and I see more random meme coin spaces that have popped up. That is ridiculous. Wow. I'm just scrolling through. All right. Did we just get YoJurmy on here a little bit early? Yo. You good if I call now? See, I'm saying that out loud, but he might damn well be in the chat. We can just, we can shoot the shit. But guys, I can't tell. I'm genuinely asking right now, do we think that X is botted, or is there actually 600 of you people here from it? 700. Let me correct. 700. I don't know if like the ticker like just goes up and it's based off of like how many people have clicked into the stream. I'm here. Call me maybe. Okay. But it's crazy because I go on like Twitch or YouTube and it's like 10, 15, 20 people, and then X, it's crazy. YoJurmy.
Yo.
What's going on? Is Harry there? What's the roll call? I didn't even realize he was coming to visit. Yo, this guy looks fancy. What the hell is this?
He is not here this weekend. He is supposed to be, but he's gonna come next weekend.
That's crazy that he bailed on you. That's disrespectful.
He bailed, yeah.
That's tough.
Backed out.
That's tough. In the background, before we get into this, what in the hell is the thing that's like flashing behind you?
Oh, is it broken?
No,
it's not broken.
It's not broken, I don't think.
Oh, that's a token frame. Yeah, that's a token frame, and that's one of the parallel assets that I own, which is called a terminal. You can activate terminals with a battery. We'll get into all of that, but yeah, it's a parallel asset based
Hell
on
yeah.
the different factions that they have in there.
So I'm curious, before we get into like the lowdown of Parallel and just the fun history that we have together, is last time you were on, we talked about Parallel, and obviously a lot more has happened where they have the the colony white paper, and now we kind of have the first initial reactions from people. So before we get into that white paper, I'm just curious, what's been your kind of sentiment from somebody that's holding the collection? Obviously people are screaming about conviction, don't be jumping to these meme coins. We're saying to ourselves, hey, there's a chance that some of this stuff might actually have a revolution in games, technology, etc. And it seems like Parallel is doing just that.
Yeah, so I guess breaking that down from a holder's perspective, it's been a long time. It's not like Parallel has it's something new and just like shot up like a rocket, right? We've had to put the time in, we've had to have a lot of conviction since Pack Drop 1. I think that goes back to pretty sure like July or August 2021. So what, going on 2.5 years from the first pack drop to where we are now is pretty insane. And by we, I mean I'm not a part of the team, so I just mean as a collector, as somebody who's invested in assets of Parallel, but not in the actual team. So, but it's been pretty nice to see the development of, you know, at first they were just cards, and then we got a couple of comics. Those will be physicals. They aren't yet. That was never like a main goal for them, but got comics, we got card backs, we got obviously the alpha gameplay, we had a closed beta gameplay, and now we're currently like an open beta, which is pretty neat. The first expansion is out, but it's not playable in game yet. Probably targeting early Q2 is what we've last heard for Planetfall. So yeah, just a bunch of things like the expansiveness of all the collections. It's a good thing and a bad thing. It's expansive and it lets you dive deep into the lore and have companions in the game, different card backs in the game, card borders, game mats, all these different things to express yourself and the personality that like you kind of align with within Parallel. But at the same time, because everything is on the blockchain, right? There are probably 15 plus, like 15 to 20 different Parallel collections. So how are you supposed to keep track of that? Right?
That's a lot. Holy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the other concept with this is I feel that, I guess if you're going to put me in like a room and argue with a bunch of people is, okay, so Parallel is just another card game. How would you respond to that?
I don't think, or simply put, like another card game hasn't done it as well as these guys have so quickly, right? So they've already caught up a lot of ground on those traditional or existing card games while pushing boundaries. Now, is there some stuff to like refine, to perfect, um, to get continuous feedback on and stuff like that? Surely, yeah, there definitely is. Like that team is always taking in feedback. They're executing on it pretty quick on some things. Other things where it's a little bit more complex because you have you change, you change one thing, then you have to change 5 things. You change those 5 things, now you have to change 10 things. Like there's a lot that goes into it, but they are aware of a lot of the community feedback and sentiment. Just to give you an example, like everybody has been crying about the UI and the UX, right, of the gameplay and making it to be more easily streamed so that way viewers know what's going on.
That's a good point. Yes. Cause whenever I watch your streams, I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, so that's one that they definitely know, and that's one that they've been working on for a while, but it's not flip a switch versus some other things that they've got feedback on. It gets handled pretty quick. But yeah, I'd also just say one of the cool things that Parallel does when in terms of making their IP and all their assets is that when you look at a trading card, like a Parallel trading card, it is not just a digital art like 2D digital painting of that card, like a one-time thing. It's not even just photoshopped. It is completely modeled, textured, um, put into place, environment building, and then rendered out as a 2D image, right? So there's like a virtual camo that will take a picture of that actual environment with the character and the model and that action going on. And the reason I say that is because now they've just they're going to be able to leverage those same assets that they've already built out for the cards. They've already thought so far ahead that now they can use those 3D assets and other types of platforms and environments themselves. So whether that be a game in Unreal, whether that be AR, whatever your imagination can think of, right? If they have those models and textures all ready to go, that saves them a lot of time. So they've already caught up on the market that way as well. Because most of these card games, they're not building stuff in 3D. Those are all just digital art. And then for the cinematics, in terms of trailers, right, expansion trailers and marketing trailers, that's a one-time thing. They never plan to use those again anywhere across their platforms.
I think you were the only person that I really saw talking about parallel avatars being the alpha. We had the Colony white paper that dropped yesterday. I haven't really read it fully, so I'd love to get your TLDR on it. But I've also seen how like part of what's going on, and I don't know if that was from the white paper or just an activation, was that you can stake Prime. You'll get this other one. I don't know if I feel like it starts with a P. It's not product, but
Prompt.
And then there's kind of like this system that's really starting to evolve and show us more. I don't know if you're wanting to screen share it all, but T Doge in the chat does say that your lighting looks amazing.
Oh, I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. Yeah, so just getting back to your question is basically Colony, right? Just a brief breakdown
Yes,
of what that is. Yeah, and then avatars, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So Colony is it's another game. It's not the TCG. So there's Parallel Studios at the top. Then there's Parallel TCG, and then a sister of that is Colony, right? But these assets via blockchain technology and composability and everything else like that, there can be some where you can use these assets across both titles. Parallel TCG is obviously the trading card game, competitive trading card game. Colony is an AI-powered Web3 survival simulation game. And what I mean by that is that you can have these characters, these avatars, they're AI agents that continuously learn from not only you as their, master, right, as their partner, but also from the game world and the agents around them. So by doing this and being able to communicate and interact with them via text and even voice, it's going to be, speech to text, text to speech type of two-way communication. They continuously learn from the world, and then that's going to just create this immersive dynamic experience for every single player out there, because all of your avatars there is no programming that goes on between them, right? There are some guidelines, there are some borders, some rules, some ground rules, but you make your avatar whoever you want him or her to be, and the relationship between you two decides their entire fate in the game. And then plus the relationship that they have within other agents of the game who aren't coded, pre-programmed at all either. So there's not going to be any colony experience, any simulation experience that's the exact same, like ever. So that's pretty groundbreaking as well. I know NVIDIA is kind of pushing the boundaries there in some things that they're testing. I know Google just announced something this week that they're also testing in terms of what that means for gaming, in terms of having it be AI powered, but Parallel is already a step ahead of that. Plus, they've introduced blockchain technology into it, meaning that these AI agents, avatars, whatever you want to call them, those are all interchangeable, is that they actually own their own wallet and they transact on the blockchain. So via the white paper yesterday, we found out that will be happening via the Solana network. So these avatars have their own wallets. They're going to mint NFTs themselves. They're going to trade with other avatars, other agents on the actual blockchain, the same blockchain that you and I and Harry Swan use. and to try to achieve whatever goal you and your avatar have set, right? Um, so that's just a new and innovative concept that's just going to take the gaming world by storm.
That's I mean, we talk about AI, and I mentioned this earlier, but it feels like we've not really had that fully hit the blockchain space. People say this token is AI, and that's usually the biggest, component of AI. And there's not really that extra kind of fun experience the way that you are describing it. So what's the reason for somebody picking up a parallel avatar right now? Is it the fact that they get to play within Colony and then they get to use it as an avatar within the game, or what's the extra perks with it?
Well, it's I don't want to say it's unclear, but there's actually a few questions that we still have for the team. I can tell you current avatars, OG avatars that are available on the Ethereum blockchain, those will always be treated as kind of like OGs. And they will be able to breed. They will be able to, create an agent within the Colony game for a prime fee. By owning an actual, NFT avatar, that's the way that you're going to be able to earn Prime within the game as well. So Prime is kind of Echelon's native token that powers the entire ecosystem. We haven't mentioned, the name Echelon here. I didn't want to make it too complicated. You can think of everything under the parallel umbrella, but Echelon is the foundation, that kind of hosts that native token Prime. Parallel, the TCG, was built using the token, the Prime token, and now Colony, the game, the AI game, is going to also be using the Prime token as well. But yeah, so avatars, an NFT avatar will allow you to create, mint, and trade actual assets via blockchain, and hopefully earn some Prime. And you get to retain those in-game items that you created only if you own an avatar, because there will be a free-to-play version that exists within the Colony, but you will not actually own those things. So they will be just kind of like renditions, or I don't even know the word, like just apparitions, right? Parallel TCG also uses that word, apparitions. When that's a term for when something doesn't actually exist like on the blockchain. It's just like it's only off chain, or something that you don't actually own yet. But yeah, I mean, the more avatars that you have, the more colonies that you're going to be able to participate in. So essentially, the more agents that you have to be able to, just create immersive worlds in, have fun with, try to farm Prime for you. So it's going to be fun. Like when you spawn into the game, or like when your agent spawns into a colony, you actually get prompted with a list of questions. Those are still to be set, but that controls your entire agent's persona and characteristics and like morals and everything else like that. That your answers based on those prompts, sets the path for their entire life within that world.
Now, somebody that's tuning into the stream, I would have the premise that, some of them heard about Parallel, but they've definitely heard about the Prime token. So what's the point of having Prime token? Is it only relevant if you have an avatar to be able to earn off of it? Is it in-game experiences? Obviously, there's all these card packs and whatnot. So is that the default currency?
Yeah, so for the Parallel ecosystem overall, Prime is the token to have. We have, and I'm not part of the team, but like within Parallel, you have something called Prime Sinks, to where Prime tokens are spent. And then when Prime token is spent, obviously some of it goes back to the foundation, some of it goes to team, some of it goes to investors, some of it goes to the player pool, so the people actually competing in the TCG and winning games. And then part of it also goes to people who have assets cached. So like in Parallel, when you have a full set cached, a prime drive cached, which is essentially staked, some of that Prime trickles down into those pockets as well. So Prime sinks consist of like cosmetic upgrades that you earn via the battle pass, cosmetics in the store that you buy for Prime. There's a new Prime that came out, or Prime sync, that kind of got announced with the white paper is that you'll be able to stake your prime in order to earn prompt. Now we'll get into that in just a little bit as well. Prime is going to take prime to spawn your agent within the colony, right? So they're just trying to make as many ways to spend prime as possible, because it's just a cycle of life for that token. But to just give you an example of why it's kind of cool and how you can earn prime is when you own the cards that you're playing with within the TCG. So when you own that card as an NFT, and the more you own in your 40 card deck, the more prime you earn per ranked win. So if currently, just as an example, I think I get anywhere from 0.15 to 0.25 prime per win. So I don't know, that's what, $4 or so, like on average about $4 per ranked win. But that's at current prime prices. But there's only 35 million in circulating supply, I believe. And then obviously, as there are more ways to spend prime, people need more prime. To get more prime, you have to buy more prime. And then with the upcoming staking for prompt, that you just guess like, okay, half the supply or half the owners half of them are going to stake their prime, right? So that's immediately like another 35 to 50% just staked. So that should chew up some of the supply as well.
It's funny how these ecosystems are designing more things that involve tokens after everybody's like, put it all into one. But what do you think about their 2 token mantra here? Do you think that that's fine? It's good extra incentive, or I wish it was just the 1 prime token?
I get it because it's almost as a way to kind of white label things, especially with the new prompt token, because Wayfinder was another thing that was announced within the white papers. Wayfinder is kind of the framework of the entire ways that AI agents can communicate with the blockchain, right? So if your question was about like all the different tokens, so let me just explain to you a little bit about Wayfinder. It's like Wayfinder is a tool and a framework that helps AI characters do things on the blockchain. So it's almost like this GPS tool, this translation tool that's like it shows them the way and what to do within different blockchain networks. So it helps them navigate and make decisions so that way they can interact on chain. So that's what Wayfinder does. And Wayfinder, their native token is tentatively called prompt. So that's kind of that other token that you were talking about. Does it get confusing, or would I rather it be 1? I think it makes sense to do it the way they're doing it, because prime was already set to say, okay, X amount's going to this player, X amount's going to this person, X amount's going to this team. And there's already like a distribution set, and they could have a vote, to kind of redo all that, but you're still working with the current supply, versus here, when you create like a new foundation, you can create, you can not start from scratch, but you can create new rules that are best for that foundation and economy and network to survive and to thrive. All right, while still rewarding the existing like player base or investors and everything else like that, because I think up to, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure up to 40% of prompt is actually going to be going back to people who stake prime, or who are involved in like, who have parallel assets cached or prime cached.
It's awesome talking with the people throughout the day. And one of the things that, I'm going to use you as like an example, but I love that we have people that are specializing in specific communities, and that it's being appreciated more from before, when it was like, oh, this person's showing their bag, when it's like, no, things are advancing. We actually have some kind of a fundamental understanding, and you need to almost specialize in some of these collections, or you're just kind of just shooting the shit for the sake of doing it. And I don't know. I think it's awesome that you're getting really heavily into parallel, but obviously see you changed your Yuga PFP, and we want to get into kind of the backstory here with YoJurmy here in a second. But is there anything else that you would like to talk about parallel here before we transition?
Oh, dude, there's actually so much. And I really just want to help people get introduced to the ecosystem and let them know, okay, where do you buy your first card? Where would you buy an avatar? Where would you buy a card back? What are these keys that they have? Because there's assets within the game called keys, overclock key, gravity key, galaxy key, multifold key. And it's like, there is so much. It can be as simple as you want to make it, or it can be as complex as you want to make it. Especially when you throw in the blockchain in there, and you realize that there's not only multiple collections that exist across NFT marketplaces, but they also exist on different networks at the moment, which is the base network. And then when Colony comes out, we're also going to have assets on the Solana network. But I do try my best to explain when people have a question for me on stream or in Discord. But I've actually created a site for people to go to. It's called primeplaybook.super.site. And this is where I am still in progress of creating, again, more guides and walkthroughs and tutorials on like how to get set up and answering some of those questions. But that is a compilation of any of the tools, any of the links, all the information that I've ever needed to know, and that's helpful in my parallel journey. I've compiled those to just exist there. So if you think that I know everything about parallel, which I don't, but you want to know, you want the same information that I have, it's all right there. So I would say just bookmark that link and it'll be updated ever so often. And other than that, just tweet me, DM me on Discord, or join in on the stream on my channel. So I definitely wanted to get that out there. So 3 big things that were announced in the last few days, obviously Colony, Wayfinder, and then a couple of weeks ago, open beta, right? So as March started, so March 1st, we went into open beta. That means you can download the game and instantly start playing. You don't need a wallet. You don't need any NFTs, anything. You just go to parallel.life/play, download the game, create an account, log in, start playing. They're going to throw you into rookie mode, which you have to complete up to a certain point before you can compete in a ranked play, which is a really good thing because you don't want to get smoked right off the bat. But also in rookie mode, if you complete all the challenges in there, you're going to receive a buttload, right? Like hundreds of cards. They're not NFTs, they're apparitions, but those cards will allow you to put together a deck that hopefully you can be competitive with within ranked. Versus, other TCGs out there that make card acquisition a little bit hard. And it's more like a timing thing, or it's super grindy. Ranked mode, like to complete it, I think you have to win 25 games. And so at a 50% win rate, 30%, I mean, you're only talking about 50 games played. And you want to do those 50 games played anyways, because you're trying to learn an entire new meta and mechanics of the game and keywords and terminology and all that stuff like that. So 50 games, they make it pretty fair for you to acquire cards and get started.
Guys got all the insights. Guys, again, it's at YoJurmy. I'll bring it up on the stream a little bit later for that. I just did. So let's get into the nitty gritty. For anybody that doesn't know, YoJurmy was one of the guys here that was basically a part of the original journey from Top Shot to Bored Apes to where we are now. I don't know where the best way to start is. We've been reminiscing a lot here with Fibaka earlier, but I guess let's go back to Top Shot. What do you remember about the early days of Top Shot and when that first started getting traction?
Oh, man. You know what? I didn't really talk ball with pretty much anybody besides like one person IRL. So I did a lot of my stuff online, like reading Twitter and Reddit and all this other stuff. I kind of just, watched by myself. And then I think I came across something on Twitter about Top Shot, and I've never really been into trading cards at all, or collectibles for that matter, especially in terms of sports memorabilia. It's just not my thing. But the one thing that actually caught my attention specifically was its integration of technology, and more so blockchain technology. I thought it was pretty cool, and I started reading about that, and how you can prove having this provenance, so that way you can prove the origin of something and the owner of something, and to actually have that not be ruggable, to a certain extent. And I thought that was pretty cool. I thought the fact that they were videos was awesome, and the opening experience was pretty neat as well, especially for the time that it was. So I started looking into Top Shot for about 2 weeks before I bought any pack. Bought my first pack, and I think I was laying in bed, and I was like, you know what? Let me just check, like, if anybody's talking about this. So I just searched it up on Twitter, not knowing what would pop up, and I searched Top Shot, and this like curly headed, like glasses wearing Toronto fan who, probably has like a 4-inch vertical, was talking about Top Shot, and I was like, this is my guy. Like, this is the one. Uh, so I started just being involved in the community, and started buying more packs with the guys, joined your Discord, and kind of took off from there.
I remember vividly. I mean, you guys might think that he's knowledgeable and informative and he's breaking out the sites, but early days, you were on voice chat and the VC helping everybody out for whatever it was, and you went as testifies, I feel like, for that back then. But obviously, we've upgraded to YoJurmy and JVB 4-inch vertical. That was generous. True. I tried to jump over a tennis net once or twice actually, and got caught both times. We're not going to talk about it, but it's wild to see what it was, because it was something that it's kind of a casual thing, to be honest. You're like, okay, this looks kind of cool. And then it ended up being first of all, the best investment one could possibly do back in that day, even though that wasn't really the mantra of it. But at the same time, it caught viral heights, and it's really, I think, made us want to stay within the space to see what it could go to. So what do you give credit to for Top Shot? What do you think that it did horribly? And, seeing the heights that it went to the downfall, what's your kind of memories of Top Shot?
Well, I'm not like a super big NFT OG. I think we're considered OGs now, but like in the moment, there were so many collections that existed like across Ethereum, like the moon rocks, right? Ether cats and stuff like that, or moon cats. There was actually those art cards. I can't remember what they're called, but there was some form of art, like, but in a card format on the Ethereum blockchain, even before Top Shot.
You talking about curio cards?
Yeah, curio cards. So there was like so many that happened before Top Shot. So I've always, kind of thought, Top Shot did a lot, but it wasn't like the origin of NFTs or collectibles and stuff like that. But what they did was really bring it to, I'd say, mainstream light. And I think I don't even have to use quotes on that, because if you look at the views that kind of, maybe not the active users that Top Shot was getting, but in terms of the amount of money spent and the amount of articles, the amount of clicks that they got, the amount of, YouTube videos and interviews and the news outlets and sports media that's just like talking about Top Shot. So even if they didn't buy a single moment, it still introduced that idea and the concept of owning a collectible digitally, and even further on the blockchain. So I think they deserve a lot of credit. I don't think that they moved fast enough. I think it was too simple, too easy for them to just create new collections, right? Run it back, seeing stars, this and that, this and that. They didn't really have advanced mechanics thought out, and they didn't execute on those quick enough. And then with the whole, one thing that got really tiring as well was that, hey, we're in beta, that's why this broke. Hey, that we're in beta, that's why it's taking so long. Hey, we're in beta. And it was like, okay, well, after 2 years of being in beta, you'd expect something different. And then obviously there's the whole Roham on a yacht thing that just had negative PR. And then what else? Oh, the game, the whole promise of a game, which actually in my mind, like I think could have done pretty well. But the fact that they set a timeline for themselves and they failed miserably at it, and they couldn't give like a good update on that or deliver anything, was kind of the nail in the coffin in terms of, because they didn't necessarily shoot themselves in the foot for as much as we inflated prices, right? And that was just kind of like a uh it wasn't self-inflicted. Like that was probably because of us, but in addition to that, plus them not being able to move quickly and hear user feedback and do something about it, that was, altogether probably the death of Top Shot there for a while.
I remember during the NFT NYC event where they had Top Shot there, and Roham left the event to go sit courtside at the Knicks game that we went to, and I was like, "What the hell is going on?" But with that said, there was this big transition that we had as kind of a group within the Discord where we got into Bored Ape Yacht Club, and we were rewatching the stream a little bit earlier, talking about, Jeremy, if you want to trade with me, depending on if we like that or you like that, let me know. And then you were like, "I'm good with mine." I was like, "Okay, then." And it was funny reliving that. So what do you remember about the Bored Ape Mint and just kind of that transition that we collectively had from Top Shot to the greater blockchain space?
Well, yeah, we started transitioning into or Ethereum NFTs after Top Shot, and we did it as a group. We were learning together. And I just, quick tidbit is, hey, if you're new to this space, or even if you've been here for a while and you haven't found like your group of people, guys or girls, whatever, yeah, it's just like, if you haven't found a group of people that you can, somewhat trust, heavily trust, and make mistakes with, and learn from, and gain wisdom from, like I highly encourage you to do that. It's too hard to be on top of everything in this space and to know everything in this space. You always definitely want people around you who are smarter or more plugged in. It's just, things are so much better when you're a part of a community. So I highly encourage that. And I'm not gonna say like this is the best community. I'm just saying find the one for you, and put in the energy, put in the effort to make those relationships and foster those relationships as well. But yeah, going back into Top Shot, get into Ethereum NFTs, and then Bored Apes. I minted a couple rugs on Ethereum. I remember I told myself I was only going to put in like 0.06 or buy 0.06 Ethereum, and that's going to be it. I did that. I like bought complete rugs, went down to 0. So I was like, okay, I'm only going to literally, this is my last 0.06, right? And then I did that. I think I flipped it a little bit. And then Bored Apes, they were 0.08, right?
Yeah, you got her.
Yeah, 0.08. We saw the site. You introduced us to the site on Discord. I think some Top Shot guys brought it to you. We looked at it. I think the website was pretty cool. The art was like intriguing. I don't know if we knew fully what they were going to look like. I remember the whole black and yellow question mark like animation.
Yeah, there was only like 4 of them that they showed what they look like.
Yeah, so we didn't know what the whole collection would look like, but we got a pretty good feeling, and we were comparing it to, what are the streetwear brands out there? There's BAYC, and then there's another one.
Supreme.
Supreme. Yeah,
Everybody was like, "Oh, this is gonna be the next Supreme."
Always comparing it to that, and I don't know why. Like from the get go, though, it just had that vibe. Like it was a kind of a private club, like a tight knit, somewhat community, and there's only 10,000 of them, and this and that. But the problem weren't they initially like on a? No, there was no bonding curve at all. Not even initially. Or maybe they were, I don't know. But
no, yeah, it was just 0.08.
Yeah, so they were halfway sold out. And then at that time, it's like, well, if a collection didn't sell out in the first, 2 days, then it's pretty much going to be a dud, right? But we had this vibe about them, especially you had definitely like a good feeling for them. And I remember going to my friend's birthday party and we were having pizza, but I was still like glued to Twitch because I was so intrigued by the brand, by the idea. and you started minting a couple, and I was like, you know what, I'm at this party. I'm not at my computer, but if you give me one, like I will pay you back because I just wanted to see a reveal. It was like Christmas, but in the middle of whatever that was, April. uh, so that was pretty cool. And I remember Gordon or somebody, messaging you in the Discord, well, in the server, but they had replied to you because you asked, hey, when are these things going to reveal? I want to see my ape. And he said, we're just waiting on, X serial number or so many of them to mint to be able to trigger the reveal function for them. And then I think it was like one buy away to do it. And I think that ended up being the one that like you minted for me or something. You're like, whatever, send it.
It was.
And so that was pretty cool too, just to see it live. Literally, we were some of the very first people in the entire world to see Bored Apes. Think of the millions of people who have seen them by this point, and we were, probably some of the first 100 to just witness it. And what they've become, obviously, trending down, but still like a whole part of the journey. Like being a part of the journey was incredibly special.
I totally agree. And JVB just mentioning regarding bonding curves were the norm before BAYC, and they really led the anti-bonding curve that changed the meta. And I think there was, I'm gonna forget it, Day Zeus. Danny Ukes won one, and then he got in a bitch fight with the founder. And there was Voxy's, but I don't think Voxy's was a bonding. Maybe Voxy's was a bonding curve, but there was a few different collections back then, and that was definitely the mantra. And then seeing what Apes went through, and overnight it was, if I remember correctly, Bored Apes minted, and then they left it unrevealed for a few days, and like none sold, as you mentioned. But then the day of the reveal, they started really picking up, and then overnight, Pranksy ended up like buying 100 of them, and then everybody. I pinged the Discord at 2 a.m. People were up, we were minting. And it was an absolute ordeal. And JVB saying Voxy's was a bonding curve too.
One of the things that I remember for sure is I got back from the birthday party. I was so tired. Obviously, my eyes were tired as well. Just watching the stream like the entire night and hanging out with friends. I was like, man, I just want to go to bed. But I did want to buy more apes. And I was like, you know what? These things aren't selling. It's not going to sell out. I'm going to buy them in the morning. And then, like you said, it just things popped off overnight, completely sold out. Obviously I was bummed, but even more funny, or maybe it's not as funny, but I took my wife and her friend like shopping the next day, and then while we're in the middle of the store, I was like, you know what? It's like, don't be mad, but I kind of bought a monkey for $200, and they're like, what? And I was like, yeah, I bought this like image of an ape for $200 last night. I was like, you want to see it? And then so they looked at it for the first time, and they thought it was the ugliest thing that they had ever seen. So a little bit of regret, but also in that moment, I was like, okay, we're on to something. Because if you guys know, like memes and things that are just like, if they don't make sense, they make sense, right? But yeah, I vividly remember the moment when I told them that I had spent $200 on a monkey.
It's always an interesting conversation, and then being like, "Hey, what do you think about me spending $2,000 now? Because I didn't buy enough of them at $250." Like, why didn't you buy it at $250? It's like, you said it was stupid. This weird back and forth. But I mean, so after Apes, like, walk me through. Obviously, like Zedrun ended up being a huge thing. I know that you got into proof a little bit. I'm gonna step away from my computer for about like 30 seconds, and I'll be right back. But give me the rundown of how. Your transition from, Bored Ape Yacht Club to this big open world that we see now. What are collections you got into? What are things that you're thankful that you got into?
Honestly, story's pretty short. I think there was, it was just for me. The end goal was always about flipping. So getting into projects, getting out of projects. I understood why things were more rare than the others, but I know that it's at the end of the day, it's kind of like all fabricated, and something's only worth as much as somebody else is willing to pay for it. And for me, owning any of these PFP collections, any of these gaming collections, or most of them, just 99% of the collections that I ever got involved in, I knew that I didn't want to be in long term. So it was just about stacking ETH because, at the time we for sure believed that ETH was going to go or go for a run. And to this day, I think ETH has still got a long way to go. But it was just all about stacking that to build your ETH bag, not really about being a collector. So yeah, eventually I did get into quite a few other projects. Some were rugs, some were not. Some did very well, where we were able to pull out 5x, 10x, 50x, and sometimes like 100x in certain projects, and that was really, really, really good for the wallet. For proof, I did mint proof on day one. No, I tried to mint proof on day one. I did it too late. They kind of sold out, but I bought right after they sold out. I think I minted the proof pass for like 2.1 ETH or something like that. Or sorry, I bought it off secondary for 2.1. Held since that day. Got quite a big bag from that in terms of the art and being able to get the moonbirds and then sell the moonbirds. I was pretty fortunate enough to win a raffle, so I already had like 2 guaranteed mints and then plus another raffle for a moonbird. And then yeah, just tracing the stuff back to Yuga as well in terms of the dog. We ended up hitting on the M2 serum. The craziest part of my journey, probably like the luckiest part, was probably hitting. For those of you who don't know, when you minted other deeds, you had a chance to also, when those other deeds came with a coda, which were really hyped for quite a while. But I minted 7 other deeds at a high school prom. I wasn't in high school at the time. I was like quote unquote chaperoning, right? Because I was doing tickets and other stuff like at the prom as a supervisory adult there. But I took the time to mint 7 other deeds while I was at that high school prom. And then it was a rough time. It was a huge gas war. But eventually the metadata started coming out and it said, coda, and it said yes, or like coda, and then the number. And in my head, I was like, I thought these things were supposed to be rare. Like I thought you're only supposed to hit on like 1 out of every 10 other deeds that you minted, or maybe even 11. And so I thought certainly something had to be messed up, because on my 7 other deeds, 4 of them had metadata that said that they had a coda on it. And so I eventually get back home. I hop in the Discord with the boys and I asked them, I was like, hey, did you guys hit on codas? And, a couple of them said, yeah. But a majority of them said no. And I know they aped into it. And so I knew something was off, like the numbers were off still. I was like, okay, well, how do you know you have a coda? They're like, yeah, it's right there on the attributes. Like it'll say coda, yes. And I was like, dude, that is so weird. You know why? It's like 7 of my other deeds say, or sorry, 4 out of 7 of my other deeds say that they have a coda. And they thought like I was trolling them. They thought I was capping. They thought I was bullshitting, like whatever. They thought there was no way this man minted 4 codas out of 7 other deeds. And so some of them were like a bit frustrated that I would even think to say something so ridiculous. Others like laughed, like, yeah, good one, haha. I was like, nah, guys, like, I'm serious. And I forgot who checked, and then somebody checked, and they're like, yo, this guy's being real. Like, he actually minted 4 codas out of 7 other deeds. And then that's when everybody hated me. I don't think there was a single person in voice chat who was happy that I minted 4 codas out of 7 other deeds. It was like pure disgust and hatred, and I don't blame them.
That's such an incredible story. And at the time, like codas were going for what, like 20 plus ETH?
Yeah. Well, I mean, eventually they got up to that. Yeah. If you held for like a little
Oh,
bit,
right. They were like 14, 15 for
Yeah.
on opening, I think.
Yeah.
That's do you hold any of them still?
No.
Yeah, no,
Shot
no.
or something. Yeah. I think I sold 2 at 20, around 2022, and then the other 2 kind of on the way down. So maybe like 5 and 2, the next 2.
Well, Harry is saying, man's not a collector. Divine's laughing at the story. Tolly said lol, and Trucon is saying, I was happy.
Nah, TrueCon. Well, no. Well, okay. TrueCon may have been, but it was not because I minted 4 out of 7. It was because this man minted like an insane other deed, a chaos other deed.
Yo, true. No shot. That's crazy.
Yeah, and that thing was selling for like 70 plus ETH. Like it was wild.
Disgusting. And
Yeah.
it's weird that like for a collection that was out of 100,000, after everybody just got completely rinsed on gas, it was going for the prices that were. And I mean, I guess the only rationale for that is there was a bunch of people that weren't able to mint, and so they FOMO'd on secondary, because like it doesn't really make sense for 100,000 collection, the price that those came out at. Right, I'm talking about like the whole collection.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that had to be one of the biggest like instant marking caps of any NFT collection ever in terms of the time it took to get there, right? Which is pretty much instantly right after mint. Is that number was astronomical.
That was the day TrueCon stopped responding to my text. I'm totally TrueCon was like, I'm too rich for this guy. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, no, Trucon was living good. He was living high. One other story, just by the way, on the journey that I remember is when Mutants came out and we minted. One person in our Discord server, he just minted because obviously he knew about Bored Apes, but he knew that we were sending it on Mutants, and he had the liquid ETH. He wanted to be a part of it. I think he minted only one, and he ended up minting a Mega Mutant. And he had no idea what it was. We were all sharing our mutants, what they look like. And then he comes in and he posts a picture of his, and I forgot the question he asked. He's like, what does this mean? Or like, why does it look different? Or like, why, is there anything special about this one? I think he asked, right? Is there anything special about it? And people, like the amount of replies in our server was like, bro, oh my God, like, yo, do you realize what you have? Like, oh, it's a mega. And he was shook. Like, he didn't even know what that meant. And so we had to literally break it down for him. Like, do not floor it. Do not sell it just yet. Like, do not just sell to anybody. Like, lock down your stuff because that thing is worth a lot. And he didn't even know it.
It's cool that they integrated that within the mutant mint, though. I remember thinking, like, back to the original roadmap that they, we're going to pay our mom back. We're going to have the radio station, which again is always a banger to listen to. And then we're going to ape with our friends. And what was your take on the way that they like integrated that with the serums? And then they had the mint beyond it. And then they did have those, it was 8 or 10 megas.
At the time, it was kind of innovative, right? Like, it was still pretty, not elementary. Like, it was still pretty simple though, right? It's still just a 2D JPEG. A Photoshop layer, like a ERC 721 token that points to, some image off chain, or not on chain, but like it's not completely on chain data. It's probably Pinata or something like that. IPFS. But the smart contract methods and mechanics it takes to be able to do that was, I don't even know if it was truly novel at the time, but it definitely felt like it, and it didn't matter because they're the biggest ones doing it, right? So it felt like they're the only ones who did it. It was pretty cool. I remember Gutter Cats. I don't know who came out first, like in terms of the whole mutant thing, but it didn't. Like I said, it didn't really matter because Yuga was the one doing it, so they kind of get all the credit, anyways, right? It's like when Apple does something. And it seems novel because Apple are the ones who are doing it, and they just make a huge splash. But yeah, it's cool. The whole serums and the random distribution. This you took a roll on M1 or M2 serum. When you bought mutants, you didn't know if you're getting a mega or not. When your ape takes the serum, there was still. No, there wasn't random. Like, you'd get M2 traits of the ape that you got already. That was pretty cool. People building full sets from the M1 and the M2. All that stuff was really cool at the time. And I remember just being glued, or all of us being glued to our computer and watching it go down, just making history. I remember, funny story about the serum is we were during the distribution, because, they said, okay, serums are being sent out now. I was glued. Like, my eyes were watching my wallet, hard refreshing every 5 seconds on OpenSea, watching the smart contract, to see when my address was, or when they sent one to my address. And we got down to, the last few going out. And I was like, oh, all the M1s are sent out, bro. Like that definitely means like I got an M2. Like 100% I'm hitting on an M2. And then something in that moment, like didn't happen the last 2 hours. Something in that moment told me, you are an idiot. You have been watching the wrong wallet address this whole time. Because where they were sending the serum was not where I was watching. They were sending it to another one of my wallets. So then after being like, I was elated that I was going to get an M2 100%. And then I got knocked back down to earth because I realized I was watching the wrong wallet the whole time. So it was probably already sent there. So I go and check that account. I refresh. I saw that there was a serum sent. And thankfully it was an M2. So it was just this roller coaster of emotions where I watched for 2 hours for no reason, got to a high, got sent back down to 0. And then I went back up again because I had already gotten an M2 sent like an hour ago.
That's what I call tough, but also good come up there, Mr. YoJurmy. Now, in chat, Wicked's bringing up I remember Gokina figuring out how to mint from contract. When you think of the mints that we got into back in the day, and more specifically ones that were a gas war, it's funny because now I feel like nobody wants to mint almost anything. But we had the Vogu gas wars, we had Other Side gas wars, we had Stoner Cats gas wars. I'm curious if anybody in chat, if you guys remember any of the ones from the early days. I remember it was you or Q-Dog that was like explaining to me how to mint from contract for the Vogu, and then I ended up not getting it, and then me and him like traded for it or something after the fact. But like, it's wild that we might never experience what the craziness was. I know it's a once in a lifetime like experience, not necessarily in a good way, but like it's pretty surreal to think about.
Yeah, no, it's definitely something, I'll tell my avatars about one day. No, but Gokina is obviously a legend in the server, and he does get credit for quite a lot of stuff, including a bunch of Top Shot things. I don't think we can give him credit for learning how to mint from contract. I think he was just the loudest one because Gokina had about like 10 words in his vocabulary, and minting from contract were 3 of them. I think like anytime he opened his mouth and voice chat, it was meant from contract or something like that, or gas fees, like upping gas and all this stuff. I definitely think he brought it to the masses because, again, in terms of the server, because he was the most vocal about it. So yeah, that dude's definitely a legend. I know, hopefully he's off to college pretty soon this year and whatnot. So shout out to him and good luck, Gokina.
It's pretty surreal, to be honest. Like just the fact that we know somebody that was younger that was doing that, and there was a lot of other people that were younger in the space, and us getting off college, whatever, real world, and seeing how everybody's doing this from completely different points of their life.
Yeah, no, it was pretty cool, but honestly, I mean, where he really deserves credit though is just being that young. Do you remember what you were doing when you were 15?
not doing that.
I was 15, and I was not doing that. So, as much heat as he gets, I mean, it takes somebody who's definitely like incredibly brave and adventurous and courageous to kind of just be in that world and surround yourself for the most part. I know there's girls in here, but just like 30-plus-year-old guys, and like sharing kind of your identity and your personality, and trying to wrap your head around the blockchain and having to be in custody of your own wallet, like that is a lot to deal with. So yeah, again, just kudos to Gokina for kind of what he's accomplished in the space.
100%. So as we're wrapping up here, what I've been doing with a couple guests is I have some points. Well, I'll just call them statements for lack of a better term. And I'll let you hear what they are, and you're just going to give me a response, whether it's 60 seconds, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, however you want to respond. And the first one being Yuga acquires Moonbirds. And he's gone. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Yuga acquires Moonbirds. I think it's an F. Like I'll probably give it a 0. If I had to grade it, I think it's just like a tone deaf move. It's like a play that they can't necessarily lose on, like mathematically or like financially, because a lot of it was in equity or whatever. But I do feel like after that moment they lost a lot of community faith and trust, because we were screaming, when I say we, just apes in general, like we're screaming for something more. Like, let's go back to the golden days. Let's get some hyped mints, like fuck it, it's Saturday, type of vibes going. And that had been going on for at least a couple months. And then after dead silence from everybody, out of nowhere they tell us, yeah, we just bought a dead project from one of the most hated founders ever, in Kevin Rose. So well, no, I was still bullish on Moonbirds even before, way before Yuga bought them. But there was a time when I definitely turned on Moonbirds themselves after I saw what like K-Ro and the team were doing as well. But hey, I sold a Moonbird on day one for 9 ETH. I sold another one for 22 ETH. And then I sold another one for like 4 or 5 ETH. So I definitely made my bags like in Moonbirds. But yeah, they had the best party, or not the best. They had some of the best parties in NFT and YC for sure as well. And I know that's not like a success metric of an NFT project, but just another shout out to Moonbirds. They weren't like a complete fail, or Proof wasn't a complete fail. They did things incredibly well in the beginning. They just fell short of what they set out to do, like a lot of these projects.
The NFT market completely decimated with the crypto market pump.
Necessary, I guess, needed. NFTs are died. Shout out manga. NFTs are died. But yeah, as crypto pumps, and especially with some stuff that was going on in the regulatory world, I think people just see the upside of the actual tokens, and alt tokens included, versus the actual NFTs. Like, NFT craze is kind of dead, kind of over for the meantime. They will have their time again, but also it's like think about somebody getting in for the moment and them having to learn the entire history of apes, of gutter cats, of whatever, punks or something. It's like there's so much that goes into it, and where is that stuff held? Pretty much on X and on Discord. And who's going to go through the entire history book of a project to really feel that connection with that project? They weren't there on day one. So are these these OG collections are always going to have this intrinsic value for players that existed at that time. But when you introduce new customers, new people who are being introduced to the blockchain, it's probably more valuable for them to get into new projects that are created in that moment versus paying an exorbitant amount for those that already happened in the past.
The common trend of projects that have a successful, in quotes, collection on another chain now launching an ordinals collection.
I have no idea. To be honest, even if we're talking about NFTs, I have had zero vision on any current NFT project that's going on right now, or like new, other than what Parallel is doing, to be honest with you.
Nope, that's fair. So next one, Meme Coin Mania.
Meme Coin Mania, yo, shout out Harry Swan, big influence. And shout out JVB. I don't know if he wants me to like put all his business out there on stream, but like shout out JVB for what he's done in the last day. Also shout out Kaz and Toasty. So those are the 4 big players. I do want to shout out Snow. Snow, I don't want to put his name down, but he's been having a little rough time. So prayers up for my boy Snow. He's been in the game a while, but I want to have a special shout out for Snow because he's actually been the one that's helped me the most, like in the meme coin game, in terms of that whole education and learning and getting set up. So Snow has been the most helpful, although karma has not come his way quite yet in terms of the success part. Um, but yeah, I think it's awesome. Like there's going to be trends and cycles, and why not? Like you in the current world, there's with TikTok and all these viral video trends and memes like going on. I think meme coins make perfect sense kind of in this economy. And they truly are a get rich quick scheme, but for a handful of people, not for the masses. So yeah, why not? Just be careful out there and only gamble what you can afford to lose.
The Bitcoin ETFs and potential future ones to come impact on the broader markets.
You said spot ETFs and impact on
like
markets?
the Bitcoin ETF, how that's happened so far. How do you think the impact going forward for these ETFs is going to be on the market?
I mean, in the short term, midterm, like, well, no, overall, just overall trend. Like, I think it's a positive impact and like in for future growth as well. Just all that those like industrial size funds of people just being able to invest, but in a safe manner. And it's not just regular people that we're talking about, right? We're talking about huge investors and groups of investors coming together to be involved in crypto and get involved in this digital currency that probably will one day run the global economy. So I think it makes sense, and I think they're incredibly bullish on it. So if they're bullish on it, that's only going to reflect in the price of in the markets, and I think that's what we've seen. When was that stuff changed? Like in February, early February, and we've seen a pretty big bull run since then. I don't think it's going to be 1-to-1 tied to it, but in general, I think it's a good thing for the market, and we'll see. Hopefully, some good things come from the Ethereum ETFs as well.
Final one, the trend of many collections making a Fortnite experience.
It's cool. It's cool, but it's like, does that vibe with their current market, right? Their current target market. If it, if it's a 100-player base, right? 100-person player base, or if it's not immersive enough, or if they're not organically sharing that on social, then was it worth it? So like, if it makes sense for that specific project or brand to do that, then I think it's amazing. It's a cool way to get exposure to, externally as well. There's just a huge amount of people on Fortnite, within the ages of probably 13 to like 35. So why not? I think that's cool, but I do hope that they are pushing the limits, right? Like pushing the boundaries of what can be done on there, not like a copy paste build.
So final thing here as we're wrapping up again, guys, I'm going to throw your handle here. It's at YoJurmy. But if you're going to do kind of one last synopsis about kind of who you are, why people should pay attention, obviously you do streams and you're super into Parallel, and maybe give a kind of quick plug for people that aren't paying attention to Parallel of why they should.
Man, yeah. So my name is Jeremy. I go by YoJurmy. Stream on YoJurmy, all of the socials, Instagram, Twitter, YoJurmy, which was famously coined by Schiller himself. If you didn't know, again, back in that time in Top Shot and Ethereum, whenever this man needed some tips, some help, or wanted to shout me out, he'd always, or when I joined the call, he'd always be like, "Yo," and so that's where it came from. That's how it kind of stuck. But yeah, in terms of parallel, check out primeplaybook.super.site to learn the very basics and fundamentals of parallel. At the very least, I would say to get yourself some prime, whatever you can afford. Like, I know you guys, if you're listening to this stream, you probably have, a little bit of your bag that you can afford to expose to prime. I'm not going to say go buy right this second, but buy when you see that there is an opportunity to get in, in the short term, and let that be your entrance into the ecosystem, and then go from there. Just don't miss the ride up.
This guy told me to buy a parallel avatar at like 0.08, and I faded, and that didn't necessarily age well. But YoJurmy, appreciate you coming on here. We'll do it again sometime soon.
Absolutely.
See
you, man. It's been a good one.
Hell yeah. All right, there's YoJurmy. How are we doing, guys? We're over 7 hours now. This is nuts. Again, if you guys are wanting to support the stream, if you've had a fun time today, Twitch Prime, YouTube, if you're more of a YouTuber, we do have the memberships available. It's like $2.99. Just help supports the stream in general. And Tali, you are the freaking goat. Appreciate you. We are now transitioning into the Futureverse session here with Bildo Verde. And Bildo Verde, from yesterday until today, just the same as YoJurmy, changed their profile pic. Bildo yesterday was rocking a party bear, and now today he's rocking the zombie fluffle. Kind of crazy, kind of amazing. Let me call it Bildo, and we will get into things. So there's been announcements galore today. I'm opening up my page. Bildo, hello. How are you, sir?
Wag me.
Okay, so I've not been able to catch up anything. I've been trying to like focus solely on the guests, but Captain McDonald here. Okay, so team had a little play. Yuga Labs is taking 2D cartoons and making them 3D, and then Game Ready is tough and usually very manual. We gave it a crack in our AI tooling on a little coda for our own. Holy shit! All right, Bildo, what the hell have I missed today?
Oh, you missed a lot, man. It's been an exciting day. You're an absolute legend for holding it, and have had some amazing guests on. I've been tuned in for most of it. We did a little impromptu Brute Radio. I filled in for you. I hope you don't mind to kind of cover it a little bit and talk about it. But yeah, obviously, huge announcement with multiple different collections now joining the Third Kingdom. So super exciting news. Doodles, Pudgy Penguins, Deadfellas, Walker World, and Fluff, or I guess Burrow Holders. There's an article released on it, like a blog. Very, very interesting read. Super excited for it all. Yeah, it's been, and then the past like half an hour, Aaron's been going on about this
Dude,
new stuff that's just kind of blowing my mind, and we were talking about it. So been an exciting day.
Dude, so one thing that I found that's very interesting is it feels like all of a sudden he's been talking like ungodly bullish about everything, and it's very interesting kind of tune up to what it is. But I mean, so have you gone through that article at all? Like, I don't know if we should start with just talking about some of the collections here, and then if there's anything notable from the article we want to bring up. But I guess like kind of initial reaction here, it's very interesting what collections are a part of this. Notably not Bored Ape Yacht Club, but notably the founder just added the company about like, hey, here's what you guys need and we can do it. So is that a reference to them having had a conversation and it didn't go well, maybe them getting rejected on a conversation? I feel like that wouldn't have been the case, but we have Deadfellas in here, which I know they've been working on a card game. They were doing an Ordinals mint. So if for anybody that, as I've been saying, hey, there's collections out there and they're doing these Ordinal mints within my kind of questionnaires for the different guests, Deadfellas is one of them. They're giving a free Ordinal to people of their collection, but also having a sale. Cool Cats is one of the ones that we've had a notion for a while, like officially verified that they were a part of Futureverse. We don't know if it's an equity swap or the specific details of that, but we know the Char has been very close with Cloncast, so that's not surprising by any means. We have the Party Bears and Fluffs, Seekers, Buzzies, that's kind of the collections up here. That's just a part of Fluff World. Pudgy Penguins is very interesting because we've had a long run here from the aspect of Pudgies coming out. Obviously, the founder issues ended up getting bought by why am I forgetting his name? What's Luke and Nets? And then it going viral because it's on Walmart. They have huge GIF games that have blown up across socials. And recently they've been kind of touted as, oh, watch out because Pudgy Penguins are now going to flip 8s and be the number one NFT collection out there. Walker World's another one that recently just partnered with Futureverse on a bigger scale, so not surprised that that's a part of it at all. They seem like they have the good tech. Doodles came out, focused heavily on just the art side, styles, making stuff clean, having Pharrell Williams as a musician that's a part of that, pretty huge. And yeah, I mean, arguably Doodles is something that a lot of people say is going to be the only Web3 IP that makes it to mainstream. Obviously, people would argue with that, but kind of an interesting point. I've just kind of ripped a bunch of different points there, Bildo. So what's your reaction to seeing these specific collections being a part of what the Third Kingdom is for Futureverse?
Yeah, I think it's really cool. We were on the spaces and I was kind of thinking about it, taking it a step further. And I don't know how much you know, or maybe I need to catch up a little bit, but essentially all of those companies will be getting Surrealscapes, which then they have the ability to mint prisms to be able to mine resources off that land in a gamified fashion. So now that all of these different collections will be getting it, my curiosity starts to run wild to where will they have different themed land? Like if Doodles, will they get more Doodle type of IP in their land as well? Or are we all getting the same type of land? And if it is different, it'll be really cool to hopefully be able to explore the different collections and kind of different worlds and or resources that any of these other collections may have. So, and I think it's the first time that anybody is really bringing in, especially this amount or this many projects, all to collectively kind of play one metagame. So I think it's absolutely amazing. Hopefully the other communities, it's been hard to tell, how it's been recepted so far. Obviously I'm not in Doodles or Pudgies, Deadfellas. I do have a in real life friend that's been a long time Deadfellas holder, and he immediately hit me up and was like, yo, what's this all about? I know you're big into Futureverse, so I know people are at least talking about it, so it'll be exciting to see what kind of activity and how people join and participate.
So just to note for anybody that's here in the chat, I'm going to try to be paying attention more to the chat because kind of the idea with this one is just me and Bildo are just going to kind of shoot the shit. And if we do this normal kind of Friday thing, we might have rotating guests regarding Futureverse content in general. But in the chat here, Slide Knight, thank you for the follow. Same with Derbeste, Twitch streamer. I don't know. Listen, I don't know if Bitcoin's going to move. Listen, I don't know. We go down, go lower. Not my forte. But Slide Knight, you're saying crickets from Pudgy Penguins. No announcement in Penguins Discord, not even a Twitter repost. When was this out? This was at 4:32. Okay, listen, respectful. Yeah, we can start fudding a couple hours after the fact. I mean, we should see something soon. That seems rather big. Arguably one of the upcoming, very potential impactful utilities for Pudgy Penguins. Obviously, we need to see more announcements regarding that. Metablock's Futureverse owns about 30% of Cool Cats. Okay, interesting. Metablock's also saying their loss if they don't jump in. More root for us all. And Slide Knight saying need to temper our expectations, I guess. So, I mean, my initial reaction to seeing this here, to be honest, and Bildo, correct me if this is a wrong POV, but I mean, if they're going to need to buy prisms to use their land, they're going to need root, and the only people that have root are the people that have the Futureverse NFT collections.
Or people that buy it.
True, but that's the idea, right? Because I don't know how much of the supply is already out there from the other distribution models or whatnot, but I think, on initial reaction, like, holy geez, that's going to be interesting. I'm curious, how do you think the reaction is going to be from those other communities of like being like, hey, okay, we get this free NFT, but now we have to go buy another token to be able to actually use that land?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I was in Walker World Discord a little bit, and I think no matter what, the same way if people's parents get divorced and, now two families are merging, there's a little bit of growing pains and people figuring it out. So I think there's a little bit of, complaints here and there, but ultimately, I think if you take a step back and can look at the big picture, it really is a win-win for everybody. I don't think that they quite maybe know or understand, but I think us in the Futureverse understand that, potentially minting one of these prisms will vastly repay itself in the amount of root that you'll be able to mine off of your land and or resources. So hopefully there'll be some more education. I don't think the mint is, next week. I have no idea, but we still don't know the mint price, so there's a lot more details. It looks like there's an exciting mechanic in the article of how it breaks down, kind of how it might happen, but we still don't know any type of price yet. So I think that'll be interesting to see how it plays out. I think they mentioned there'll be a total of 135,000 prisms for this first mint. You're able to put 3 prisms on each parcel. So I think based on the amount of parcels for burrows, if every burrow holder max minted the 3 that they need for each parcel, it comes out to a decent amount of the land allocation towards like the prisms towards burrow land, I guess. So it'll be interesting to see the rest of the distribution to other communities and how those communities ultimately choose to reward and engage their community. I don't know that it said what collections are participating, but I don't know that, burrows and or any of the collections know exactly how that distribution is going to go. Is it every pudgy gets one, or is it only certain traits? Or if Deadfellas does something, maybe they do something a little bit different. Again, I'm not in their Discord, so I haven't been totally following, but I have heard some chatter that different collections will be allotted in different ways, I guess. So it'll be interesting to see how people ultimately gamify it. But I mean, there's a ton of root just for season 1 available. It's over $35 million
It's a
in
lot.
US.
I think people are completely disregarding how much of a pot that is.
Yeah, I mean, how much was Dookie Dash in prizes? Like,
Well,
I'm
I mean,
not
I don't
trying
think
to
there
fade
was no,
Yuga
I
at
don't
all. I'm
think there
just saying, like,
was
there's
anything.
so much money up for grabs.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything for Dookie Dash other than like the people speculating. So knowing the prize that's on the end, I think that this, in comparison, I need to do the chat thing on the side here. Sorry, guys. If you are wanting to chat again, I need to move this on the side. Where is this? If you guys want to try to chat, now we got the chat moving here, so let me move that. There we go. Sup. Okay, awesome. Most people, what's going on? Yo, Win Marketing, hello. Congratulations on the root name services as well. So, yeah, I mean, Bildo, you got a great point. Like when you're looking at the different collections here, what are the actual prize pools? Dookie Dash didn't have a whole lot. We had Gangster's Arena on here earlier. They have about 110 ETH pot right now that's going to be split between different people. And when you were talking about how the collections were going to get different allocations, are you talking about parcels or was there more to that? Or was I mislistening?
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, there was no necessarily specific details that every single female walker, every single male walker, every single pudgy, every single Deadfellas. I have no idea if their communities are going to. I think it's going to be up to their communities to engage them into this how they see fit. So I don't think it's just a standard, hey, here's,
Oh, so kind of like the Nifty Island almost.
I don't know how that worked, but probably.
Bildo.
Like
Hey,
like if you're looking at Pudgy's being a 10,000 collection, and then all the Walkers collection, and all of the Deadfell, all of that. Like, I don't know that there's that many plots of land, so I have no idea if they'll get like every pudgy gets a 1-to-1. I have no idea. I don't think that those details have been released, and or I'm not in those communities to see how they announced it, but I did hear Deadfellas put something in their Discord, and it wasn't like every Deadfellas was getting a plot of land. it was something like some rarity came into play, and then like some Discord activity came into play. So I think it'll be up to their communities to kind of decide how they'll, engage their communities in this, new Third Kingdom game.
Well, I brought up the Nifty Island thing just because the way that works is like if you have a NFT in your wallet that's a part of like certain collections, you get like tied to them, and if that community performs well of several members checking in every day or amount of points earned, then they get like a higher tier reward for how much of the played airdrop that Nifty Island is doing. So I'm wondering how close and similarities it is here with this, and obviously there's a lot more to come. But was there anything else that was announced within this? Like, did it come with an article? Because I've legit not seen this like at all until
now. There's a full blog write up for it.
Okay, let's I guess just read this and then kind of go over that if you're down. So the game, prepare to enter the Third Kingdom, an upcoming strategy simulation game powered by Futureverse in partnership with Walker World. The Third Kingdom invites you to lay claim to an evolving digital realm and the abundant rewards to follow. There is up to 312,500,000 root in total waiting to be unlocked in the first season of the Third Kingdom alone, with its discovery at the hands of players. Now, before I continue reading, it's going to be interesting to see how long the first season is. If this is going to be a month, is this going to be something that's more? Yeah, I really skipped the lore, true, but we'll go back if you think it's relevant. You'll begin with a plot of land known as Surrealscapes and use prisms, land harvesting devices, to develop your land, manage valuable resources like mycelium, refine materials, discover new islands, and create a production empire. The game combines strategic resource management with satisfying progression mechanics to keep players engaged and constantly striving for the next level of development. Surrealscapes, land in the Third Kingdom. Surrealscapes are a collection of land plots to the Third Kingdom, essential for accessing the game's harvesting experience. Each Surrealscape is comprised of 1, 4, 9, or 16 land parcels. Oh, shit! Okay, so this is like exactly how the burrows are laid out here. Interesting.
Yes.
Rich with resources, each Surrealscape you own can be farmed using prisms. I don't have enough root. Harvesting devices that source and extract valuable in-game resources. Plant up to 3 prisms on each land parcel to maximize your resource harvesting potential. So I get, so just to clarify here, if it has 16 land parcels, does that mean that I only need 3 prisms for that bunch of 16, or would I need 3 times 16?
I think you need 3 times 16 is the way I understand it.
Son of a bitch. All right, ready to stake your claim on the kingdom. Surrealscapes in Season 1 of the Third Kingdom will be exclusively gifted to eligible holders of the following collections. Fluff World Burrows, Fluff World Scenes and Sounds, Mystic Valley, Fluff World Scenes and Sounds, Dancing in the Shroomlight, Walker World Genesis Walkers, Walker World Women, Walker World The Lost Walkers, Walker World Squads, Walker World Mutants, holy jeez, Walker World Everything, and Cool Cats, Doodles, Deadfellas, and Pudgy Penguins collections will be added to the list of collections eligible for Surrealscapes soon. So that's not, this might be why they didn't make the announcement yet in those other Discords. Yo, Tybo, what's going on? 135k prisms divided by 3, 45k plots. You guys already got it down. Hell yeah. But that is nuts. That
35k plots are for burrows, because we know 1, 4, 9, 16 with the amount of burrows that we have comes out to 35,000.
Gotcha. Tybo's just throwing that in the chat too. Okay. And then So back to the point, I guess, because I kind of got sidetracked there for a second. Them saying soon, I think, Divine is probably why they haven't announced it elsewhere, because it's kind of like an announcement of an announcement. You know what I mean? But obviously you want them to kind of be aware of what that is, but it doesn't sound like there's going to be future score or anything involved with it. So Surrealscapes will be gifted to eligible holders on release and tradable on mark. We hate Mark. I'm just kidding. If you've seen the
jokes on them. You want to dunk your Surrealscapes?
Community land will also be open in-game, allowing all holders of prisms to participate in the harvesting experience. See community land below. Okay, hold on a second. Community land will also be open in game, allowing all holders of prisms to part. Okay, I guess we need more info on that. For Burrows holders, the Fluff World scenes. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it goes into more detail below.
The Fluff World scenes you hold in your wallet matter and have made an impact on the surrealscapes you will receive. In addition, your Burrows Metascape has been upgraded and will be featured as a premium and customizable environment in upcoming Readyverse experience. Nice. Prisms are your key to accessing the Third Kingdom game and unearthing the treasures within Surrealscapes. Prisms will be available exclusively through an upcoming price discovery event. What?
See, that's the interesting, but here you go. Keep reading. You're about to get excited.
Okay. Open to all, featuring a novel new protocol developed by Auto Blockchain. Sheesh! Nice. All right. Empowered by the Root Network. Participants will be invited to purchase premium prisms with Root in the sale. More details of the sale will be released soon. So I have a video with the Auto founder way back. Definitely worth checking out. And holy shit. Okay. I got to continue reading. Each prism purchased in the sale will be premium, boasting superior trait advantages in the Third Kingdom game. Each prism purchased in the sale will be premium. Okay, so they're just saying for the first sale, some of these are going to be better. The total supply of the prisms in Season 1 of the Third Kingdom is 135K. So has anybody broken that down then, Bildo or Tybo or anybody? Like, what do we think is like a reasonable price point for 135,000 of an NFT in this market?
I haven't done that math. I mean, my guess is, because of what they're doing and probably what they'll be able to yield us, I think it'll be more than like a goblin or, like the
so more than 20 bucks,
or
but
like an ape a cart where it's like 20 bucks, to mint a cart and then, you're basically ready to go, or goblin, same thing. I have a feeling it'll be a little bit more than that, but I don't know that it'll be.
Well, I mean, if they want it accessible, right? Like the team keeps talking about that kind of aspect. So I'd be surprised if it's like $200+.
Yeah, I'm thinking like maybe like a $50 type of deal, but that's just where my initial gut is telling me. I don't know what that turns out to en route. Let's see here.
Tybo's saying 1,000 root, which is 0.03 ETH each. Meta blocks low cost. Max you can have is 3 per plot.
I mean, if it was 500 root at 12 cents, that's like $60. So maybe 500 or so, maybe a little bit less. 400. This is all total speculation. They've given absolutely no details as to what. That's just, I have a feeling because they seem like more premium type of asset of like what they would be able to do or yield for you more than like a card or a goblin. So I just assume they might be a little bit more, but they're also trying to get this out to a ton of people. So I see both sides of it being like very premium. So like cough up the root if you really want these premium prisms, but I also see it as like make it affordable. So all of these new communities aren't like, you want how much from me? Like, man, I got to spend $100 just to buy this root, like to mint this prism. But I don't think that they understand that $100, what they're potentially be able to mine with that $35 million pool, like have to feel like you're going to make your money back if you do participate. Not financial advice, but
NFA. So the next part here confuses the hell out of me. So with fewer premium prisms in existence that can be placed on land slots in the Surrealscapes collection, the price discovery event is not to be missed. So first of all, we're anticipating significantly more than 135,000 of these.
Eventually.
Is there hold on, there's a typo here. Yo, someone at Shara, quick. There's a comma on this. Is this supposed to be 135 million? Look at this. Look, you guys see the comma? Do you see the comma? That's crazy. Okay.
I think it's just breaking up the sentence. So after the number, it's like, a pause in the sentence, and then it continues to go with the second thought of that. But I could be wrong. I'm not an English major.
So we have no idea then how the hell this works other than it's integrating auto, correct?
for the price discovery portion of how we're going to mint these special prisms.
Noted. The prisms are also consumables. Okay, maybe I haven't read yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
here's where it gets good.
Here's
Also,
where it gets good.
I love being here to like let you experience, like we've all talked about it, read through it. So I love hearing and getting like a live reaction from you. It's awesome.
Hell yeah. Okay, so prisms feature a prefix and suffix trait. I'm going to forget that immediately. Mapping to an in-game biome and industry. So that makes me think of the Buzzy backgrounds. Planting these against your land parcels will begin a unique and strategic harvesting experience shaped by the number of prisms you are using, the traits they possess, and their synergy between the land and resources contained within. Yeah, like, I mean, okay, so strictly from the standpoint of people that have like a decent amount of burrows, like the root prize pool, the way that the harvesting and all of this is going to go, like, I feel like everybody that has burrows is going to max mint, right? Like for what their allocation is for the land. Whether you own Surrealscapes or not, prisms are must-have collectible, providing access to the Third Kingdom game and ongoing rewards. Ready to secure yours? Yes. Insert soon response. Okay. Community land. While Surrealscapes holders enjoy a significant advantage and greater rewards in the Third Kingdom, banger, those without will be able to participate by planting prisms on community land. Now, when I first saw this, I thought that it was in reference to people that already own burrows, but now that we have all the other collections out there, I don't know how that works. Community land in the Third Kingdom game is a shared space through which eager harvesters without a Surrealscape in their wallet can participate in gameplay for a chance of root rewards, secure prisms to unlock access to the experience. So that means that the community land is just a broad statement for an area, or is that referencing that you're just able to go to somebody else's land and team up, or we don't know?
I don't think we know quite yet. I'm thinking probably more along the lines of like a community, like Metablock we were talking about earlier. And I think he brought up a point of like, you know, maybe there's a certain amount of rewards set aside for you know, people with land, and then a certain amount of rewards up for grabs for people without land.
To be honest, I couldn't be caught without land. It couldn't be me.
I'm in real estate, so you know I got some land. Although it's probably what I'm least exposed in.
Bro, we got to change our LinkedIn
Futureverse,
bio.
ironically.
Change the LinkedIn bio. I do Realscapes.
I do Surrealscape. I'm in Surrealscapes.
Holy. All right. Futureverse rewards. Both Surrealscapes and Prisms will contribute to a player's future score. Okay. How many people are hearing about the future score for the first time? Every other of those collections out there. Well, Prisms are consumable items that can become untradeable. Okay. I see what you mean, Tybo. Once used in game, the associated future score will be permanently retained. Nice. This score is a reflection of your active role in our ecosystem and is your key to earning a root through the Future Quest program, designed to test the root network that powers the Third Kingdom. In addition, there will be a Future Quest and engagement score bonuses for participating in the Prism sale. So everyone is going to be getting a future score if they join. A little bit of an incentive, not bad. Stay tuned for details on the upcoming quest for the Prism's release. If you don't already have a future pass, set one up and prepare for your future score today. So for anybody that's watching, I said this on the stream the other day. Nobody hit me up. That's cool. I have a couple goblins. If you don't have a future pass and you make one and you figure out how that works, you'll see on the bottom right within your future pass, your wallet. You will click that, it will pop up, and it will show you a future pass wallet address on the very top. If you copy that and send me a DM on like X, I guess is probably the easiest, or if you comment on the video below if you're watching the VOD of this, and if you guys have friends that are trying to get in the space, I have like 5-6 extras that I got hit up from somebody that was like, yo, I appreciate what you're doing. Here's some goblins. And I was like, all right, thank you for the reward, but let me try to pass this on here. So just a shout out to anybody that's newer within this and you're wanting to try like a Futureverse game. It's pretty simple, but you can earn some junk rewards and try to increase that future score. Leave a comment, send me a DM, and we will sort that out. The open metaverse. At Futureverse, inclusivity is at the heart of everything we do. The Third Kingdom is no different. Your beloved collectibles, such as Seekers, Buzzies, Thingies, Brains, Walkers, Fluffs, Party Bears, and more, will soon bring their unique influence to the gameplay experience. Bildo, did I miss something? Why is Walkers included in this? Does this mean that like Walker World is now officially Futureverse? I thought that it was like a partnership, but they weren't like, you know what I mean?
I mean, I'm assuming that they'll have their own gamified version as well. So maybe, you know, and more will be the rest of the collections. But
Well, I
it
just
seems
mean in
like
general,
they're
like it's weird that they're clumping it in with everything that's specifically Futureverse. No.
yeah, I mean, they're, you know, I think they built the game from what I can gather. It seems like they had the game developed and then maybe it was refaced as the Third Kingdom to kind of reach a broader audience. I'm not exactly sure, but it seems like they were heavily involved with all of the development of the game. So I think they're now I think they're now as close to us in partnership or Futureverse all as project could be. It seems like for depth to the partnership, we've seen obviously them collaborate with Cool Cats already, but seems like Walker World is even more so entrenched into Futureverse now.
Okay, noted. I mean, we essentially sniped their devs. Did we actually? Yo, when marketing, thank you. I appreciate that. Tybo, sounds like it's synced similar to Cool Cats, and this was the game Walker World did make. Okay, fair point. Fair point. I was trying to get clarity on what the hell is going on here, but that all of that makes sense. The Third Kingdom will be setting the stage to release the Material World Protocol. Now, this reminds me, Bildo and anybody
Are you a
watching.
material girl, Schiller?
Okay, listen, that's not where I was going,
Gonna be
but I'm
living in a
absolutely
material world?
fine with you going there. Wasn't there a leak from Aaron that talked about the material world like landscape, and it had some highlights of different things that were upcoming, and it said something about material or like a world protocol within that. Yeah, that leak, Tybo, you remember? It was like a really random tweet about like upcoming things.
I don't remember that.
That's okay. We'll find the tweet later. This was like, I'm talking like over a year ago, I'm pretty sure. So the Third Kingdom will be setting the stage for the material world, and a material world. I am a material girl. There you go. Okay, a game catalog protocol designed and developed by Futureverse. The material world API system enables users to collect, refine, craft, and distribute in-game resources and offers creators the opportunity to access and share in the thriving interoperable economy in-game experiences, driving value back to its players. Your kingdom awaits, Monsieur Bildo. The Third Kingdom is an exciting new gateway to interactivity, interoperability, and rewards harvesting journey like no other. To secure your place in the Third Kingdom, don't miss our upcoming Prism sale or the opportunity to acquire Surrealscapes and Prisms on secondary marketplaces following the release of both collections. Do I ask if any of the floors have moved on the NFTs, or do I already know the answer?
I think you already know the answer.
That's
but
exactly
also,
what I thought.
But also, to be fair, like snapshot already taken, so it's not like you can go buy a burrow right now and then
Wait,
it
whoa,
doesn't
hold
sound
on.
like
What? Where was that? I didn't read anything about a snapshot.
it says it in the very beginning.
Does it actually? Hold on. We didn't read the lore. True. 1 second. Okay. A cataclysmic event, the wreck, has torn apart the mycelium network of the Third Kingdom, plunging countless worlds into decay. The once majestic great tree is fading, casting a shadow of doom. Thingy seekers and buzzies urgently seek valiant individuals to embark on a daring mission. Armed with prisms, they must venture into the uncharted wilderness, aiming to restore the realm's severed connection to the fading great tree. All right, none of this stuff says any of that. Okay, where?
It's under Surrealscapes, Land in Third Kingdom.
Land in Third Kingdom. Okay.
Third paragraph where it lists Fluffword, Boros, Scenes, Mystic Valley, all of that. Underneath that, Pudgy Penguins collections will be added to the list of collections eligible for Surrealscape soon. The snapshots have now been taken.
Yo, I feel like they should double down on the communication that the snapshots have been taken. Now, actually, no. Hold on. That's more of like me just reading that and probably missing it. If I wasn't streaming, I probably would have seen that. But that's interesting that the snapshot's already taken. So I guess there's no reason to buy like any of those collections, and you just, I guess you have to buy when there was something.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea, how that will work, but it sounds like, the burrows you have in your wallet are the burrows you have in your wallet. No sense in rushing to go buy more now to get more land. But Yeah, exciting news. What do you think?
Wag me. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's cool. It's funny to think of us bitching. And I mean us as in like myself being like, these people are not Web3. They're not involved in anything. And then I'm like, in my head, I'm rationalizing it, being like, okay, these guys are going to reach out and get to an audience that is nothing to do with Web3. And then they launch this game experience that's for Web3. And then they suddenly invite literally every freaking animal in the zoo. And I'm like, okay, this this is not what I was expecting. Like, what did you think about them having the collections that we did? I know that we started about that a little bit earlier, but was there any kind of, and this is for people in the chat too, like, was there any big takeaways of like, oh my God, we're partnered with Pudgies, that's supposed to be the best, woohoo?
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw Char's nails this morning, and it seemed like it was like doodles, and so I was kind of like, okay, like we got doodles. And then to see the announcement and it be doodles, pudgies, dead fellas, like I was like, holy shit, cool cats, like everybody's involved. Like you get a surreal escape, you get a surreal escape, everybody gets a surreal escape. So yeah, I guess I'm just more like I've always been a big believer in the root network first and foremost. So I think we need to get more root in more people's hands. We need to get more people using the root network. I think they have a very clear plan, as we saw with Open, of how they're going to address the masses. So this is kind of an unexpected play, at least from my part, of how to involve a lot more of like the Web3, community. So I think it's a very, very cool approach to be able to, take what they have built with the root network and be able to extend some of that root. I mean, I know some people were like, that 20% is for us, but like there's so much root out there. And ultimately, for us to really win, we need more people to use it. So I think the more people with exposure to root and utilizing the root network and playing these different games to then maybe create more of a like curiosity about how deep does this go, what all are they actually building. Maybe it brings more people deeper into the third kingdom, or maybe they are happy with their rewards and like, cool, pudgies are the best because they just added a little extra value. No wonder, this is why I hold them. However it works out for everybody else, I look at it as a win, not only for us as Futureverse, but ultimately for Web3, because we need more things like this to bring all of these communities together.
It's been insane how much has been launched in, I mean, even what the past month, you go beyond that, like it does feel like everything is happening all at once. And to talk to like just the market sentiment overall, it feels that these collections stopped, they figured out what was going on, and they've devised a plan, and now they're going ahead. And I don't mean necessarily just for Futureverse. Obviously, Futureverse is wowing me right now and gotten a lot of attention, but it's cool to see that we're actually advancing. And there was a tweet the other day from Brad Garlinghouse, the founder of Ripple, and it was basically like, hey, this is great that the market's back, people are excited and whatnot, but this time we need to show that there's actual technological advancements with that. And them highlighting here is like a new price discovery method. We have auto blockchain. We don't really know how the auto integration is going to work with everything. That's just, I don't know. I'm excited about the future and everything that's happening here. So let me just throw you on the spot here. What's the most exciting or event happening the Futureverse has released that's gotten you the most intrigued? Is it the Third Kingdom? Is it something else that we've gotten in the past, one of the games? What's been piquing your interest as of late?
Man, it's tough. Like I feel like when I hate to bring up old tweets or old things that were said, but Aaron had once tweeted, there's so much stuff happening, I don't know how we're going to fit it all in December. I feel like that would have been a fitting statement going into March. And this is what I think,
like, I'm not doing
what
that
I think
again.
we all expected, where it's just like nonstop, like seeker state or silo staking. We haven't even touched on that on this one. the ASM white paper 2.0, TNL boxing, which, I got a new gaming computer, so I can finally experience these things. And I've been going ham on boxing. So played a lot of TNL. I think Racers is right around the corner, which is going to be super exciting. And then to see more people involved through all of these, I think we've waited for the third kingdom. So it's hard not to have, the freshest new news be what I'm most excited about. But there really is so much going on. You can, kind of pick what tickles your fancy to really do a deep dive for new community members coming in if they want to learn about AI and everything that's going on with Doc or Dot. That's one avenue. If you just want to play the game, there's going to be some cool games. There's just it's hard to pick one, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's true. Yo, also, quick little shout out here. If you've seen the Dot root names are coming in yesterday, it was announced that Shay is the CEO. So huge shout out to Shay on that. I had absolutely no idea that announcement came out, and I was like, holy sweet sugar. So yeah, if you guys are thinking about picking up a Dot root name, maybe these end up flipping Dot ENS, which, I mean, remember the Pokemon names. The Pokemon names are what people are after. Now, when we go back and we think about the way that Futureverse has been brought up, talked a little bit earlier with the guest before with YoJurmy, who's focusing on the parallel ecosystem. And they recently announced the Colony game, which is kind of this AI agent, if you will. And it sounds really, really cool. And AI is starting to pop up a little bit more. And a part of the Futureverse rollup is the altered state machine, which is, again, this entire AI protocol that apparently they have patents and all this stuff. And I don't know if there was like kind of a nudge and, hey, we're going to be coming after you from Aaron or whatever the other day was trying to highlight they have the patent for what some people are potentially infringing on already. How big of a role do you think ASM is going to play within the broader crypto market, and then obviously within Futureverse itself?
I mean, definitely within Futureverse, like you started when I came on, you were reading the tweet for, when he tagged Yuga and did the coda.
Yep.
And then that whole thread, if you read through it, somebody had asked, let's see here, the color's a little bit different in the two pictures of the coda from the 2D to the 3D. Aaron said that's one of the things we are tweaking with the model, but it doesn't matter too much since this is the seed for altered state machine doc 3D process, and the mesh can be textured with any color after. Let's see what else we got here. Somebody else picks up a little personality during the process, doesn't it? Aaron responded, well, if we connected them to the altered state machine murmur matrix, it absolutely would. The matrix can even set up your personality card for you. So, I mean, needless to say, I know somebody had asked, I think it was Atari, saying, is this a one-off or can you mass produce a 10K collection of codas? Curious about the compute power. And he said, this is a machine automated pipeline. And now get ready for this, Schiller. Somebody asked, are eggs functioning somewhere in this pipeline? And Aaron just gave us an eyes looking emoji.
Wag me.
About to come in and play a part too. So it really does feel like all of these things that we've heard for so long, burrows getting land, eggs potentially being the 3D printer and turning 2D objects into 3D to bring them into these playable worlds. I feel like it's all starting to really come together. And it's, exciting to watch and super stoked to be a part of it.
Truly, that's nuts.
But yeah, just based on all of that, it sounds like ASM protocol is going to be powering quite a few different things. So very, very, very bullish. I think I'll do a Spaces next week. It got a little delayed this week because some other communities that wanted to learn, they had some exciting news from South by, so they were all busy. But yeah, definitely want to do a deeper dive into the ASM white paper. And I know Tybo has agreed to help, and he's constantly helping a dumb guy like me understand a smart paper like that a little bit better. So big shout out to Tybo as well.
Yes, agreed. Community has been awesome, and just the people with the different perspectives on things has been very interesting. I feel like, throughout today on a transparent level here, I've, I had like kind of an idea that I was going to talk with everybody, and we've been going through, and it's been exciting to hear what every collection is doing, and it does feel that everyone is trying to do something different. But I keep kind of coming back to, damn, it really feels like Futureverse is trying to be a step above everybody else. And that's not a knock on anybody. It's just, you know, they have the team, the numbers, the funding, whatever you want, and they're really going to try to revolutionize what it is to be within the blockchain space. And I think that that's just, you know, let's friggin' go. Let's friggin' go. So, final thing is we're wrapping up here, Mr. Bildo. People are looking at the collections out there, trying to figure out what to get into. I mean, obviously, there's the fluffs you could look at as the Apex asset. Party Bears are another thing where they seem to have this high future score. The general gist for Futureverse and the Root Network, if you've not kind of tuned in until this point, is future score is the big reason that people are in there, at least for right now, because you are able to earn root rewards. The higher your future score, and when you complete a quest, which most of them aren't too difficult, it's usually something pretty simple. You might have to own an asset sometimes, but then you're able to get root rewards based on that. There's multipliers, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, if you're a new person coming into the Futureverse space right now, Bildo, how do you kind of start and build out your collection?
I mean, that's tough. I think ultimately one, budget plays a big factor. But if budget doesn't play, then, you know, you can do a little bit more of a deeper dive. I just always have said, you know, buy what you like. If, you know, you're into AI, I feel like brains are a huge play. I think that they could future you with what we're seeing and potentially splicing those and being able to sell these new like mega brains to people that want to come in and play a game and, you know, have a step up. Then there's also thingies that have, you know, the AI art. They've always been said to be able to mine mycelium. So I'm curious to see, you know, how they'll play a factor, as all the other collections that they mentioned will kind of play a factor in this Third Kingdom game. So I don't know if there'll be bonuses or multipliers or, you know, special things that, you know, are in thingy backpack, whatever it may be. It's tough. I would just say find a collection that you like. I mean, obviously seekers have a huge utility, being able to act as a node and being able to stake silo against that. So I mean, there really is a play for just about anything that you like. I would just encourage anybody to find collections that, you know, speak to them or that they're interested in, and do a little bit deeper dive on those.
Incredible. All right. If you guys aren't following Bildo, let me recommend a follow for him. It's at Bildo Verde. I think Verde means green. I didn't take any language classes, but am I correct with that, Mr. Verde?
You are correct. Verde is Spanish for green.
Hell yeah, I love it. So guys, be sure to follow him. Bildo, thanks so much for taking the time. We'll talk soon as per usual, but great insights. It was fun learning about the Third Kingdom on the fly with you here.
Yeah, absolutely. Enjoyed turning it into the Shildo show. You're an absolute legend for doing this. I know you've been streaming for so long. You've got to be like, I am ready for a break. So thank you again for having me on and giving me the opportunity. It's been awesome to see all the different guests that have joined, and look forward to chatting again soon.
Yo, incredible. Appreciate you. We'll chat soon, sir. All right, there's Bildo. All right, so listen, I keep saying all right. Let me jump down here to the profile. Navigating the Web3 saga with you, dedicated to enhancing your digital journey. If you felt like I enhanced your digital journey today, please give a like, whatever feed you are watching on X, YouTube, or Twitch. That doesn't really work. But if you're wanting to support the stream financially in any way, we do have YouTube memberships for $2.99 a month, which is just kind of helping support that, and then on Twitch subs as well. If you guys have been here the entire time, I cannot thank you enough. It has been insane. This is the first incredibly long stream that we've had in a while. I really, truly hope that you got something to take away. If you're tuning in here a little bit late, we went over a ton of different collections. And if you're not kind of caring too much about specific collections that were highlighted, realize that on some of these, we did have discussions that were about kind of, you know, the past, the present, the future. Try to skim through them. You might enjoy something different for that. That's going to be it for me. Enjoy your weekend, and I will see you on Monday for your normal X Feed stream. Thanks so much. We'll talk soon. Peace.